What up? I'm fucking hungover, buddy. How about yourself?
I just got scanned south.
I think we're gonna need to sit
alone.
in the
I got scanned south alone.
I'm coming in the bunker. I'm coming in the bunker.
Playing Skyrim? I was just watching my buddy play Skyrim, actually.
Oxygen, not too bad here either. McLovin's got to move in. Vanity's got to move in.
That's pretty
GG
cool.
has to move in, and Edger's also have to move in, bro.
You call, Ben, you call. Where are we going? Can we land at the rocks, maybe? Oh, I'm probably dead here. 1 HP. I'm dead in the back.
Damn. A little bit of a late call, bro, but it's the right one to make here for Jen.
You guys third that. You guys third that.
It's going to be X getting angles right now on a Jen. That's X getting some angles here on the duo. And a team behind, though, in checkpoint, bro. They got to watch out for this. X has a lot of room to hold here, but they got to watch out. Tons of teams going to walk on in.
Okay, they scan.
They have a good spot, but it's a fucking power position.
Okay,
Someone's going to play for it. Blue, though. Blue, good.
Just play safe, 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 just play safe.
Batting. Careful.
Reinforce the store, reinforce the store. Getting everything.
Reinforcing both my doubles.
Brains are going to be eliminated.
Don't peek anything.
Oxygen's still alive here, too, man.
Oh!
And Native's going to get annihilated. Hambino and Edger's now dying here, too.
What are you up to today, Rin?
Tripod's now going down. Tripod's eliminated. Stunning the boys trying to stay up. Jay's going to be the last one alive. Got his player's life. We're going to pause him for right now, too. Q's are going to be alive with GG as a duo. And Xset, he's still alive, baby.
She's one shot, nice. Finish that.
I got full.
Yep.
I got their full.
I'm dropping a bow, going for the Kraber. Watch for me.
And Xset's going to get Krabby Patty. Chat, I am bricked the fuck up right now. Total bias right now. I do not give a fuck.
I'm good. I dropped the bow, by the way, if you want to grab it. Give me your details, give me.
And the zone is ending on these buildings? Hello? Stallions also still in a great spot to rotate across, bro. They have a cat here, too, for the cat wall to move over.
They're about to move. They're about to move.
Scan it, five.
I think I have some new music ideas. Out of boy.
Double blue, triple blue, though, is going to be really difficult to work.
Stay low.
They're trying to make a
boy.
move on us. They might wall to us. They smoked us. They're all in that cubby.
What kind of music you thinking of making?
I think I have to forfeit right
threw a
if we're
khaki
gonna hold
there.
this left.
Yeah, we have to hold left. Back up for this rock and we get shot, okay?
I smoked the guy
They're
on night.
outside. Freak out. I killed him.
He's going roof. He's going roof.
Care right.
Yo, right wall.
Yep. Shoot this.
The cat walled right.
Scan it for. I'm peeking over a little bit.
They're over here on roof.
And someone's here. Like there's people on this rock. They're close to it.
Care right.
Oh my god, bro. The comms right now have to be locked in.
Play outside of me.
Xset, I don't think has a cat wall anymore, bro. I don't think so. They used it on that one cross.
I have no bangle. We still stay space on ping. Stay. Come here. Focus right. Kill off right. Get the kills. Swinging. Yep, three teams. Okay.
Oh, what a beautiful cat wall.
Right side.
Bro, they gotta kill right, man. They have to kill right here, bro, I think. Nice, there we go. 3v3. Xset Stallions.
Yo, what's up, Sean?
One. Coming up.
Yeah!
Holy
Good fucking shit. Good job, phone.
What?
That man said, I'm in. That man swung that, zero hesitation. That is a 15 kill win for Xset.
Okay, I just got done with my experimental album. And they got some good feedback.
so
I'm gonna go
nice, man.
back to like more horror
15
metal
kill
where
over
I
XM,
thriving. Hey, I respect it.
Ugh,
Those
27
fucking old
point game.
beats, bro. I still listen to them. Well, actually, they're not on my playlist
That
anymore.
end game was a win-win.
I get them
Stallions
from
win
your new
that,
channel, but I used to listen to those all the time when I was
wins
playing
that, I'm
zombies.
happy. Win-win. Oblivion with a 3-4. NGNL with a 4-3. Cloud It with a 5-6. Gaming Glider with a 6-3. Yup with a 6. Not Gaming Glider. Gaming Glider with a 6-3. My bad. Yup with a 7-4. Oxygen with an 8-0. Team Crook with a 9-3. And Tripods with a 10 and 0. What a fucking bang town, baby, for Xset. That is it for game 1 or game 4. The first game on Storm Point.
Goddamn.
We are going to have the overall scores look like this. 35 points for Xset, man. They take the first place spot. Oxygen will be in second with 33. Stallions will be in third with 30. Tripods in fourth, and Vanity
Damn,
in
brother.
fifth. The top 5, 24 all up 35, bro. 11-point difference is very, very close. Holy shit. We now go to game 4. One more on Storm Point. Then we go back to World's Edge. Then we go back to Storm Point. Holy shit. Hell no, I'm not unbiased when it comes to XSET. Fuck no.
You thinking what I'm thinking, partner? Aim for the bushes.
Dude, that is too fucking good, bro. Just getting packed the fuck up. That was unreal, dude. What curl proxy you use? Cum. And ketchup.
Roast dinner, then go up to the shop and get some beers.
we go,
Damn,
man.
bro.
Bro,
I had some of those last night.
Makes noise.
R.I.P. for me.
It makes noise before
Enjoy.
I shoot. It's like fucking pre-jacking a Havoc. You want me to
How
start
many
pre-jacking
people
a
are
Havoc
like,
next to
oh
someone?
god, I hear a triple take, I'm putting my head down? Okay, well, you are the most aware player in the world then.
I will tell you right now with sheer confidence that not one person has ever said, oh my God, triple take, watch out. They might have said that guy on the left has a triple take and then just kept walking left. You know, the guy just saying, blah, blah, blah.
Clearly, these motherfuckers
Stallions
never
fighting,
played
fighting,
Season
fighting,
6.
He ulted.
Baking soda.
I'm in the open, I'm in the open. I'm 1-on-1.
What about it?
You jump back, you jump back.
Are you trying to give me like the?
On me.
Are you trying to give me the water baking soda trick or something like that? Water and baking soda trick.
Tell one dead. Joe, stay alive.
On me, on me,
On me. 88, 88, Joe, 88, 88. No.
Dude! Oh my god, what? Dude.
Why were you split from me, Etsy?
What from you? What do you mean?
He's fucking won, bro.
Oh my god,
The
bro.
booga sugar.
You're close. Hey, look. Yeah. Callus.
Nah, I'm good on that. I'm good on that shit.
Look, Callus.
Not right now.
Push. One sitting back farm. Scanning now.
Should have let them come up a little bit sooner, man.
Yeah, we can go underneath bridge. I'm still gonna.
I remember this last night.
Purple. Yeah, we can. He's in the water close. He's close in the water.
They're still here, bro. This is so killable still.
Shoot him, bang. We killed two. Okay. I'm sliding through wall.
Nice.
No, we have. Yeah.
He's really flash. You win that back. You win that. Stay your life being.
Another squad.
Another team.
Get out. I mean,
Bro, what?
Damn, I was wondering why I exploded.
Yeah. How's it going? Chilling.
Another squad in Pylon? Like, who just came through to Pylon?
We saying
It's
bow.
tripods. Tripods with a third party, brother. This is big here for tripods too, man. This is extra KP they need big time.
Like a mouse, What are you whining about there, woman? What are you whining about, woman?
Well played. And that's going to be Weave being eliminated by tripods. Not a bad play.
That's not gonna suck. Play here. Wait else again.
I'm sweating.
Sling it on bottom floor when he gets closer.
Rocky, you abandoned me again, you
Swing.
fucking rat.
We got one. 1-1 trades.
Yeah, no. Play himself. I'm betting. They're showing.
My side's pretty hungover. Showing them.
Nice, good swap.
Fucking brains just a little fuzzy today.
Yeah, I'm reloading. I'm out of bag.
One.
Just got a new bed today, so that's pretty cool.
No, man. Fuck. And Edger's going to be dead, bro. You got to reload the Havoc there, man. The Senti is just not worth it. Q's are not fighting. GG getting active.
Come here. They died. Crypto died.
I can't.
50 flash.
Team back.
He's up there.
99
One down low. Only one down low. Peeking it. Yeah, he's one back. He's with me, Q. Swing it.
Where is he? Nice.
First
Nice, good knock. Good swing there, too.
Cannon.
Going back up.
I'm gonna shoot him off.
Look for
Nice, nice.
We're good.
GG is going to look for the reset there.
Oh.
I don't know if they get that even with the Moby, bro. Stunning and Vanity now moving out. Tripods not in zone. They got to move.
Are they glad to be out of
Look
it?
at the
Yeah, I
zone,
bet,
bro. I
bro.
think Exit
Fuck,
is
I
still
don't think anybody
alive
likes
down
being
here,
sick.
And they're still in. This is crazy. Tripods have to move in. They got 3
And if you
KP,
do,
where
you're
do they go?
sadistic as fuck.
Let's see.
I'm big, I'll take him. Side left. Go.
Let's see. Tripods, big time cross. Metsu's going to be eliminated. Tech's going to be dead. Meat is eliminated at 12th place. Not good for Meat here. Height sliding off. Wait, Height is sliding off. Where did Exit go? Exit went towards Cannon. Tripods now with the rotation in. Can they do this?
Oh!
Come back.
I'm playing by you.
Gent, don't die.
Back on me if you need.
Watch the bridge.
Wow, this is actually quite safe right now. Until this first floor team looks like they can actually push out, this is going to be a really good spot. Let's see if they make a play, though.
Scan in 5.
I gotta smoke that team far.
I'm gonna scan the build. We have to make a move off the scan. Okay?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Go left. Come with 3 left then. Go with 3 left.
We got to make a play off the scan. They scan 6, and the play is to avoid all confrontation.
We can play their height. We can play their max height, I think.
That was awesome.
The generator might be in. The generator might have
10 squads, 28, round 5 closing in 36 seconds.
You can go for max side, but we might get fucking burned.
Bro, we got to make a play off the scan. Oh, sick. Oh, shit, chill.
Holy fuck. Careful, north, this could look at us. We need to rat.
How did Exec get here?
Any else cells or no?
No. If we get native, you drop. You have to drop.
What a fucking spot for Exec to sit in right now, man.
They're jumping to low ground. Shoot.
I saw
Nice
majority of it.
shots, bro. He's shooting like me right there. God damn.
What if we go left? Yeah. Like hard left here?
It's not gonna be better than Black Ops Cold War, brother. Call of Duty's best days are behind them.
I can't believe they're alive.
1 sec. Coming. Wallace.
Call of Duty's good days are behind them. They are no longer upon us.
Public cells.
You feel me, Douglas?
How are they? This is unbelievably impressive rotates, bro. From Jurassic as a duo to frontside Barrow.
Don't peek that if you can.
This is crazy. This is actually unreal.
Ultimate low. Can we go ultimate low? Sit on me, Crook. Sit on me.
Oblivion dead.
Shoot this guy. Get ready to fight this.
Tripod's dead. The swing down below. Stunny.
Nice shot, bro.
Are you fucking kidding? Let's go, Stunny. Come on, baby. What a play. Yup, eliminated.
It's just a bank. Chill.
Are you kidding me?
Heal, brother.
Gaming Gladiators eliminated, bro.
Come back around.
Holy shit. What a gorgeous play. Tripod's going to be dead.
That was actually pretty
GG gonna be
nice.
dead. We have 4 squads
Can't
up.
even lie.
Oxygen, Exit, Native, and the duo of... I'm watching the duo, bro. They look so good right now. This is unreal. Oxygen should kill the boys here on the right side.
We just like
They know it's a duo underneath, bro. They got to kill this.
we just like wall out left. I'm not sure.
They're going right. You're right. Not nice.
No. Not nice, he says.
Don't drop. Do not drop, please. Do not drop. Just do whatever you can up there.
So tough, bro. He has to drop, I think. Vandy's going to be going down. Exit now going to be dying here, too.
I left you, Rep.
Exit now dying.
Got him. I need to stop.
Oxygen still alive.
Good on me.
Top 5 of 15 here.
I'm not safe.
We need to wall out and kill this team west. Wall straight west.
This is not good of your Stallions, bro. The second place team is still up here and getting KP.
I will. I just gotta reload.
How one shot.
I'm with you, Aiden. I'm with you.
Skin, bitch.
Crack.
He's my knock.
I'm gonna cast above you.
And Oxygen's gonna be eliminated, bro. That's such a tough.
Bro,
fight.
I hate watching
Exit's
Bloodhounds
gonna be
fucking
dead.
play the
Native
game
now
and
with
they're
top 3.
rounded in smoke and they just don't scan for their teammates.
I'm batting.
It's top 3 here. Native.
One more.
In the knock.
Oh my god!
Get fucking pissed on!
And Native takes the W here, bro. Are you fucking kidding? Native with a win in game number 4, man. Holy shit. Now we go back to World's Edge. Native Gaming, first place, 5 kills. Avexi squad. Team Fury with 13 kills in a second place. That is going to shake up the leaderboard a good amount. Team Rooms are 3-3. Vane and Oxygen 4-6. Xset with a 5-3. Crook with a 6-0. Gaming Gladiator with a 7-2. Team Yup with an 8-4. Tripods with a 9-5. And Oblivion with a 10-4. That is a good KP spread right out the top 10. 5, 13, 3, 6, 3, 3, 2, 4, 5, 4. It's a really good KP spread, bro. All right. We now go back to World's Edge for 1 game and then back to Storm Point for the last. We have 2 more games left. I can't believe that Native just won that. That was fucking crazy. 2 more games left. Let's see the overall leaderboard here, man. Going back to World's Edge, we are going to have Oxygen, first place, 44 points. Xset is going to be in second with 42. They are on the cusp of qualifying alongside of Oxygen. They just have to literally be consistent. Avexi's team, though, picks up 13 kills in a second place, and they're going to be in third. We have Tripods in fourth, and Red Sea and Stallions in 5th. GG's. Don't forget, the top 2 are the only ones that qual. And I'm going to be honest, bro, it is nowhere near done. The gap is starting to increase a little bit from 3rd place all the way down to 4th, but it is still anyone's game with 2 more games left, man, especially a World's Edge one. We have no idea how that's going to play out. We're now going to go back to World's Edge, as I said. We're going to go to World's Edge, then Storm Point to end it. 2 more games left, big dogs. Lock me the fuck in, dude. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's true. I think we're shot from left too, no?
Maybe. It'll be harder, though.
Scan up.
Wait, shots are going down top right. Tech is going to be eliminated, man. Meat goes down. Stunning now fighting. Fury now moving in here.
Yeah, I'm climbing on this.
Damn, Meat eliminated again, brother. Fuck me.
He's low,
I just knocked him.
Where? Nowhere. The blood's almost cracked. Swing this blood with me.
Get over salt, get over salt, get over salt.
Swing. He dropped.
That's another Bengal, another Bengal.
Watch it.
That is an entirely separate bottle, bro.
We drop tunnel. We drop tunnel.
Can we kill him tunnel? Can we kill him tunnel?
I'm going.
He's in front of me, in the cart.
For sure? Yeah. Got ripped, we got ripped. He's swinging low, swing this.
Oh, you can't do that, bro. He's... Bro, Fury is in shambles. They're so bad. Wow.
Holy fucking clutch up, man. It's a big time clutch from Keon, bro. Good fucking shots, but fuck me. Avexi's gonna be eliminated. Oh my goodness, the 3rd place team is now out in game number 5. That is devastating.
They're not eating RB.
The clan tag's flat because Nano thinks the earth is flat. Robro and the boys not moving in. Jalone's gonna be dead. Don't forget, man, 3rd place team is now gone. The first top 2 teams are still alive here, man. If Stallions want a chance to actually fucking qual, they cannot fully get eliminated here.
I'm smoking 10. That's it. There's people on my south.
Yeah, I know. Mounting. I'm gonna scan one.
Scan.
Penny for you. Are you resable? Maybe if he's low. My knock is 336 off.
In the back.
Not good.
Where am I being shot from? I don't even know. You can res, I think.
Stallions going down.
I'm pretty sure you can res.
And Xset is eliminated.
No way.
Oh my god, Xset goes down.
I need it.
Oh my goodness. This would have been the time for Stallions to actually
This reminds me
capitalize.
of TikTok, how much is going on the screen. Damn.
Holy fuck, it's all gonna come down to that last game, bro.
I mean, I'm just AFK in my game in the background.
This is so good.
I'm
for
focusing
Oxygen.
on the Apex.
I think right now, if Oxygen gets top 4,
I'm
they
just
are
trying
100%
to, just trying to level up my character in the background.
World Cup.
On God.
Guaranteed.
Do we route the right? There's a team up here.
NGNL eliminated.
No.
The zone's still pulling out. I don't think that's a good spot for them to take, regardless, being that early. And Oxygen eliminated. Oh my god, Oxygen dead. The leaderboard is about to be shooketh.
Crack that kid too.
Shooketh.
Nice. No, you should have.
And GG is going to be dead here too. Fury now walking in. Oh my god. Tripods have to capitalize on this, bro. They have to.
I'm healing in my smoke. I can give you guys scan in 2 seconds. 2 seconds scanning 1-1.
Resing, Keon push.
Nice, Ape eliminated. Huge fucking call from Vax, man.
Dude, a huge call.
We should be fine.
Guys, I think height is free.
I mean, the zone is going to pull right towards fucking Mirage. What is Tripod's going to do here, man? They got to go cross. Holy shit!
Slide up. Round the fight, yes.
Team Yup eliminated. And here we go.
Jen?
Potentially the biggest play of the tournament for Tripods here, man.
Back. Okay, that's nice. I'm gonna pop it close. No. You good. No, you can't.
No. The charge.
Come on.
Team. That's Gent. And Tripods are eliminated, bro.
That's gross.
But not yet. Okay, now. Fuck.
There's nothing I can do. Every team was safe.
Tripod's gonna go down, bro. Stunny and the boys are gonna be dead here now too. Native's still alive. Furia's still alive, and they are racking up the KP, but Furia is still very far behind.
3 squads, guys. 3 squads. Going left.
Scanning for you guys.
What a shot. Jesus Christ.
I smoked you. I mean.
Yeah.
Save me.
I'm good. I'm alive.
Oh my god, how's he alive?
They're coming. I have no vision. I can't see shit.
I'm dead.
They're dead. They're all dead. They can't do anything.
Give me a knock, Keon, you can play on us. Keon.
No, bro. Don't move. I'm dead.
No, it's fine. We're gonna get a second.
The self-revive!
No, maybe not.
The fucking self-revive!
Are we actually getting second?
Don't know. He's gonna shoot.
Oh, they're gonna do it. They're not? They're panicking bad.
Keep going. Click out. You have to go.
I can't. I'm stuck.
No, bro.
No.
Oh my god.
20 points. Hey, we just needed 20 points. We got it. We got 20 points.
Good fucking try, Keon. Good try.
Oh my god.
I didn't get second with my self-res, bro.
We wouldn't have got second.
And it's gonna be Native! Native with a back-to-back! Back-to-back wins from Native
Holy
Gaming!
shit.
Oh my goodness!
How did they not drop? They saw 3 knocks.
Yeah, for real.
Oh my goodness, bro.
I thought for sure we were gonna get the like whatever knocks we had.
Native with a back-to-back win. What the fuck does this leaderboard look like, dude?
I told you.
Oh my god. Native Gaming first place, 8 kills. I have to know what this leaderboard looks like. Going into the last game of the qualifier for North America for the Esports World Cup, where the top 2 will move on to the $2 million tournament. The leaderboard looks like this before game 6.
What?
Oh my god. Oh my god. 46, 44, 43, 39, 39, 39, 38. I'm gonna be real, bro.
That's anyone's.
This can go anyway. If anyone dies early in this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If anyone in the top 7 dies early here, your chances are GG's, no matter where you are. That is fucking crazy, bro. From first place all the way down to 7th is only an 8-point spread. It is nowhere near done. The back-to-back from Native. I got to put Native in there, obviously, now. All right, Chad, here we go, man. Game 6 is going to come on the way, bro. My God, what a time to be alive, bro. This has been fucking unbelievable, dude. Like, genuinely an unreal set of games. 5 games through so far. We got one more locked the fuck in. Let's do it, baby. Let's lock it in. One more game. We shall see, bro. It is a 7-point spread from first place all the way down to 7th. It is anybody's game right now. Fuck, man. Even 9th, even 8th, 9th, and 10th can still come back with a fucking win here, bro. This might be one of the best, no joke, one of the best qualifiers I've ever watched in my life. This is crazy. Bro, start the lobby. Sure, dude. Let me call it. Let me call it my ESL Connect.
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my.
Oh, dude, he wants to talk to you.
I'm horny as
Fuck you, man. That's crazy. I don't know what's wrong with you, man. You think I want to? Dude, I'm 10 hours deep. I mean, I'm a fucking human still. Start this bitch the
What do you
fuck
want?
up.
What?
My God. All right, let's go, dude.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm not
Game 6.
So that's unfortunate.
Yeah, don't forget, bro. So the bottom teams right now, bro, have to completely in-face haul, as Greek just said. I don't know if you guys heard him. But yes, a lot of these teams, bro, are going to play highly aggressive gameplay at the bottom.
Yeah.
That makes them top of the leaderboard, bro, in a very scary situation. You got to avoid all of the bullshit that these bottom teams are going to try in order to get KP. So you have to literally be the ones to avoid all of the early game conflict and all of the early game shit, because these desperate squads are going to do some horrible plays, bro, in order to get some good KP. That's just how it goes, bro. Buddy, Pambino is eliminated, and Edgers are immediately dead. That was fast.
Oh, what was that?
What happened? I didn't see.
Cam just landed Cedo and just got insta-wiped in 2 seconds.
By who?
They just gave Detox on them 3 free kills.
No.
They were in 7th place. Now they're at 41.
No, bro. What? Give that.
Cam just game 6 landed on Detox on them and just insta-died. 5 seconds.
Yeah,
what the fuck? Exet does have a rotation, bro, from topside pylon into barometer backside.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Also, not bad for Madness either, bro. But now they're going back to Echo. This is so fucked, dude. Never mind. Fury is getting fucking gaslit right now by this game. Holy shit.
I'm ripping a med kit.
Bro, Fury is actually just getting gaslit. This is nuts.
Like, we're actually in an insane spot.
Giant and Tripod's gonna move to the pylon. Exit not fighting.
Oh,
my
I will
heart.
say this is massive for Oxygen too, bro. They got zoned in, bro.
Yeah, Exit not fighting too, by the way.
Where's Bang? Where? On me.
Oh.
Nice, and Exit pick up 2. Come on. That's my bussy bandit, baby. Come on now. All right, well, Furia, man, getting tossed around like a Caesar salad, bro. From your local pizzeria. They're just going back and forth, trying to figure out where the zone's going.
We're good, I think. We're good.
Yeah, we are.
And if you are Furia, bro, you got to recognize that if no one's in bridge and no one's in forest, it's probably not going this way. Vayne, dying.
Dude, what the fuck?
Dead.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What the fuck was that, bro?
Oxygen going down inside the god spot. Oxygen is in the best spot in the game and they're dying.
Oh my god.
Literally in the building in the middle of the zone and they die.
Jackson, what's up?
Stallion swinging.
One.
Nice. Well played. Metsu gonna be eliminated.
Middle's not coming.
I like what I see.
North looks safe. North looks safe.
Metsu dead.
Give my shield a recharge.
How many did we get there? I only got 1.
So much damage, sir! Oh, so long!
There's still 1. No,
I'm going.
And Native picking up some KP over on the backside. They take out 2, I believe, on the Tech's team, and now moving up. This is tough now. Does Native decide to fight this or back up?
They're resing now,
You know they're gonna reset here too.
100, one shot. Under one. The other guy's one shot. One.
Nice.
Oh my god, and 3 KP for Native onto the meat mountain.
Actually, come back down.
Gent, tripods stabilizing in the middle of that island we talked about with the rocks. And they're fine right now, bro. You can LOS a lot of this, man. There's only 11 squads up. If this is a full lobby, they're probably dead here.
Can we just go here?
I went left.
Yeah, go to our camp. Hey, what else? Literally full safe on me. Full safe on me. Literally just full
This is
safe.
crazy.
Literally just come sit on me.
I don't see anybody bridge side.
Okay, we can just play here then.
Show me.
I need a smoke. I need a smoke.
I don't have it.
And McLovin goes down.
Play your life.
Arcane's gonna be dead. It's gonna be Rambo by himself.
Team landing on top of 2-story.
Rambo gonna be a solo man.
Man, this is where I wanted to go. Vayne died. Vayne's team died.
And Oxygen is dead.
Still have a chance.
Holy shit, it's truly up to Rambo by himself, man.
Give me neck.
Oh, we've yet now dying.
Come back.
Last one gonna be Blink.
They're batting under. They're getting shot in their backs. There's one right here. Killing. You got bad off.
Native Gaming's gonna be eliminated. So Native Gaming now gone. Blinkster 1-1.
Come back. Oh.
And
Man.
Blinkster gets swung, bro. Blinkster and OBVN dead. Furia still alive.
He ain't showing this.
OBVN eliminated. Jen's still up here too. Tripods. Tripods still in. Xset somehow find a spotting zone as well, brother. We are going down to the literal wire. There is a good chance that Oxygen does not qualify here, chat, off of first place.
Go for it.
Xset's still alive as well. Vexy is going to be eliminated, bro. So Fury is now gone. Tripod's still alive, brother. What am I fucking watching? This is crazy. This is actually crazy.
Might try to fucking swing us.
I think they need to get roof, bro. They gotta get roof for 2-story.
Find me on me. On me, low ground, I'm swinging with you. Swing. Go on.
Oh my god, and Stallion's dead. Stallions lose the fight against Xset, bro, and Reset now coming out. Fun FPS is gonna go down.
You can res me. Don't go down.
Fun res him. Or fucking whoever you are, res him. Holy shit.
I need to just place the wall and then die.
It said sight.
Remy, I see a fucking play. We have to go on top of the roof above us, okay? In front of us.
Walling.
Okay. We go right side. You res him again?
Oh, you can res. Yeah.
I'm Bengal's in front of us.
I'm not going for a swap.
Yep. Swap on it, full swap. Save on me!
Got that. Come to you.
Fucking save on me!
Head kidding.
We can play low ground here, but we died in the bridge, okay? Yo, how long is getting?
Fucking just use it. 15.
Okay. Yo, just fucking listen to me. Come here. Are you healed? Come here. Take first floor. Swing it again. Come left.
Yep, coming.
We play backside.
Yep. Taking the sword.
Okay. Good. So he's cute.
Make that shit. I'm batting.
There's a plan here. I think we.
Are we live? My OBS just crashed. Suck my fucking asshole.
Yeah, but the.
My OBS just crashed. Fucking suck my ass. Update my ball sack in your mouth. Update my nuts in your fucking mouth. Update these fucking balls deep in your fucking throat. Update that. How about that one, dude? Here we go. We're back, baby.
I'm walling. Okay.
Update that.
Okay, I'm getting above them. Oh, never mind.
You heard the man.
Just play slow.
Play slow.
5 squads up. This is insane.
I'm batting. There's still a rat on this corner.
Kill.
Matt is dead.
I'm batting.
I'm batting. You're good.
I can't see what's going on. Top 3. I have no idea what's happening. Tripod's still alive.
Go, Jen.
And Tripods win! Tripods
How the fuck did they actually win that?
Oh my god, did they make it? Oh my god, Tripods win.
That's crazy. What
Here
an
we
ending.
go, let's
Holy
see who
shit.
wins. The teams that make it are gonna be this. The teams that qualify. Oh my god! Xset and Tripods qualify for the Esports World Cup. From Challenger Circuit to EWC, Tripods qualify. Oh my fucking goodness, bro. What a storyline. Xset fucking make it. Let's go. Tripods too. Let's go. Tripods and Xset will be the 2 teams from the North American EWC.
It's pretty wild.
I got kind of a good problem to have, I guess. So I recently lost a bunch of weight.
Nice.
I haven't weighed like this since I was, I don't know, it's been 7 or 8 years. And my problem is that losing all this weight has restored the blood flow to my dick to the point where I am horny just all the time now. Like dawn till dusk. I can't stop thinking about it. I'm married. My wife is awesome. She's super good looking. But we have young kids, and she's exhausted all the time. And she's been kind of a trooper about accommodating you know, this
Not a trooper.
A trooper. She's been doing her duty. She's doing 3 tours of your dick. All right, let's finish him up.
Newfound resurgence where I'm just constantly coming after her 24/7. You know, I mean,
I don't like the way he's wording
when she's
this.
trying to sleep, first thing in the morning, evening. But I also am on the road a lot for work, and I spend the entire time in the car just fantasizing. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm about to explode basically at any given time, and I don't want to ask her from work because she's already totally exhausted.
Oh, awesome.
So, help me out here, brother. What do I do? And don't say get fat again. Thanks.
I wasn't going to say that. Fuck you.
Right.
I do love the implication in his question.
Don't
is,
get fat
especially
again.
the end where he's like, well, I don't want to ask her for more.
That's so
When I'm
funny.
about to explode, he wants me to clear cheating.
He needs you to
He
say,
wants me to be like, well, dude,
you know,
yeah, I mean,
she's exhausted.
Yeah,
you know, you won't put more on her.
Yeah, you would be a bad husband
to her.
not to fuck other whores.
Right.
That's interesting. Congratulations, buddy.
Good for you. Good for you and your penis.
Don't cheat. You seem to really want the green light to cheat. Unless
in his defense, like we do have calls like this a lot, but usually it'll work up to, so should I get some side pussy? To
he
be
never
fair,
did.
this guy didn't go all the way.
But it is the underlying implication running through the call.
Yeah.
This is interesting. So too horny. Hornier. And this is nice though, because if you're gonna try and fuck your wife too much, you kind of have this beautiful thing of like, well, I lost weight to be healthier for our family.
Yeah.
So it's
Put it on the
like
family.
you do have a nice. You're kind of in a better spot to try to ask to fuck this much. But also it's like, I don't know, man. That's just how.
Yeah.
This is one of the positives. Like now your knees don't hurt and your dick gets a little too hard.
That's a beautiful thing.
That's a trade-off here,
That's
man.
all you can ask for.
Yeah. I mean, I would say this has come up a lot in these Baltimore shows, but get some kind of deluxe pocket pussy.
Yeah.
This has come up, and Tommy Simbazo has his own.
This has come up a lot.
It has. Every single fucking episode, we've talked about like deluxe, not just like motorized ones.
Oh, really?
So you're on the road. You don't want to fall into temptation. You don't want to do this stuff. I actually think a nice middle ground here is an expensive fuck toy for you, and it's motorized. It's the real deal, and this is, think of it as helping, is sort of like
helping the marriage.
Yeah, helping the marriage. Absolutely. And he's on the road a lot. That's
tricky.
A slippery slope. You don't, because once you crack the door and you're away from your wife a lot,
then it's gonna be
that's full blown.
Now you're gonna be looking for it.
Like I'm not here to tell. Like this guy, even if you want some kind of,
that's something you
should I go get a happy ending at a massage parlor? No, don't do anything that you could start. Because this is the sexual equivalent of getting fat again, where it's like, well, I'll have a little taste. I'll have a small bag of Doritos at night. And then it turns into like,
you know it,
you're just spiraling.
Full on orgy.
And especially this guy who's feeling, if you're at this place where you're like, he's probably feeling positive. He's probably getting attention. People are treating you better when you're not fat. You know what I mean? Like he's getting all these positive like feedback in his like physical, his body now, plus all these urges. It's like, this is prime cheat territory.
It is prime cheat territory.
And I would say don't cheat.
Martha, have you even bothered looking?
Yeah. I would say don't cheat.
Damn, my
and I would say, and you say you feel bad for your wife, but like,
get some help.
Has she expressed that she doesn't want to fuck this much, or are you looking at? Are you like kind of giving yourself the out to be able to cheat a little bit? That's my question,
right?
Because you're like, he's saying trooper. He's
trooper.
Yeah, I know. He's putting this connotation on it. And look, she probably doesn't want to fuck as much as he wants to fuck.
Yeah,
but Is it a problem? And then I would just say,
to her.
I would, yeah, we do need to talk to her. And I do think the solution, the furthest down the cheating road, I think you're able to go is the most deluxe pocket pussy they make.
The most.
Yeah.
You don't want to skimp on the shit.
Yeah.
Or you can just beat off in your Subaru.
Yeah. You're on the road
old
a lot.
school way.
Yeah, and don't. Yeah, I'm not
The
telling you
old
to get fat
school
again,
way.
buddy, but and maybe tuck yourself out a little more.
Spirit,
You're in better
what's up,
shape.
boss?
Exercise some more.
Go for a 20-minute sprint when you're fucking.
You're too
horny.
tired. Yeah, you're too tired to jack off.
Right.
That's a possibility. Something like that.
Also, it's like, how recent is this weight loss? Because, you know, the same way you're like newly lose a lot of weight, you just feel different, you're feeling better. It's like, you know, are you in the maintenance zone yet? Have you maintained the weight loss? It's the same thing. Like, have you maintained your penis levels long enough?
That's true.
Because eventually, like, your penis is gonna balance out. Like, you're not gonna be like,
not your penis levels.
Your body, your penis is gonna get used to the improved blood flow eventually.
That's
and
probably
you won't be
true.
horny as fuck.
Absolutely, you gotta balance out.
And the other thing is, that's a good point. How long have you maintained this? Because the last thing you want is you're sexy for 6 months, you get side pussy, you lose your wife and children. 2 years later, you're fatter than you were, no wife, things are bad.
Gotta hit that workout at a
Yeah.
boy.
I was gonna say, in fact, what I'm gonna say
No
is
workouts for me
pocket
today, I'll tell
pussy,
you that much.
and then check back in a year and how are you feeling?
Yeah,
you know,
let's do a
this
follow-up.
This you might be getting ahead of yourself here.
It feels like he might be.
Yeah.
Right, if I'm being honest.
That was fucking funny. Martha, I love how you like call mom and dad to look for your stuff and like they're not even home and you're like, oh well, I found it in my room. Like, do you even look for shit? Oh, it sounds like you're in my room. My bad.
Hello.
Well, it sounded like you were in my room. I apologize, you little snob. Suck my left nut and call me Sally. I just apologize, you dumb twat. I apologize to you. That should mean even more. There's no one even fucking watching me right now. I said there's no one even watching me, dummy. Myself, clearly. Only 100K for that? Damn. That's fuck all. You're watching? Yo, Spirit Box, shut the fuck up, bro. don't be hopping in this argument. My sister said thank you. This is between me and her. Spirit Box, shut the fuck up. Martha, you got a fanboy. Not old enough. He's 13. He shouldn't be on my page. That's funny. He's not actually 13. Yeah, usually I ban anyone under the age of 14. You gotta be at least in high school to deal with my shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm 13 plus 10. There you go, Marth. My sister wants to know if you're single, Spirit Box. She said she's willing and able. She asked if you have your own place. She's willing to move out in a heartbeat. See, you're damn right he is. You heard about the new DC villain, the Diddler? Yeah, it's after P. Diddy. The Diddler. That one's classic. What are your plans today, Martha? What are your plans today? Oh, yeah. My bad. Yeah, well, what did you say? Sorry, I can't hear you. My sister fucking hates me. I love it. I love it. The Diddler. I don't know. This just feels like the most optimal spot to stand. That way it hits everybody.
Hey, man. Is
Love you. Have a good day. Later.
Amberly? She passed away.
What? You did what?
Have a good one.
I can't hear you. I shot her. Okay, hold on. Come here.
Where is she?
Drive safe.
Just put her into my back.
Where is she?
Watch inside, Brady.
What?
This is Tommy
Smell you
Powell,
later.
and he just confessed to killing his girlfriend, Amberly Harris.
I can't hear you. I shot her. Okay, hold on. Come here.
On the outside, Amberly and Tommy appear to be like every other couple. However, as the detectives investigate Amberly's death, they will begin to realize that Tommy's horrific confession is just the tip of the iceberg.
Please for yourself, no!
Amberly Nicole Harris was born on September 7, 1990 in Rowan County, North Carolina. She was a kind-hearted mother of three who lit up any room. Despite her cheerful nature, Amberly faced significant challenges in her late 20s, including a struggle with drug addiction. Determined, she overcame her addiction and moved to Independence City, Kentucky at 30 to start anew. There, she secured a good-paying job and planned a new life.
What the fuck's a good-looking chick like that doing with a guy like that, though? I don't understand.
Tommy Joe Powell. Tommy had
this
a
man
rough
looks like he
past,
just walked out of a fucking cave, bro. What the fuck? Peace out, gotta go and meet my buddy Pablo. Yeah, alright, you go get that fucking booger sugar. What? No, this guy in my chat just said he was gonna go get fucking high on some cocaine. So I should have fun. Oh yeah, it's some grizzly looking motherfucker. He just ends up shooting her. It's pretty crazy. What's in his pants? Oh. I guess, yeah.
including a turbulent Navy career and multiple criminal offenses. Tommy's troubling behavior surfaced a couple months into their relationship, escalating from verbal to physical abuse. Amberly hoped Tommy would change, but his violence peaked one night in 2021, leading her to press charges. Though Tommy was initially charged with first-degree strangulation, Amberly's reluctance to testify reduced his sentence to a conditional discharge after a guilty plea to a lesser charge. Now, despite fearing him, Amberly still possessed a soft spot for Tommy and believed that he would change.
That's fucking wild.
So she moved in with him again and spent the next few months with little to no fights. On December 15th, 2022, the police in Independence, Kentucky received this 911 call from a worried coworker of Amberly Nicole.
Yes, hi. My name is Erica, and I am the HR Human Resources Manager located in Crystal Springs, Kentucky.
Okay.
The reason for my... I'm sorry?
No, I said okay. Go ahead, man.
Okay. The reason for my call is we have an employee that
Martha, I don't know. I haven't been down... I was downstairs once this morning. I don't know.
Like her, we've called, we've texted with no response, and it's just not like her. And I wanted to initiate a well check.
Following the 911 call, several
You told me they were yours last night, so I didn't... Like, I had 3 cookies last night out of that box.
Upon their arrival, they were welcomed by the hideous and disoriented
I
figure
had
of
3
Tommy.
cookies, and then Dad ate like a whole fucking tray of them.
Immediately, the police were concerned about his unexpected presence in Amberly's residence, as they were unaware of their reunion.
Put your shit up
The police
next
didn't
time.
waste any time, and they questioned him about Amberly. But they
No,
had
you just
no
wrapped it up
idea
and put it
about
on the
the
table.
words
Let's
that were
not put
about to
it
be
up.
blurted out of Tommy's mouth.
Well, yeah, you gotta take that up with him, not me. So, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. Love you. Thanks for the cookies.
Okay.
Yeah. The way the cookie crumbles.
Hello. Hey, man. Is Amberly here? Amberly? She passed away?
What? You did what?
I can't hear you. I shot her. Okay, hold on. Come here.
Where is she?
No, inside. Just put her hand to my back.
Where
Brady,
is she?
Watch inside, Brady.
What? Independence, please make yourself known! Independence, please make yourself known! Independence, please, Junior, make yourself known! Go. Watch your footing. Watch your footing. Get in here, run. Huh?
That cop is so bad at clearing. Oh my god. That young cop, if like anybody is in that house, he's fucking dead. What an idiot.
Please, Junior, make yourself known! Make yourself known! Go.
Oh, she's down.
What?
She's down.
Amberly's body was found lying next to a bed with a gunshot wound to her face. Now, given that Amberly had been silent for several days by then, it became a dilemma for the officers as to when he shot and killed her. Unfortunately for them, his answer to their question was just as shocking as his confession of killing Amberly.
26, information. Our male subject and his daughter just admitted to shooting our victim here, so we're trying to figure out further. All right, hold on, man.
13 Star Squad. 10-4. If Independence happens on or him, contact 1, 2, and 3. 4.
Copy.
Independence 3 up clear. What was the shooting?
What's your name? Tommy? Okay.
Just sit in your car.
Yeah, we'll work that out in a second, but I got to make sure my guys inside are okay. All right. Rungy, you guys good?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Don't say you're sorry to the cops. Say you're sorry to the family, you fucking idiot.
Tommy, I'm going to read you something real quick, okay?
Miranda right.
Yeah. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you in court. You have the right to an attorney before making a statement and have your attorney with you during question. You cannot afford an attorney, desire one, the court appoint one for you. You may stop question any time but refuse to answer further or requesting consult with your attorney. Do you understand these rights, Tommy? All right. Is there anyone else inside? Is it just her?
All my pups.
Okay, is it just Amberly? All right. Is it contained in there? When did all this just happen?
Sunday night, Monday morning, Sunday.
Monday morning. It's secure in there, right? I'm going to tell them to slow down.
What the officers were unaware of at the time was that Tommy had killed Amberly on the Sunday morning of December 11th. The whole time, Tommy was living beside her as her body was decomposing.
That's fucking crazy, bro. How can you do that? Diabolical, man.
We're going to go in the back door on the other side. Other side, my man. A little too tight. Hold on a second. Just take a seat. I'm going to leave this door cracked. You good? Do you need a squad or anything to check you out? Alright, do you want to tell me what happened here?
We're fighting. He's trashing my shit again.
Okay.
Independence 26 on channel 2.
26, yeah.
Tommy J. Powell.
You good? 26, I didn't copy here.
Tommy J. Powell.
That's not far.
That's a song in the background.
He does have an NCIC, no extradition up to Indiana. Otherwise, he's clear.
I'm clear, thank you. Alright, so what? So, run me back.
Heat on.
What is it?
Turn the heat on.
Heat on? The heat is on.
Oh.
Hold on, man.
The second hit on Civic.
Alright. Do you want to tell me what happened here?
Pretty sure he already did.
When were you guys fighting?
Sunday morning.
Sunday morning? What started the fight?
Her trashing my shit.
What was it? What was it?
She was selling my TV and stuff.
Okay.
So I shot her.
I lost control.
You what now?
I lost control.
Lost control? What made you lose control?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
No.
So when you say you lost control, what do you mean? What'd you shoot her with? 20 gauge?
Go ahead.
Alright, so it was a shotgun you shot her with?
Hey, I gotta get my body camera. Do you guys need anything from the office at this point? I don't believe so.
Alright, Tommy, you okay right now?
7:30.
I'm gonna keep my eyes on you, but I'm gonna roll down this window a little bit, alright?
Yeah. You have your partner with you.
According to Tommy, the fight broke out as a result of Amberly, quote-unquote, going through his things. However, given his history of initiating fights with Amberly, there is a possibility that she never did as he states. This behavior is expected out of an abuser, as oftentimes they feel as though they are never the one to initiate any fights, and that their actions are justifiable.
Get consent to search the body cam of this place. Tommy, do we have consent to search your whole house? Yeah, we do. We do? Yeah.
703. You need an extra modified card? Yeah, bring an extra.
Just see if you need. We're gonna search the house.
Chances are they're dying.
Do you remember what date, or was it Monday when you shot her, or was it Sunday? Do you know what today is right now? How long have you been inside the house for?
Where?
3 or 4 days? Have you left the house or anything?
3 to 7. There's no one else at the office.
You been in shock since? Yeah. Okay.
You know, the cops actually really understand. It seems to have like a really understanding tone. Most of the time, they just be like super demeaning and shit like that. This cop's actually doing a really good job.
Who's the president?
Shocking.
you okay right now? What's that, Tommy? Are you talking to me? Okay, just talking. Is there anything you want to kind of tell me to run me through it, or? Okay. What is it? I can't hear you, Tommy. You don't want to watch her come out? I can move the car. Just give me a second, because they got to go in there and figure it out, you know. At this point, I mean, he said she's been in there since Monday, so I'm assuming she's not, but they got to make sure she's not, right? Before they just take her.
Go to the office meat truck.
Throughout this footage, Tommy appears to be disoriented as he has no recollection or understanding of his surroundings. Either he is truly in a state of shock, or he's simply deceiving the cops in order to get the insanity plea.
So, yeah. Now we're going to step out, we're going to walk into the office, and we're going to get in a room real quick, all right? Good?
I'm about to pass out.
You all right? We're gonna walk into those doors.
I don't know. Sometimes an insanity plea is worse than actually going to jail or prison. Like, I don't know about that. And all fucking sunshine and roses in there.
You don't have anything on you that they haven't found, right?
Take a couple steps to the right real quick.
There you go. What's your name, buddy?
Tommy, pal.
Tommy? Okay.
Level 82, Slayer. Let's go.
I need. Hey, what do you want? Is this for the premises? Water or Coke or something or what? Is that what that is? Coke? Okay. Alright.
Yeah.
Some good old coke.
Yeah, that's right.
Some Peruvian dancing powder.
So what's your name, brother?
Tommy, pal.
Tommy Powell. I'm Detective Strine with the Independence Police. This is Detective Young with Ellesmere. Okay. I don't know anything, man. I was at home, just kind of hanging out. Apparently, we got a call to your home. What's going on?
Tommy is brought into an interrogation room where he continues to remain compliant. The detectives introduce themselves and state that they have no idea as to what's going on. This, however, may not entirely be true, as usually detectives have to be informed of what they'll be dealing with.
Obviously.
He may have stated it to appear harmless and trustworthy to Tommy.
Imagine trying to interrogate somebody and you don't even understand what the fuck they did. Like, where are you
Who lives
even
there? Whose name's on the lease? Mine. Your name's on the lease? Okay.
So, real quick, man. Do you mind if we search your residence? You don't mind if we search? Okay. Do you mind signing a document allowing us permission to search your residence? Okay. Also, do you mind cuffing him? And what we'll do is we'll
Stand up, bud.
Search him again real quick, just to make sure.
Stand up for me, Tommy. I'm just gonna search you again just to make sure there's nothing in you. On you.
Nothing in you. Ooh, pause.
Do y'all have kids? Okay. They said there was kid stuff over there.
Hold on. Hold on. You don't want to? I gotta uncook it. Ah.
I'm also in service covering calls.
Hey, put him in front. Handcuff in
front?
Yeah. Handcuff in front.
It's gonna be a lot more comfortable.
You still be able to drink your drink and everything, Tommy, okay? You want anything to eat, man? You want anything to snack on or anything like that?
I'm gonna put them on in the front then.
A lot more better for you.
At this point in the video, Tommy started vomiting violently. We've removed the audio and fast-forwarded the footages to spare you the disgust.
What good people.
I'm gonna leave this right here.
What have you been? What?
You know, I genuinely feel as though he's still in shock.
Like a
It's
stomach
just simply
bug,
because of
Tommy, or
that.
You got the flu? What's
Not
going
even
on,
trolling.
doctor?
He's definitely still in shock
COVID?
simply because of that fucking response right there.
Oh, so you haven't been to the doctor?
Okay.
You have to, like, you can't really replicate that.
At this point in the
Nothing's
video,
wrong.
Tommy started to vomit intensively. Let's fast forward past this part.
So Tommy, I know you've been really cooperative with these guys, okay? So here's what I'm going to do real quick. You've already been read this stuff before. I'm going to read it to you just because this is the first time I've interacted with you, okay? And I just want to make sure you understand each of these that I'm going to ask you, okay? I'm sure you've watched cops back in the 90s and whatnot. You know how they do when they talk to people, okay? All right. You know your rights, you said? Okay, so I'm going to read it back to you just because, okay, man? All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court. You have the right to an attorney before making any statement and may have your attorney with you during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney and desire one, the court will appoint one for you. You may stop the questioning at any time by refusing to answer further or by requesting to consult with your attorney. Do you understand each of these rights that I've explained to you, Tommy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Will you voluntarily waive those rights and speak with me right now? Okay. All right, Tommy. So you kind of walk me through the process of how this kind of went through.
Yeah, keep it moving.
Before we kind of begin with that, we have officers that are at your house right now, okay? Obviously, we need to be able to kind of process that scene effectively, and what'll make that scene processing a little bit easier is if you take one of this consent to search form and allow us access to search your home. Is that okay? Okay. So I'm gonna walk this through with you real quick, okay? So how it works is that you're gonna sign your name right here. You've been informed by me with the Independence Police, having made proper identification as a law enforcement officer. And if you want me to read this to you, I can. You want me to read it to you? Okay. But you understand that this is just a consent to search your residence, right? You're giving us authorization to go to your home and search the residence. You give us permission, correct? Okay.
So can you read and write and understand English language? And I'm not trying to be that disrespectful. I'm just making sure you can read. So we don't have to read it to you.
Okay. So what I want to do is I want you to, if you could please, if you want to just sign this, that way we can get it over to our officers on scene. Is that okay? All right. So what I want you to do is just sign your name, your first and last name at the top line for me. And I'll move this over here for you, bud. You sure you don't want anything to eat, man? Like crackers or anything?
10 days.
Yeah, 8 to 10 days. So, I mean, we got snacks, man. We got crackers. We got donuts, believe it or not. We got all kinds of good stuff.
Donuts, believe it or not, says the cop.
Settle your stomach a little bit.
Talking.
Well, we got all kinds of stuff. You might getting like crackers or something there. We'll just set it off here just in case.
Now that Tommy has confessed to killing Amberly, the detectives need to figure out his motive to do so. Whether it's an act or not, it is obvious to the detectives that Tommy is having a hard time comprehending much of his surroundings as he's too tired and sick to use his mind properly. So, before he could regain his comprehension and evade any suspicions,
bottles in the background?
detectives
You never noticed that
continued to be
before, eh?
friendly and got him.
Never noticed that before, did ya? This one's my favorite. Flopper? Flopper's the go. Flopper's the goat. Aaron, you want to hear something insane, dude? I was playing Black Ops 3 Zombies last night. I was on round 62, 1 HP Ascension. Round 62, I threw down a Gersh device so I could teleport through my Gersh device. And it teleported me right into a trap that was on. A fire trap that was on. Shit was ignorant, man. Ignorant. Couldn't believe it. Actually, as a matter of fact, you know what? I take that back. I couldn't believe it. Hell no. Oh, bro, I swear to God, I was fucking kind of drunk, too. I was just sitting there just stunned. I was just stunned. Literally had such a nice game going. I'm uninstalling after that, bro. I tell you what, I'm not playing fucking BO3 Zombies for a little while after that one. Can gladly say that.
him to sign off on the permission to search his apartment.
Low-key kind of pissed off, but at the same time I wasn't because I was so drunk.
Strine, okay? And this here is Officer Spiegel.
1 HP? It's not bad. I've been around 99 with 1 HP before. I had like Glitching Queen and a bunch of like, I don't know, notable zombie streamers in my stream at the time too. It's kind of fucking sad I didn't get the 100 done. But we'll get it done.
Or cases under investigation. This written permission to search without it or without
Mark my words.
Is there any other reason you'd be prescribed that medication, Tommy?
This one's not as interesting as I thought it was going to be. The villains usually have some pretty banger videos. That one was fucking terrible, though. Not even gonna lie, that one was pretty fucking bad.
He says that you got really, really mad about that and that you told Mr. Trevino that you need to get your shit together and knock it out because you haven't done anything to plan for the wedding. You haven't gotten a tuxedo, and now your mom's going to be coming, and he needs to get this shit done. I'm an expert, right? I'm supposed to be one of the best, right? Okay. 100% solvency rate in every homicide that I've ever investigated. 100%.
8 days before Laura Grillo was to marry her fiancé, John Macris, the Texas mother of 3 was shot to death in her own home. The number one suspect? John. But with
Who the fuck
CCTV
is John,
footage
though,
at the
like,
time of the
related to her?
crime, he and his friends had a solid alibi. With no witnesses,
Jan.
no leads, no evidence, the Rolette Police Department needed the best of the best to solve this case. They need a Texas Ranger.
Number one, let me tell you about me. I'm Jim Holland. I'm a Texas Ranger, but I'm not just a
W.
regular
John.
Texas
John's
Ranger.
the guy that killed
I
her.
don't work just regular
No
murders.
W's for John. Fuck John.
All I work is murders, but primarily what I work is
Fuck
serial
John,
murders.
brother.
I'm pretty good at what I'm doing. I'm really good at what I'm doing, or I wouldn't be doing this. When my phone rings, it's usually the governor.
Laura Grillo was described by loved ones as a quote-unquote ray of sunshine who always desired to do good in hopes of making this world a better place. Laura was affianced to a man named John Macris, with whom she shared a 7-year relationship. While they were together, they welcomed their now 4-year-old daughter and settled down in Rolette, Texas, along with Laura's 2 other daughters from a different relationship. The couple was scheduled to tie the knot in November of 2015. For a brief moment,
withdrawals
all
for the
Laura
first
seemed
2 days,
familiar with was
bro.
happiness,
It's gonna be so
surrounded
bad.
by the people she loved the most. However, that happiness was cut short all too soon when an unexpected tragedy befell Laura. A week before
Another
the date the couple
ruined
was due
chain
to tie
body?
the
I'll
knot,
take
on the
it.
morning
Fuck
of November
it.
13th, 2015, Laura was shot and killed in her own home. Upon arriving at the crime scene, law
Just take
enforcement
one?
took
If I
note
had
of
some weed,
several
I
significant
would.
details. The house showed no signs of forced entry, nor was it vandalized or robbed. The sole anomaly was the discovery of the victim in the living room. These factors proved to the officers that this killing was no accident. Rather, the perpetrator's sole intention was to murder Laura. Now, typically in these scenarios, law enforcement's initial focus shifts to the closest people in the victim's life, such as a spouse or a partner. So, John was immediately brought into interrogation by the afternoon of that
Fuck,
same
I
day.
wish, homie.
During the interrogation, John was asked about his whereabouts on the fateful day, to which he attested that he had been to some home improvement stores in Dallas, Texas. This was confirmed by CCTV footage of the stores he visited. So, with no concrete evidence to make an arrest, John was released following this interrogation. However, As the investigation progressed, law enforcement learned several new facts about John. He possessed a history of controlling behavior towards Laura and had treated her poorly, even in public settings. The detectives also discovered that John harbored a desire to end the relationship, but refrained from doing so out of fear of losing custody of his daughter. Soon enough, detectives stumbled upon a crucial revelation. John had met with two co-workers identified as James Vaida and Emmanuel Jesus Trevino. Despite Jesus having worked with John for only 3 weeks, he had quickly become John's right-hand man. When both James and Jesus were brought in for interrogation, they presented a consistent story in which neither of them had any sort of involvement with this heinous crime. Jesus, in particular, went the extra mile to make sure detectives believed their narrative, appearing laid back and showing no signs of fear in his demeanor. Similar to John, both his workers were also questioned about their whereabouts on the fateful morning of November 13th. Jesus claimed that he had been in Dallas the entire morning when Laura was killed. However, this alibi was soon debunked by Jesus' cell phone records. At approximately 8:26 in the morning, Jesus' phone pinged at a cell tower just 1 mile away from Laura's residence. Interestingly, this is also the time Laura is presumed to have been killed. With this crucial piece of information, the investigators took swift action, executing a search warrant to obtain Jesus' latest cell phone records. Almost 6 months had flown by, and James Aida and Jesus were arrested and booked into jail. However, the turning point in the case arrived in June of 2016, when James, who was arrested on unrelated drug charges, was brought back into the interrogation room, where he did the unexpected.
Normally when I'm going to ask someone a question, almost always, to tell you the truth, I already know the answer. So I tend not to ask a bunch of questions because I'm a good investigator, so I can go through, forensics and everything nowadays is pretty easy. People aren't that smart. They watch CSI and they think they're smart, but they're really not that smart. Everyone makes mistakes. Okay. Well, I tell my son, when you go to bed at night, you should be able to put your head down and you should be able to go to sleep. Mm-hmm. In other words, you shouldn't be thinking about the things that you did wrong or the bad choices that you made that day or anything like that. You should go to bed with a free conscience, with no worries. And so people ask me, well, how do you sleep? Well, I sleep great because I go home and I put my head down and have a free conscience and I try to lead a good life. Well, how do you sleep with these people on death row? Well, I gave them choices, and the reason that they're there is because they chose to be there. And everything in life, there's options. There's never just one straight path. There's always multiple options. And what I find it best is to explain things to people and then kind of lay out what the options are and then let them make a choice. And then whatever their choice is, hey, I'm good with that. And sometimes people make bad choices, and sometimes those bad choices, at the end of the day, cost
Just take one, brother. Fuck, I wish it was that easy, man.
10 by 10 room for the next 12 years, and then they get executed. But that's a choice that they made. Other people recognize that they make mistakes. And when someone makes a mistake, what's the difference between a good person and a bad person? No, what's wrong, what's right. A lot of people know what's wrong and what's right.
The detective is gradually building up to convey a message to James. Even if he did something wrong, confessing and telling the truth can lead to a better life. Now, it is a matter of whether James will accept the detective's message and choose to confess.
People go do bad shit that they know is wrong, but they still do it. Do you think Mother Teresa ever made a mistake?
Who's Mother Teresa?
Yeah. Okay. What about the Pope? Right? Part Catholic. Do you think the Pope makes mistakes? That's the hard one. The Pope. He grew up. He was 5 at one time, right? You don't think he ever stole a lollipop or did anything like that? Huh? You think he's always out there taking care of the poor and the needy? Come on, man. Everyone's in 7th grade. Everyone's in 8th grade. Everyone's 5 years old. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes.
The Pope doesn't make mistakes. Come on, bro.
This is the difference between a good person and a bad person. A good person, like Mother Teresa, she makes a mistake, and the Pope makes a mistake, and I make mistakes, and you make mistakes, okay? But good people say that they're sorry for the mistakes that they made. They make amends, and they pray, and they go down the road. Right? A bad person, he makes a mistake. He just keeps walking. He never says, I'm sorry. He never feels bad about it. He never prays for forgiveness. He never asks for redemption. And none of those things ever happen.
That's a bad
He just keeps
person.
walking down the road because he's a bad person. In Christianity, and why I talk about this, is because it's important to you and your future. All right. What's the number one rule in Christianity? You got to spread the gospel. You have to tell everyone about God, and you've got to bring them into the church. You got to make them aware of it.
Bro, if this guy was sitting here spewing this bullshit at me, like, take me back to my cell, homie.
You have to forgive. Because the world is full of sinners, and the church is supposed to bring in sinners. And
Like, you fucking trying to preach the gospel to me? Like, get the fuck out of here.
To a path of redemption and help them to be good Christians, right? That's number two. Well, why is that important? And two is probably the most important thing in your life right now. Because judges, district attorneys, you hungry? Juries, grand juries, all these different people are made up of Christians, right? And those are the people who judge us in our society today. And what is the one thing that those people are looking for? They know that the people that appear in front of them did something wrong, they did something bad, right? But what do they want to hear? I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I'm begging for your forgiveness. And what happens to those people? Those people don't end up on death row, okay? They just don't, because everyone makes mistakes, and it's the job of every Christian to forgive. And your district attorney, and your district judge, and your juries, and your grand juries, they're all made up of Christians, right?
What happens if
And
they're
it's
not
their nature
Christian,
to have to forgive. And so, in doing this job for 23, 24 years, I've seen it. I've seen people who just
Black demons. Fuck, dude. I just want black dragons.
for forgiveness. They never say that they're sorry, and those are the people that end up
gonna
way
cancel
down
that
there.
task.
Okay, and I'm telling you that because that's important to you as we move forward. Because today you will have choices. All right, and that's why I want to kind of lay that out, because you're steering the boat in your life right now, and probably the most important decisions that you're ever going to make in your life, you're going to make today. As a matter of fact, I pretty much promise you that you're going to make those decisions today, all right? But I want to explain what's out there and why I'm saying all these goofy things to you. You wondering? You know where I'm going with this? Okay. Not really. Your boy Jesus, you think he's a brain surgeon, or you think he's a dumbass? Dumbass. He is. So what are you afraid of him? No. I mean, tell me about what you know about him. Pothead. Yeah, what else? Mr. Gangbanger, Mr. What is it? Los Mexicales, Mr. Tough Guy, Hitman, all of that.
Love you too, Titan Balls.
Learned about his
Like a ball.
on his head until I was an ISF. Yeah. And what's that mean to you? Well, they told me he was in prison. Yeah. Didn't know that. And they told me, I figured out the tattoo on his head that was supposedly Mexican Mafia or some sort of thing. Yeah, whatever. And you believe that? You think that's legit? You think he's this big player? Or you think he's a stooge? That's not cool. Well, I mean, but what do you think of him? You think he's this legitimate badass? You think he's just kind of a joker?
James is asked 2 times if he has any fear of Jesus. For the detective, Jesus is nothing more than a spineless individual, as evidenced by derogatory terms like dumbass and joker being used to refer to him. So, James's reluctance to speak against him raises the question for the detective whether he's intimidated by Jesus. However, it's only a matter of time before James decides to prove the detective wrong.
There's some things out here. Do you know this lady? No. Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures.
How much? 10 mil.
Does that guy look familiar to you?
10
You ever seen a
milli.
boy with a gun? No. Never? Never in his backpack? Hey, and this is the deal, okay? If I'm going to ask you something and you don't want to answer it, I would rather you respect me and just say, hey, I don't want to answer that question, as opposed to not be honest with me, okay? Because for me, respect is huge. And what I'm going to do today is afford you some opportunities to help you, okay? And you don't have to believe me. And if I were you, I wouldn't, all right? Because I'm a cop. and you're sitting there in black and white, and you're going back to a jail cell, I'm a police officer, right? Probably the last person you should trust in the world is me. Would you agree with that? No. No. You don't have to.
I would agree with it.
All right. Okay. All I want you to do is listen to what I'm saying.
What's up,
You
Rocky?
can draw your own conclusions, and you can make your own decisions based on that. It's not about trust.
What's up, dude?
It's about logic, right?
I gotta get Brimstones.
It belongs to Sue's,
Brimstone
and
B.
it was in my motel room.
Okay. And why was it in your motel room?
Because we cleaned out the trunk of his car.
When did you clean out the trunk of his car?
A long time before they came and searched my room. Which I allowed them to search willingly.
Where was it at in the room?
Underneath the bed.
Okay.
When I was down there, I wasn't sure.
Why was it under the bed?
Did you see the pictures in my room?
Yes. Okay. Anything else important about that backpack?
It's not my stuff, so I don't go to people's stuff like that.
Why did they leave it there?
Like I said, we were cleaning the trunk of his car. I had his speaker box. I had some granite from a job they had, and he left that there.
Okay.
You leave it next to the bed, times go by, and I didn't even know it was there until they were moving everything around, and they looked down there, I got in the ground and pulled it out and gave it to them.
I'm going to come back to this, and I'm going to come back to some of the testing and everything that was done on me.
Bummer, man. Yet another boring one. Villain 0 for 2 today, homie. What's up, Rocky? What?
No.
Yeah,
Look here,
for
look
sure.
here,
Everybody was full 3 men up, and I just ran at you
And
for no
then
reason.
we jumped.
And if insta give
Yeah,
Jen,
got it,
then
got
you
it,
just
got
killed
it.
him.
Bro, what?
They're just swinging the back.
What's that rotate, dude?
Oh yeah, stuck the bloodhound or the loba.
Yeah, what was that rotate? He just literally just launched off the side of that rock.
What the fuck?
Yeah, for sure. Everybody was full 3 men up, and I just ran at you
And
for no
then
reason.
we jumped.
And if insta give
Yeah,
Jen,
got it,
then
got
you
it, got
just
it,
killed him.
Bro, what?
That's crazy.
I felt this buffalo slot third spinning $10.
That's crazy. Oh, that's a chick that got lit on fire. That was crazy too.
How? I mean, you're telling them the truth, right? They're not making you say stuff that you don't want to say.
This is 13-year-old Tyler Edmonds. Moments earlier, his mother Sharon walked into the sheriff's office, unaware that her son was being interrogated.
I don't have a problem with him talking to you, but I would prefer to be in the room because he is a minor. And y'all are sitting here doing stuff behind my back.
What she doesn't know is, before she came in, police coerced Tyler into confessing to the murder of Joey Fulgham.
Look at me. Look at me. Are you having problems? Well, what's wrong?
Huh? What's wrong, baby?
I'm calling you.
Okay, what is it first? How old? Yeah.
The problem is, Tyler is innocent, and he's taking the fall to protect someone.
Tyler, honey. Son, look at me. Did you for real do that, or are you just telling him that? We both did. We both did.
Christy had an unusually close relationship with Tyler.
In fact, in one of his school essays, he wrote, "I love my sister more than I love myself."
I just wanted
so bad for her to be happy.
He trusted her, and she abused that.
She was a master manipulator.
The extent of what can really only be described as evil, nobody suspected that.
I said, Christy has already told us that you shot Joey.
Christy's trying to put this on you. He said, I don't believe that.
Prosecutors have charged 13-year-old with capital murder.
He was screaming, "Mama, please don't leave me here." It was horrible. It was all about saving my child's life.
May 12th, 2003, Mother's Day, in the small town of Starkville, Mississippi. 13-year-old Tyler Edmonds is eagerly waiting for his big sister Christy to finish packing up for their trip to the beach.
Christy was still in the house and crunked the car up, and I was sitting there messing with the radio waiting for Christy.
As he waited in the back of the car, he heard a loud noise coming out of the house.
And then all of a sudden I just heard this pop. I didn't know what it was. I didn't think anything of it.
Unaware that something had happened, Tyler enjoyed his trip at the beach with his sister until Christy's cell phone started ringing on their way home.
We were heading back. Christy's phone rang, and people were calling her left and right. She just got this look on her face. She said they found Joey dead.
As Joey's wife, Christy quickly became the prime suspect in the case, and this didn't come as a surprise, since everybody in town knew the couple had issues after they saw Christy and Joey debate their marital affairs on the Montel Williams show a few years ago. During the episode, Christy revealed that Joey's last child wasn't actually his.
Your husband agreed to go ahead and, be the father of this baby?
He said that it didn't matter who she belonged to, that he was going to be her daddy. And
what relevance did this play in the investigation? Just because you might be a
That's
bad
a
wife
love
does
bug,
not make you
a little
a
snuggle
suspect.
bug.
Everybody is a suspect until you start weeding them out.
Christy was quickly arrested, but when the police started questioning her, they were taken aback by her answers.
Christy basically paints Tyler as the mastermind behind Joey's murder. She says it's Tyler who pulled the trigger, that it was Tyler who was motivated by anger directed at Joey.
2 days after the murder, Tyler was brought to the sheriff's office by his mother, Sharon, on the pretense that they had 1 or 2 questions for him. Once there, officers removed her while another deputy led Tyler to the interrogation room, alone.
When they separated us is when the problem started.
For hours, Tyler claimed his innocence until the officers revealed what Christy had told them.
I said, no. And the deputy leaned down and got in my face. He says, "Are you calling me a liar, boy?" And I said, "I'm not calling you a liar, but I don't think that my sister would say that."
To either prove their point or try to scare the young boy into confessing, the police brought in Christy.
My sister was in an orange jumpsuit and, shackles and handcuffs. And to be quite frank, it scared the out of me. She was just sniffling and crying. She said, "Oh my God, Tyler, they're gonna kill me. I'm gonna get the electric chair. You have to help me." And I'm like, I can't help. What am I supposed to do?
Christy asked him to take the blame and promised that, because he was a minor, he would only get a slap on the wrist while she could avoid the death sentence. Scared for his sister's life, Tyler agreed to her
That's
plan,
so
but
fucking
could never have
diabolical.
guessed how
Holy
badly
shit.
this whole situation would backfire
Bro, what
at his
evil
trial.
bitch.
When the officers came to remove Christy from the room, Tyler told them he was ready to talk. This is when they turned on the camera and recorded his confession. Outside the room, his mother was worried sick about him.
Minutes later, I started looking for Tyler, and that's when I got to the door where they had interrogated him and taped the confession.
I don't have a problem with him talking to you, but I would prefer to be in the room because he is a minor. And y'all are sitting here doing stuff behind my back. What's wrong, baby?
Good for that mom, bro. She actually defended her kid like that and shit. She knows the laws. Good for her.
They have the confession now, even though there's some discrepancy between Christy's version and Tyler's version. They have a confession. They're on solid ground.
When the jury handed over their verdict to the judge, Tyler's attorney knew its content before the judge could even open the letter.
When the jury verdict was returned, I saw a smile on the judge's face when he looked at the verdict. It had been clear to me through the trial that he believed he was guilty and wanted him convicted.
I was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole until age 65. They pushed my mom out, and they put me in handcuffs in a padded cell. There's no toilet, no bed, it was just a little hunch of concrete on the floor. The death penalty would be so much better than sitting here 24 hours a day for the rest of my life.
I'll never forget the first time that I visited with him was shortly after the conviction, and He was crying. When I went to leave, he was screaming, "Mama, please don't leave me here." It was horrible.
That time in prison took so many experiences away from me. There are things that I saw and experienced that I don't think any child should ever have to experience.
Even Joey's family wished they could have obtained justice without imposing this kind of torture onto the young Tyler.
All the Fulgham family wanted is just for him to say what had happened. We just wanted closure more so than we cared about, punishing him for the rest of his life.
For 5 long years, Tyler wasted away inside Walnut Grove, the largest youth correctional facility in the United States. Throughout this time, only one person inspired him enough to keep going.
My mother, that is one of the toughest women that I know. I knew that she would never give up. Every court proceeding she was there, every visitation she was there.
As a single mother with very few resources,
why would you
Sharon Clay
confess
had
to
to
the
make a
murder
choice.
if you
If
never
she
did
ever
it,
wanted
though?
to
That's
free
what
her
I don't
son, she'd
understand,
need to make
like-
huge sacrifices.
My mom literally gave up everything that she had, her life, her house, her husband, her financial security.
Tyler's defense was pretty expensive, but I had liquidated everything I had, and
Holy
I'll
fuck,
be
what
in
a true
debt
mom.
for the rest of my life. It was all about saving my child's life, and when
They
you
should be paying that
go to
woman
save your
back
child's life,
for
what is
false
your child's life worth?
for false imprisonment. You know what I'm saying?
What is your child's life worth?
That's crazy. That's a
Throughout
real
the
mom right
years,
there. Most
Jim
people's
Wade,
parents
Tyler's
wouldn't even
attorney,
fucking bat an
never
eye. They're like,
backed
oh,
down.
well,
On
you
the
confessed.
contrary,
Like,
he did everything he could to fight off the court's
peace, love, and
decision.
tranquility of
Jim never gave up. Kept
the
on fighting even after Tyler was convicted.
as a hanging, short shriveled
so
into the
many
left.
errors in the trial that surely this would be reversed.
Reversed convictions in Mississippi are extraordinarily rare. And to think that the second trial could have a different outcome of not guilty, that was a stretch.
But Wade cared about the truth, not his odds of winning. And in 2007, the court ruling was overturned when he discovered that the pathologist who handled Joey's body was uncertified. At this point,
This
the
one
state
is
didn't
interesting.
want a retrial. Instead, they offered the now 18-year-old Tyler a manslaughter plea deal, guaranteeing his release.
Bro, they basically sat there and said, the state said, we can't have this on a record saying that we gave a false imprisonment. Take this deal for like 10 or whatever years, saying you're still guilty. That way it doesn't go as a blemish against our state. That's fucking insane.
If he pled guilty
Exactly,
to
answer I
killing Joey,
wanted. These
but
chill
Tyler
streams
was
got
innocent and
a
ready to
hella
risk
chill vibe
everything in
to
a
him.
second trial to
You already
prove
know,
it.
If he had
bro.
taken the manslaughter plea, he would have been
That's
out
what
of
we
jail
do
in just a few
nowadays, man.
months.
We don't
Whereas
fucking
if he
take this
goes
shit
to
too
trial
serious
and is
no more.
convicted, he gets life in prison. But that was the strongest indication to me that Tyler was innocent.
Every now and then, I've come across an attorney who has been just incredibly emotionally invested in their client. And I think Jim Wade is one of those.
Wade's first witness was Christy herself, who had been sentenced to death following her own murder trial.
No
4
way, she got sentenced to fucking death?
years ago.
I thought she's got nothing to lose. Maybe she'll tell the truth.
Would you state your name, please, ma'am?
Christy Fulgham.
Holy shit, not often do you hear that a woman gets sentenced to death. Like, very rarely. That's fucking crazy, bro.
Miss Fulgham, you're Tyler Edmonds' sister, is that correct?
On the advice of my attorney, I'm not answering any questions.
And she takes the fifth to every question.
On the prosecution side, Tyler was called to the stand, where the DA directly asked him about the confession.
Did you lie when you gave that statement?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you lie?
By saying that
What
I
did
had
she do in a
something to
sentence
do
or
with the murder of
two?
Joey Fulgham.
Why did
She
you-
went and murdered her husband while her 13-year-old brother was in the car. Came out to the car, took her brother to the beach, and then on the way home, someone called and she's like, "Listen, I need you to say that you fucking killed this person for me, because you're 13 years old and they're not going to trial you, or they'll be really lenient on you." So he lied for his sister, saying he murdered this person
Lied.
and got a
My
fucking
sister.
life sentence.
It's not easy to believe that somebody that looks like him committed this crime. There's only one person in this courtroom who is an admitted liar, and that's the person sitting over there in between his two lawyers.
And that's his sister.
His whole defense is, I'm a liar. Folks, somebody who will lie, take his sister, will lie to protect himself.
But after 5 years of preparation, Jim Wade had a lot more tricks up his sleeve. Starting with the surprise witness, Danny Edmonds, Tyler and Christy's estranged father.
So
This
Christy
case,
came to your house.
bro, this case has me so intrigued right now. Holy fuck.
And tell the jury what y'all discussed at your house when Christy came over.
She asked me for a gun, that she wanted to kill Joey. And I asked her why. And she said he was mean to her. And it is. And I told her, so just leave it. And she said, no, he's got a life insurance policy.
For years, independently from Sharon, Danny attempted to get his voice heard by the authorities, who ignored him due to his son's false confession, even though the Starkville police were aware that Christy was after Joey's insurance money.
I was at work, received a telephone call from Christy.
This is
she
insane.
Asked me about Joey's
That poor
life
child.
insurance policy, how much it was for, who the beneficiary was.
With the clear motive for Christy, Wade thought he garnered the jury's favor, but the DA went ahead and showed them the confession to rally them to his side instead.
This just shows you how corrupt that the government is. Dude, it's tragic. Exactly. This just goes to show you how much the government will lie about, or just police jurisdictions will lie about your involvement in a crime just to make sure that they don't get a bad name from a DA or get fucking a summons from the DA or I can't remember what it is. I can't remember what the name of the office is, but basically the office that investigates the police in America.
Me and Christy did it. Those are this defendant's words, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. They are not mine.
Without video evidence of Christy's intervention and subsequent manipulation of her brother during Tyler's 2003 interview, Wade tried to bring in a false confession expert to the stand, a request the judge refused.
For Jim Wade and the defense, it was a huge blow not to be able to call this expert witness in false confessions.
But once again, Wade bounced back. He showed the jury a clip of his own.
See what I'm saying? They're admitting evidence or people's testament. Yo, Zeno, I was watching you play Skyrim earlier, by the way. I don't know why whenever I open someone's chat on YouTube, it won't let me type in anyone's chat. I was trying to talk to you earlier, but yeah, I just want to see what you're saying. Hope you're having a good day.
Confession, the boy claimed that he saw Joey's blood splatter on his bed after he allegedly shot him.
So he actually did.
How do you know that it did?
Just saw some blood.
Which, according to the new court-appointed pathologist, is impossible with such a small wound from a .22 caliber rifle.
Goes in and does significant damage inside the brain. But in this kind of a wound, the bleeding doesn't start right away.
For real, poor kid.
Showed pictures of the crime scene
And
to the
the
jury,
thing is, too, the thing that's so heartbreaking about this is the kid even said, he was like, I love my sister more than anything. I would do anything for her. I love her more than myself. And then the fucking sister just treats him like this.
The CSI report from May 10, 2003, claiming that the scene was pristine, with no blood in sight and no trace of evident cleaning or dissimulation.
There's a discrepancy there between what he says he saw and what the evidence would have looked like. For Tyler, everything's at stake here. Tyler's entire life is at stake.
Why did she tell you that you had to take the blame for it?
Because nothing would happen to me because I was under 18, and that if I didn't, then they would kill her, and that I would never see her or her kids again.
After pointing out Tyler's ability to lie and using his own words against him, the district attorney tried to convince the jury one last time in his final address.
Christy Fulgham did not act alone. She found someone who was willing to go into that room with her with a .22 rifle, pointed at the back of Joey Fulgham's head.
Why would she need someone else to shoot him, though? That's what I don't understand.
The question is, though, is he to be held
It's
accountable?
crazy with you too, but yeah, have a good day. I just
with
gotta
a call
start my
of faith.
cooling system. Damn, bro.
Prosecutor made a very emotional argument like he knows what happened. Well, he wasn't there. He does not know what happened. But I do know this. One day we're going to all stand there before God and we're going to give an accounting. If I were sitting on this jury, I'd a lot rather be up there telling God I voted that child not guilty than telling him I bore false witness against my neighbor.
4 hours later,
Bro, if I ever
the
get
jury
caught in
reached a
something like that, I want a
unanimous
lawyer
verdict.
like that. That's willing to fight.
The jury has turned a verdict of not guilty. You are hereby
That's crazy.
discharged. You may go.
I'm relieved. I've been praying for this for almost 6 years.
Bro, I literally got goosebumps. That's a well put together video. That was a well put together video. I literally got goosebumps. I was intrigued by that. This is a good case.
God is good, and I've prayed how I couldn't pray anymore. God is great. And my family and my friends have all supported me.
Though Tyler was prepared to face a lifetime in prison to assert his innocence, he was finally free. Jim Wade and Sharon's long battle was over, and the attorney couldn't be prouder of his client's resilience and strength throughout the years.
I told Tyler this morning, my life is, coming close to its end, and his is just beginning. So he has all the potential in the world. Now that this burden's lifted, there's no telling what this young man will accomplish.
In 2010, Christy, too, was retried. Extensive investigation proved that she was the one who had committed the murder and that she had planned it for over 3 years. Coincidentally, she started asking around about Joey's life insurance and how to obtain a gun around the same exact time she started hanging out with Tyler.
I want to know why. Because there's part of me that believes that she knew what she was going to do.
That's crazy.
And that maybe she got close to me just to use me as a scapegoat.
Dude, that's fucking insane, bro.
There's part of me that honestly believes that.
But the most difficult part of this entire ordeal is the effect it had on Joey's family.
You can't forget that Joey lost his life, and while I can pick up my pieces slowly and try to put them back together, he can't.
Immediately after his release, Tyler returned home with his mother, but it wasn't long before the need to spread his own wings pulled him towards a new life.
I left Mississippi because I didn't know where else in Mississippi I could go, where I could be anyone other than the Tyler from 5 o'clock news. I changed. This is what happened with my life, and I needed to figure out who I was.
After graduating as an emergency medical technician, Tyler moved to Arizona and worked for the U.S. Department of Defense. Over there, he also became an activist fighting for the rights of children in the legal system.
Children should not be allowed legally to speak to a police officer without an attorney present.
Or
period.
An attorney or the adult, like their parents. Like, period. Yeah, I agree.
I hear some people say without a parent or an attorney, it needs to be an attorney. Because even parents don't know how to navigate the system as well.
Today,
no,
Tyler often visits home in Mississippi.
You have a right to an
his
attorney.
activism there. He's a speaker at the Mississippi.
They have a right to attorney. They should definitely be forced to have a parent in the room, regardless whether the attorney is in there or not. Without an attorney, yeah, exactly. Nobody should.
And a proud business owner supporting not only himself,
that's facts,
but also his mother, who gave up everything for him.
For people who say or believe that the state didn't do anything wrong, they took advantage of my age and my naivety.
Bro, there's still people out there that would defend the government in this situation, and that makes me sick. You know what I mean? There are still people in the world that would defend the government right there. Be like, oh, well, he confessed, he got what he deserved, and this and that. Like, bro, fucking wild.
You don't take advantage of children. I don't care what your reasons are. You know, you don't do that to a child. If for no other reason, at least they know that I didn't just roll over, that I stood up for myself.
That was a good fucking... Damn. That's what you call captivating, chat.
Let me ask you something. Do you know what a lie is? A lie?
The Santa Claus kidnappings. Bro, this channel's got so many cases I've never even heard of.
And you may or may not know who's in these pictures, okay? And that's okay. And what I want you to do is look at them, and if you recognize any of them, you tell me. This guy here is the guy that you were with last night. Okay, he's the one that you were underneath the bridge with.
This is 10-year-old Amber Daniels. Hours before this footage was recorded, Amber was found on the side of the road, in the middle of nowhere, with 2 other young girls. When police attempt to locate their parents, they learn that all 3 children are part of the Daniels family, a household known for fostering many kids. But when police arrive...
Hold up. I don't know if I want to watch this one. I don't like watching kids.
At the home, the front door is wide open. What they discover inside is one of the most disturbing home invasions the state of Georgia has ever seen. It will launch a statewide manhunt for the mass murderer known as the Santa Claus Killer.
Must have had 100 law enforcement officers and agencies coming in helping us search.
This is the most agents I've seen.
10-year-old Amber Daniels, kidnapped, abused, along with her 2 younger sisters, but she survived, outsmarting her captor. She went on to solve her own case and made sure the man responsible would pay for what he took from her. It's 5 a.m. on December 4th, 1997. A farmer in Bacon County, Georgia, is working.
I was 2 months old.
On his property when he spots 3 young girls walking along the side of the road. He goes over to them, asking if they are okay, when he notices they're barefoot with only pajamas on. One of the kids say they are from Santa Claus, Georgia, a small town 50 miles north. The man, realizing the children are far from home, quickly calls 911 and alerts them of the kids found alone near his property. The Bacon County police arrive at the scene and take them back to the station, asking where they live and what happened. The 10-year-old, Amber, says they're sisters and part of the Daniels family and gives them her home address. Deputy Sheriff Mike Harlan is sent to the children's house to get any information he can.
I expected a...
Oh, God. Poor fucking kids, man. How do you continue with life after something so tragic, you know? I wouldn't even, like, know what to do with myself after something like that. That's crazy. Man, I gotta scavenge up a toke here, chat. I'm a fucking fiend and I need to, so just give me a sec. I'm an absolute fucking degenerate fiend here. This is why we save the hash in the grinder, chat. This is why we save the hash in the grinder. Man, this is the first time I haven't had weed in like a long time. Like, kind of sucks. Now I know how other motherfuckers feel. You know, I just had to humble myself real quick. Yo, load up a dab? Alright, brother. I'm just trying to scrape the shit out of my grinder here. Excuse me. Oh yeah, that's a chunker right there. Woo! Look at that. That's a piece and a half. We might be token, boys. We might be token. Not JR, but, you know, token. Get it? Hey! Um... Alright, that should be good enough, I'd imagine. My fuck, when I clean my grinder like that, it's amazing to me every time how much it's just able to spin. Alright, we gotta scrape a little bit more. Just a little bit more here. It's not enough for a toke just yet. Well, it might be, but not a toke for me. Alright, come on, bitch. There we go. Alright. Toke's up. You! Woo!
His parents, or at least a mother, or somebody meeting me at the door.
But when he arrives, everything is hauntingly quiet. As Deputy Harlan makes his way towards the home, he
Appreciate that,
notices
brother.
the front door is open. The officer loudly announces his presence, asking if anyone is home. No response. Upon entering, the sound of an alarm clock radio, a home security system beeping, and a baby crying immediately become louder. As Harlan walks further into the home, he sees something moving underneath the table. It's a little boy. Silent and in a state of shock, the boy quietly signals the police officer.
He really didn't say much of anything. He kind of pointed toward the bedroom. There appeared to be blood on the frame of the bedroom door.
Harlan very gently pushes the door open. When he enters the room, he discovers the body of a young woman, motionless on the floor. The police officer takes another step inside and notices two shapes on the bed. It doesn't take long for him to realize that two more bodies, an adult man and an adult woman, are lying underneath the sheets,
Cheers,
not
everyone.
breathing. Next to them, he sees a baby crying. The deputy checks the rest of the house, discovering another horrifying scene in one of the kids' rooms. A little boy lays motionless in his bed, blood around him, dead.
Not knowing there's still a shooter on site, I grabbed the baby up, grabbed the other little boy up in my arms, and we went back out the door.
Back in the police station in Bacon County, investigators ask the three little girls what happened to them. Amber, who is the oldest, starts to tell her story and reveals a name that will change everything. She tells them that she was taken from her bedroom earlier that night by a man named Scott. The year is 1995. Amber is 8 years old and lives with her biological mother, Kim, who is a recovered alcoholic. Growing up, Amber and her siblings were routinely placed in foster homes as her mother was unable to take care of them. But throughout the years, Kim was determined to better her life and become sober to provide a loving, supportive home for her 3 children. While attending Alcoholics Anonymous, she meets another recovering alcoholic, Danny Daniels, and they fall in love and start a new sober life.
That's the best, you know? You go to Alcoholics Anonymous to try and become a fucking not an alcoholic, and you end up meeting another alcoholic. That's the best, bro. That's true love right there. We can drink and beat our children together.
They had quit drinking. They had changed everything about their lives. The day that Child Services let me return back home to my mother was probably one of the best days of my life. I ran to her arms, and there was a man just standing there, open arms, and welcomed me into his house and wanted to love me just as much as my mom.
Danny and Kim got married, bringing together his teenage daughter, Jessica, and her 3 kids, Brooke, Bryant, and Amber, all under one roof. Kim's aspiration of providing a secure, loving, and supportive home for her children was becoming a reality. Just a few years before, it was her who needed assistance for her children. Now that Kim was sober with a stable home, she was eager to give back and open her doors to foster children, creating a nurturing environment of her own.
But
Amber
traumatizing a
remembers from
child in
young
any
age
way,
how
bro.
her
I agree
family
with that
started to welcome
100%. You know, that's honestly really well worded right there, bro. That's really well worded. Can't justify. You can't even justify murder in some cases. No, I mean, I thought you had it right there before. Honestly, you can justify trying to murder somebody in some cases. Like, You know? Some cases, very rare. They're trying to do harm to you and you end up murdering them, bro. Like, I don't know. I feel as though that's kind of justified. You got what I meant, though? Yeah. No, I know what you mean. But, like, I can justify murder in, like, I wouldn't even necessarily call that murder, though. That would just be, like, self-defense, you know what I mean? But in a way, it's still technically murder. But, yeah, I got what you mean, though. Anything to do with children is despicable, and I usually don't watch it. But I don't know why this one just stuck out to me like a sore thumb.
One of the first foster children the Daniels welcomed was
a
young
ton of
girl
others. Yeah,
named
instead of hurting
Joanne.
themselves, they just hurt a bunch of other people. I've never understood that.
Friend. She was the same age as I was. She was so nice, and I just loved her red hair.
Joanne's biological mother would be allowed to come over for visits, often accompanied by her son, Jerry Scott Heidler. Jerry, or as the kids referred to him as simply, Scott, was 18 years old and was very friendly with all the kids, playing games with them, jumping on the trampoline.
Bro, I swear to God, every one of these cocksucking motherfuckers, bro, has that same dead-ass look in their eyes. Every one of these fucking sick fucks.
Jumping on the trampoline, and even teaching the children how to fish.
They all got those
black eyes, man. I can remember him giving me piggyback rides and putting me on his shoulders. Jerry was so much fun. He would always play with us, and he seemed to be very loving and kind.
He seemed like any other normal person that came in and out of our house.
But one day, Jerry stops coming over. 2 years go by, and his sister Joanne has gone back into her mom's care, leaving the Daniels behind. And
empty,
neither
blank,
Amber nor her
soulless
family
stare.
have heard from
Exactly.
Jerry since
Soulless.
then. It's now
Beautifully
1997.
said.
The Daniels have a full
Yet
house
again,
with 3
soulless.
foster
That's
children
exactly
added to
it.
their original 4.
No fucking, like, that's it, bro. Holy shit. That is so true. Wow. Wow.
As
Well
the holidays approach, they look forward to a festive
Well
time
put.
together as the family
Beautiful.
has already put up their Christmas tree. It's December
Soulless.
4th, only
That's
a
it.
few weeks before Christmas. Amber is sleeping peacefully like any other night, when suddenly, she's woken up. Even though she
No,
hasn't seen
honestly.
him in years, the little girl recognizes Jerry.
And he's yelling at me to wake up, you've got to wake up.
Amber is in shock. In the distance, she can hear her siblings crying from the other room. Jerry tells her they must leave the house immediately.
I was frightened,
Excuse me?
scared, and hearing the girls crying, I didn't know what was going on.
Jerry grabs a hold of Amber's arm and rushes her down the hallway. The little girl is very confused and asks him where her parents are. He tells her that her mom and dad are not in the house and that they've already left with the other children, and they've told him to get her and her 2 other young sisters, Amanda and Brooke. But just before they leave by the front door, Amber turns around and sees her 4-year-old brother, Corey, hiding underneath the kitchen table. In the distance, she hears her baby brother Gabe crying.
Why are we leaving them? Why are we leaving them? He said, your mom and dad's gonna come back and get them. Jerry was always good to us, so it felt
I need to
okay
know, like,
leave
the...
them.
They all get
Like,
inside his
why?
van as he tells them.
Okay, so this guy was obviously dating the mother. I wonder if the mother had anything to do with this. The mother of that one child.
He's taking
like-
them to their parents, but as he continues to
Or
drive
is he
down the
just sick
deserted
and
road,
fuck?
the girls become increasingly worried and begin to cry,
I
not
just don't
knowing where
understand
they are
it.
going or where their parents are. After driving for more than half an hour, the car slows down and turns onto a side street and then parks underneath a bridge. Jerry then proceeds to turn off the engine and tells Amber to get in the back with him as he makes Amanda and Brooke move to the front.
And so now
that's
I'm
disgusting.
getting a little more scared at this point because now I'm confused. What's going on?
The man proceeds to remove his clothing. Amber notices a knife in his boot and a gun on the floor of the vehicle. He then forces himself on 10-year-old Amber.
And so at this point I was crying, and he told me if I didn't stop crying that he would do it to the other 2. So I stopped crying.
When Jerry finally stops, he orders Amber to put her clothes back on. The little girl obeys, while her attacker gets out of.
Bro, you know what's sick about this shit too? Oh god, I don't want to listen to that anymore. You know what's disgusting about this? It's people that do this type of shit usually only get like a few years in prison. It's like 10 to 15, you know what I mean? It's
the
fucking
car
disgusting.
and back behind the wheel. Without any words, Jerry starts to drive again. The 3 sisters stay silent as well. Terrified and in a state of shock, Amber wonders where Jerry is leading them. Suddenly, the car comes to a stop. It's the middle of the night, but Amber realizes they are on top of a bridge. Jerry takes the gun and forces Amber, Brooke, and Amanda out of the van. He keeps threatening them with the gun while he walks closer and closer to the edge of the bridge. Below, there's a fast-moving stream of water. The 3 scared kids stay close together and have no idea what will happen next, but unexpectedly, Jerry throws the gun over the bridge and into the water.
And my mind just said, this is your opportunity. You're out of that van. Run. We can hide in the woods. Just run as fast as you can.
The 3 barefoot children start to run away from the van. Behind them, Jerry screams for them to stop and come back. Amber hears him chasing after them, and she increases her pace.
Should be like the most punishable offense in my opinion.
Her attacker is bigger than her and her 2 sisters, but Amber still hopes they can outrun him. But Jerry is coming closer and closer behind Brooke and violently grabs her arm, stopping her right in her tracks.
And he told me if I didn't get back in the van, he was going to throw her over the bridge, and I'd never see her again.
Amber is forced to make an impossible choice: save herself and sacrifice the life of her younger sister, or risk what will happen to her if she goes back in the van. Amber knows the only way to protect her younger sister and ensure she's safe is to follow Jerry's demands. Her and her sister, Amanda, begin to slowly walk back to Jerry and Brooke. Once they are together, Jerry orders them back in his van as he begins to drive them further away from their home.
He turned down this road, and so I asked him again, where are you taking us? What are we doing? He got agitated and started yelling, and then he pulled up in a little dead-end spot and put us out and told us that we were to wait there for 5 minutes until he came back. He kept saying, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll be back in 5 minutes. You better be here.
They all stand silently, watching Jerry's car drive away. They dare not move until they no longer see the lights of his vehicle. After counting for 65 seconds, Amber tells her sisters to run.
I told the girls that we've got to find help. We've got to tell them what's happened. We've got to find our parents. We've got to get back home.
As they run along the road, they see a secluded farmhouse in the distance, but all of a sudden, car headlights beam right in front of their path.
So I made the 2 girls jump down in the ditch to try to keep from being seen. And the car slowed down, and I knew that we had just been caught. Our lives were over.
Amber is petrified. A man emerges from the car, but it's not her attacker. Instead, a local farmer steps out and immediately offers her assistance. Amber breathes a sigh of relief, urging her sisters to come out from their hiding spots. They are ushered to safety. The man contacts the police, and the local sheriff arrives and takes the 3 girls to the police station.
Everybody in our family members that I hadn't seen in years, they were there. And I said, well, where's Mom and Daddy? And Corey walked up to me and said, they're dead. And I said, stop lying. I said, that's not true.
But Amber looks around the room, seeing the adults and her distant family members all quiet. She knows what her little brother is saying is true. Her mother is no longer alive. After everything she went through in the night, Amber is in a state of shock, and now learning her mother and stepfather are gone, she begins to cry.
I gotta pause this. I'll be right back. I gotta go help my parents really fast. But I don't understand that. That's fucking diabolical, bro. What the fuck? Bro, people, like, obviously I wouldn't be able to understand it. This guy's a sick fucking bastard. But, like, bro, that shit's insane to me. I get, like, that's just fucking crazy. I'll be right back. Get going. Let me open up this curtain for you. There you go, Rocky. There you go. W, son.
But Amber
I like
knows
to
who
think
did
so.
this, and she wants to make sure he is captured and brought to justice. She tells officials the crucial piece of information, the name of the man responsible, Jerry Scott Heidler. He is the brother of one of the foster children and would come by to the Daniels family often, playing with the children and expressing unwanted
I
romantic
understand.
interest to the teenage daughter, Jessica. Police search for any information they have on Jerry and find he is already in the police records. Due to his prior arrest on a DUI charge, they have his
I see
mugshot
what
in
it
their
is, right?
file. Investigators then present Amber with a series of photographs, seeking confirmation of the man responsible for her abduction.
I got about 6 photographs here, and you may or may not know who's in these pictures, okay? And that's okay. And what I want you to do, look at them, and if you recognize any of them, you tell me.
They just showed me a picture. Is this the guy? And I said, yes, this is Scott Heidler.
In order to build the case against Jerry and find out exactly what happened that night, Amber is asked to walk through the events of the night and bravely recount exactly what Jerry did to her and where he went.
And I had to show him where the dirt road was that he had taken us. And I remember telling him everything that he said and everything that he did.
With the information Amber provided, police go back to the Daniels household and meticulously gather evidence from the crime scene, collecting fingerprints, a cigarette butt, and DNA samples. Investigators believe that earlier that night, at around 1 a.m., before Jerry abducted Amber and her 2 younger sisters, he infiltrated the Daniels family home through a back window. He then went to the oldest daughter's room, 16-year-old Jessica, and attempted to make advances on her. Detectives believe she must have resisted, running to the safety of her parents' bedroom, but then Jerry, having been to the house multiple times before, navigated to the cabinet where the family stored their shotgun. Seizing the firearm, Jerry proceeded to enter the parents' bedroom, murdering 16-year-old Jessica, the 2 adults, Kim and Danny, and 8-year-old Bryant before running out of ammunition. He then entered Amber's bedroom and took her and the sisters. With all of Amber's details and their physical evidence from the crime scenes, they have enough information to make the arrest, but Jerry is still evading capture, nowhere to be found. Police use all available resources to track him down.
I have never seen so much officer presence.
Investigators suspect he might be hiding in his mother's home in Alma, Georgia, only an hour from the crime scene. Several police officers are en route to Jerry's mother's address. However, upon their arrival, there is no sign of him anywhere. Their search extends around the outside of the house until they finally discover him hiding underneath the floorboards in a small crawl space. Jerry Scott Heidler is charged and arrested with 4 counts of murder, 3 counts of kidnapping, and burglary.
He didn't resist. He confessed to it, admitted to it, and he said it was like a dream to him.
As Jerry is in prison awaiting trial, Amber is processing the tragedy that happened to her family. She has lost her mother, father, older sister, and younger brother right before Christmas.
Christmas was a big part of our family every year. That was our thing.
But this year, when the night of December 24th finally comes, there is no celebration, no cheer, only grief.
That's when the realization hit. They weren't coming back.
August 30th, 1999, the trial for Jerry Scott Heidler begins.
Just kill
Amber
him.
is now 13 years old, and her interview is played during the trial and used as evidence against him. The whole community is emotional, devastated by the traumatic incident that went through their small town. It only takes the jury 20 minutes to come back with the verdict.
We, the jury, fix the sentence at death.
On December 2nd, 1999, Jerry Scott Heidler is convicted of 4 counts of malice murder, kidnapping, aggravated child molestation, and burglary. He is sentenced to death and currently remains on death row.
Currently remains, just kill him.
Jerry Heidler showing any remorse. He dropped his head and a tear come in his eye.
So long as he couldn't get out and couldn't hurt anybody else, I was perfectly fine.
It's been more than 2 decades after the tragedy. Today, Amber is not letting her past define her, determined to live her life to the fullest. Amber's mother overcame personal struggles to ensure her children would grow up feeling loved. Now, Amber has started a family of her own. She pours love and attention into her child, making it her mission to recreate the nurturing and beautiful home life her own mother worked hard to build.
Knowing that I get to see him grow up. I miss that with my mom. He is my future. Faden is the future for me. I pray that he never has to go through anything that I ever went through as a child. I pray that he has the good days that I had. I would do anything for him.
Amber realized that what happened to her as a child was not her fault, letting go of the anger from her past, knowing it doesn't create love for her family in the present.
I'm at a point in my life that if I could go tell him that I forgive him for what he did, I would. I can't change the past, but I can make my future better for myself, for my family.
Forgive him? Oof. It's a wild take. I don't know if I'd be forgiving him, but I definitely would want to go talk to the sick son of a bitch. For some closure. What's wild to me is how long that motherfucker's just not sitting on death row. Like, he is, like, literally just scum, you know what I mean? Yeah, that motherfucker's allowed to sit there and be alive. Like, it's like, what's the point of death row if you're not gonna enforce it, you know? He clearly committed this crime, you know? How long does it take to get a fucking needle and just go and then inject some air into his fucking veins? You know what I'm saying? Like,
You don't think that we gave enough attention to finding Dylan yesterday?
This is Dr. Phil. He's confronting the father of a missing child, upset about how his son's case was handled on the show.
Are you kidding me? I devoted 2 hours of national television time to try to find your son, and you won't do one damn thing to help.
For 3 months, Mark Redwine refused to collaborate in this search effort to find Dylan.
I am here to find your son, and I frankly don't give a damn whether you like me or my television show. I care whether or not we find this boy. And if you've got information about where that boy is, you need to tell us.
24 hours earlier, Dr. Phil interviewed Dylan's mother, Elaine, and his brother, Corey. They too seemed to be convinced Mark was hiding something.
No one can find him. You were the last one to see him, and now he's just gone.
I strongly think that he's involved.
How dare you point the fingers at somebody when you have no proof?
Little did Mark know that this footage would be used as evidence by the FBI 10 years from now.
Well, I just struggle with this whole thing.
Do you know how many fathers with missing sons have ever refused to take a polygraph? Do you know how many have done what you've done? 0. You, Mark, you're it.
February 26, 2013. Elaine and Mark are on the set of the Dr. Phil show. Their son Dylan disappeared 3 months ago, and the divorced couple haven't talked since.
Well, Dylan's mother, Elaine, says nothing her ex-husband, Mark, says adds up, and his explanations seem suspicious.
Mark claims that on November 19th, he left home early to return around 11 a.m. Inside, he noticed that the TV was on Nickelodeon and that Dylan's backpack and fishing pole were missing.
Mark talks about his backpack and a fishing pole. Dylan is not a big fisher person. Dylan was not watching Nickelodeon. Dylan watched MTV. He doesn't know his kid well enough to make up a good lie.
So your son has been missing for 3 months,
Yes.
and his mother and father have not talked.
Dr. Phil, I'd like to make a comment. I personally have a lot of suspicions that Elaine could be involved in this, but I don't have anything to back that up, and I don't have anything to support that.
Mark continued by accusing Elaine of being the mastermind behind a grand conspiracy to kidnap Dylan.
Do you honestly believe that she and a team abducted him? I was trained as a forensic psychologist, and I'm curious whether you're interested in fighting with her or if you're interested in finding your son. Because since you've been out here, you haven't said one word about your son.
Dr. Phil wasn't the only one thinking something was wrong. Behind the scenes, Dylan's brother Corey, who led the search effort, also began investigating on his own. At only 16, Corey was convinced he could still save him before it was too late.
I love Southern people,
It's my
man.
little brother. If anybody can make it out, it'd be him. We were not going to stop until we found the sick bastard that did that to my little brother.
Before we begin, we have a task for you. Have you ever Googled your own name? In less than a minute, you should be able to, if anyone
Really nothing. It's a court.
family court, to get a 14-day.
Yeah, let's Google my own name real quick, actually. Let's see what pops up. Jack Wilkie. Lincoln Church. Footballer born 2002. Chat, I think I'm alright. I think I'm in the clear. I think I'm in the clear. Nothing pops up for me. I ain't nowhere to be found.
Day free trial of Aura and start protecting yourself today. Thanks to Aura for sponsoring this video.
I don't think I
It
need
all
your
began
sponsorship,
3
Aura.
months
I'm
ago.
nowhere to be
Thanksgiving
found.
was approaching, and the family court granted Mark holiday visitation from his youngest son, Dylan.
He did not want to go. My mom was pretty sick with cancer, and we knew it would probably be her last Thanksgiving, and Dylan really wanted to spend it with my mom. I called my lawyer and, said, what can I do? And she said, really nothing. It's a court order. You really need to put him on the plane.
Immediately after landing, Dylan started texting his friend Ryan. From his cell phone records, we see that Mark refused to let his son meet with his friend that evening, so Dylan planned to see him the next day, unusually early, at 6:30 a.m.
So Dylan's already asserting himself to say he's there on a mandated visit, but he doesn't want to spend time with Dad.
The following day, Ryan woke up early and waited for Dylan to arrive, but he never showed up. Dylan wasn't seen by anyone during the entirety of the day. Later, in the evening, Mark texted Elaine to ask her if she had heard from him. The distressed mother didn't lose a minute and immediately called the police to declare Dylan missing.
Police Fire Dispatch. Hi, my name is Elaine Redwine, and
Redwine, what a
my son
name.
Dylan Redwine was visiting his dad up in Durango, and his dad texted me a little while ago and said he could not find Dylan.
My son wasn't even there for 24 hours, and he's missing?
First, I didn't take her seriously. And she was like, well, I'm going down to Durango. As soon as she said that, I knew it was a lot more serious.
Search for missing Colorado.
In Durango, a search effort was immediately launched by Roy Vreeland, the local fire chief.
It's rugged country. It's some of the ruggedest country in North America. And my concern was the weather for that night was supposed to go below freezing.
Even before Elaine and Corey reached town, the search
Bro, I've
unit
seen
already
this
began
before.
suspecting
Yeah.
Mark. They knew nothing about him or Dylan, but something
Bro, I'll
seemed
keep
wrong
watching
from
it.
day one.
I wound up
Good job.
being out till 12:30, 1 o'clock that night. And one of the notable things that I saw is that Mark never came out, never talked to me, and he wound up turning all the lights off in his house like he went to bed, which is very unusual. Usually somebody would light up the house like a beacon.
Mark's suspicious behavior continued throughout the rest of the search. For 3 months, he refused to participate in the effort, blocked Elaine and Corey's phones, and rebuffed news crews who were at his doorstep every single day. At some point, the locals even organized a protest in front of his house, seeking answers.
Corey's getting ready to do another interview.
He was the last person to see him, and he's not, helping out with giving us answers that we have questions to. And so until we can put all of the attention back on Dylan, we got to get it off the last person to see Dylan. And he's making it as hard as he can to get the attention off of him.
At this point, the area being searched was closed for the winter. As the family's hope diminished, their resentment against Mark grew, culminating in a heated argument on Dr. Phil's set.
Bro, my question is how the
Mark
fuck do
has
you end up bringing
something
this
to do
to
with it, I
Dr. Phil? Like, what?
I strongly think that he's involved.
Why?
He hasn't done a single thing since Dylan has been gone.
Why do you say that? What has he not done?
He hasn't been to any of the benefits. He wasn't there for Dylan's birthday vigil. He hasn't helped at all with the Find Missing Dylan Redwine Fund.
That's offensive to you.
Very.
And you don't even care. You don't. Where is any of your feelings?
What emotion is it you're trying to get out of me?
I want you to do something to find Dylan.
Throughout the episode, Corey paints his father as absent and neglectful, while Mark tries to discredit him entirely.
Dylan didn't really look up to Mark. They had a relationship, but it was never what Dylan had wanted. It was always what Mark had wanted.
You're being very disrespectful, and I believe that everything that's coming out of your mouth is perpetuated by
I
your
have
mother.
my own mouth. I can say
Then
my
use
own
it.
words.
Then use it.
I am at you. I don't like you. I hate you, and you have been nothing of a father.
You say he has clear motivation. What do you mean?
A few months before his disappearance, Dylan stumbled upon a hidden folder while using his father's laptop. It contained dozens of pictures of Mark doing something so graphic and disturbing that we won't be showing them here.
Are the photos genuine?
No, they are not.
Dylan's sitting on the bed and he's like, Corey, look at these pictures. And it horrified me and Dylan.
The images that I have seen have been photoshopped. No, it's not me in the photos. Absolutely not.
When the snow finally thawed in the mountains surrounding Durango, the
What's
search
on
for
the
Dylan was
photos,
resumed.
though?
Around that time, Mark broke his silence and contacted Tonya Goldbright, the investigator in charge of the case.
Mark said that when he was moving his four-wheeler out of the garage, he found the fishing pole in the garage, which isn't possible. It had been searched and photographed, and I don't know where it came from, but it was back.
For months, the search had focused on the lake close to Mark's house. The authorities couldn't help but believe he had been dishonest with them all along, pushing for the search to be conducted in the wrong place to ensure no one found Dylan. Following this revelation, Corey and his stepfather started following Mark and investigating on their own, hoping they could prove he had misled the search effort.
My stepfather caught him up on the mountain early one morning.
And I got the call that Mark was just sighted coming off Middle Mountain Road. And that's what turned our attention to Middle Mountain Road.
The minute the mountain opened, that's really where the big search started.
At this point, Dylan had been missing for over 7 months, but Elaine and Corey refused to lose hope.
You think he's still alive?
Oh, I have to hope for Dylan. I mean, I'm his mom. I can't even. I can't focus. There's no reason to believe he's not. And so I will always hope for Dylan. We need you home, and we will bring you home, no matter what it takes. We are looking for you, and you need to stay strong with us. We need to stay strong together.
We always tried to keep hope because I felt if I lost hope, then everybody else would as well. But as a mom, in the back of your mind that it's not going to end good.
Sadly, Elaine's gut feeling was right. Not even a week after they started scouring the mountain, their search team made a grim discovery.
The search for missing Colorado teen Dylan Redwine has come to an end, and it's not the end anyone was hoping for.
Oh, just sadness. Just, how could you do this to him? I can still hear his laugh. This is so ironic because he truly cared about other people, more so than himself. I know he would have done many great things in his life, and the world is a much better place. Even for the 13 years that he was here, he really touched a lot of people, and he continues to do so, even through his death.
When something like this happens, you just think of all the good times. And there's so many, it's hard waking up and not having that right spot in my heart.
As hard as it is to come to the understanding that that's what we found, we still found it.
A shirt, a sock, a shoe, and most importantly, 4 leg bones were found by Middle Mountain Road, not even a mile away from where Elaine's husband saw Mark the week before. The police still had nothing substantial on him, but their suspicions reached new heights after this discovery.
This is investigator Tonya Goldbright. This is a phone call to Mark Redwine.
This is Mark.
Hey, Mark, it's Tonya.
Hi, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Oh, I'm living the dream, the dream.
Are you intoxicated, Mark?
Nope, not at all.
Okay, then why are you talking to me like that?
Because you can't seem to think no deeper than the surface.
He told me to pull my head out of the sociopath's ass, and that women are only good for one thing, and it's not cooking and cleaning.
Because I'll be honest with you, Tonya, I don't think you're capable of handling a situation.
Really? Don't you think it's pretty amazing we found any remains up on Middle Mountain? In the middle of nowhere?
2% of Dylan's remains does not constitute him being found, so you know what?
Yes, it does. He's dead. We know that now. If we hadn't gone up there and looked, we wouldn't have known that.
So 2% of Dylan's remains constitutes him being found.
I'd like to find the rest of him, but yes, we know what happened. We know he's no longer with us.
If I were her, I would have sat there and asked,
Now on a
like, what do you
mission
do
to
with the
find the
rest of him
truth
then?
about Mark, Tonya rewatched the Dr. Phil episode in which he, Corey, and Elaine appeared. She was mainly looking for a motive, but ended up finding much more.
Did you take a polygraph in this matter? Did
I
police
did.
ask you to take a polygraph?
They did.
And
ask
what were
me
the
to.
results?
Well, there's been some conflict as to what the actual results are. They told me that I failed it. Then they told me it was inconclusive.
Tonya knew about Mark's failed polygraph test, but law enforcement usually uses such tests to establish suspicions and nothing more, since they cannot be used as evidence in a courtroom. However, in a special backstage segment aired on another date, Mark returned to the studio after Dr. Phil asked him to take a second test to eliminate him as a suspect once and for all. He was hesitant at first, but eventually accepted.
So yesterday, Mark was agitated, needed time to rest and process things. He said he wasn't opposed to taking the test, he just didn't want to feel pressured. I want him to be totally comfortable. This is about getting real answers. So despite waiting, I invited Mark to come here to Paramount to meet Jack Tremarco for an 8 a.m. polygraph test.
It's my understanding that Mark's here now. I'm set up. I'm just about ready for him. So if he's going to take this test, we'll just get it done.
Let's do it.
I'll ask the camera to give us some privacy, and we should be done in about an hour and a half.
20 minutes into the test, Mark asked to be let go.
Mark decided that he didn't feel well enough to take the polygraph test. He told me he had about 3 hours of sleep last night, and he had a half bottle of Jim Beam on top of things. So he doesn't feel well enough to take the test.
At the time, everyone believed Dylan might still be out there, and both Dr. Phil and Jack Tremarco couldn't believe Mark refused to help the case by taking the test.
You should be doing backflips right now to take this polygraph test. You were the last person to have seen your son before he disappeared.
Well, and I don't believe that.
This man's done 3,500 polygraphs. You know how many fathers with missing sons have ever refused to take a polygraph? In all of his years of doing polygraph work, you know how many have done what you've done? 0. You, Mark, you're it.
There's always
Tonya
an
now had
anomaly.
confirmation that Mark was deceptive. Not only did he fail his first test, he also refused to take a second one. Even though she still had no proof, she was now convinced he was the culprit, and she wasn't alone. In the last few minutes of the segment, Dr. Phil completely snapped at Dylan's father in a display of anger rarely seen throughout his long television career.
And I read some of the stuff you said about you don't think that we gave enough attention to finding Dylan yesterday. Are you kidding me? I devoted 2 hours of national television time to try to find your son. You won't do one damn thing to help. And you want to criticize what we're doing? I am here to find your son. And I frankly don't give a damn whether you like me or my television show. I care whether or not we find this boy. And if you've got information about where that boy is, you need to tell us. Do you know where he is?
No, I don't.
If you're innocent, we're the best friends you ever found.
Boy, I just struggle with this whole thing.
During the next 2 years, Tonya used up all of her office's resources in an effort to gather the clues she was missing to charge Mark. After the bones were discovered, she even got a warrant to bring a CSI team to his house. But all of this was cut short when a hiker stumbled upon a teenager's skull, showing signs of blunt force trauma on Middle Mountain.
When I laid eyes on that skull, I knew in my heart it was Dylan. There was no question. I had no question about it.
Forensic experts identified the skull as being Dylan's. This, once again, contradicted Mark's claims, who recently pushed the theory that his son might have been mistakenly shot by a hunter.
Is it possible that if he was up getting away from things or whatever and wandered off into the woods far enough, that somebody mistaked him for an animal and shot him?
Working through their...
But this didn't seem right to Christian Champagne, the deputy DA who had been helping Tonya behind the scenes for all these years.
The fact that he had tried to use this ploy, just indicated that he was being very dishonest with law enforcement.
Investigators saying the
little sneaky.
13-year-old was murdered.
Not only did Dylan's case go from death under suspicious circumstances to homicide, but Mark was labeled as a person of interest for the very first time since his son's disappearance.
And that was in 15. I thought, okay, now we're gonna move forward. And again, we still didn't move forward. So in 2017, a lot of stuff changed in La Plata County.
Deputy Champagne was elected as the county's next district attorney. Suddenly, one of the only men who still believed the case could be solved was in charge. Tonya and Christian had been gathering evidence for almost 5 years at that point. Without waiting, the new DA pushed the case to the very top of the county's priority.
The new DA just pressed forward and said, you know, we're gonna get a grand jury and let's see what a grand jury says.
And I just told them to stick with us. It was gonna be a long road. It was gonna take a while, but that we were gonna get to justice for Dylan.
Right then and there, the grand jury indicted Mark of second-degree murder and child abuse.
Keep your hands up.
A warrant for his arrest was issued, and he was stopped by police on a Washington state highway that very same day.
He had become pretty confident that we were never going to bring charges against him, that we had never developed any evidence against him. So he thought he was off the hook.
A warrant for murder second for you.
He was, I think, shocked and surprised.
I felt it was about damn time.
In the state of Colorado, first-degree murder requires premeditation, and the prosecution couldn't prove that Mark planned to kill Dylan. On the contrary, Tonya and Christian agreed that the murder of Dylan happened in reaction to a very specific event that occurred a few months before his disappearance, Dylan and Corey's discovery of their father's disturbing secret.
You're talking about a 13-year-old who allegedly discovers
I can't remember what the secret
some
was.
compromising photographs of his father.
Oh yeah, the picture is
some bizarre, fetish, disgusting type photos.
At the trial, Elaine was asked to read the last few texts she and Dylan exchanged before his disappearance.
I've seen those a million times.
What are those?
But even after 9 years, the mother could barely look at them
Bro,
without breaking
another
down crying.
dragon dagger?
To add
Holy
insult to
shit,
injury,
dude.
the defense cross-examination attempted to demolish her character in front of the jury because she pushed Mark forward as a suspect on Dr. Phil.
I've always said that I believe that he had a hand in Dylan's disappearance, yes.
Okay, and you've told that to a lot of people.
Okay, sure. I mean,
You don't have to go anymore. They know your answer.
You know, you're talking about the grieving mother of a lost child, a murdered child, and to try to attack her and trash her character, I think really fell flat.
But the key witness at the trial was Corey, who, for years now, kept the full story behind the pictures hidden so that Champagne could use it at the trial.
Do you love your father?
Yes.
How do you feel about it? I still love him. I wish I didn't have to be here.
Was there a point in time when Dylan used the defendant's computer?
Yes.
Did you find something on the computer?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what he found?
We'll spare you the details, and we strongly discourage you from looking for yourself. But the pictures of Mark are truly horrible. A nightmare for the mind of a 13-year-old boy, and even for Corey, who
What? He's just dressing up like he's a transvestite or whatever.
was 16 at the time.
It's a place my mind never dreamed of going, let alone seeing it, you know, in my own father, you know. So I told Dylan after we saw the pictures, you know, we got to keep this between me and you.
But 9 years ago, on the night of November 18th, Dylan's frustration got the better of him. As he kept fighting with Mark, he texted Corey into the evening, keeping him in the loop as his father's rage unfolded.
They had gotten into an argument about me and my mom being a good example for Dylan, and he didn't like to be quieted. So if he felt a certain way, he would make sure that you knew how he felt. He was just honest and to the point. I could feel the frustration and the fire in Dylan. Dylan wanted those pictures to show Mark what we had seen him as.
The defense immediately tried to stop Corey from telling any further, claiming that the pictures were photoshopped and that Mark had nothing to do with them. Champagne knew this was coming and showed a clip from Dr. Phil, filmed 9 years ago, in which the television host got Mark to admit that the pictures were real.
Absolutely not.
So you're saying they broke into your house and fabricated these pictures?
No. I fabricated the pictures and left them available.
Was there any reason back then for him to plant photos like that for you or for Dylan?
No.
Elaine and Corey are convinced that Dylan didn't intend to hurt his father's feelings, but simply wished to prove his point. In the same vein, Champagne didn't show the pictures to the jury to tarnish Mark's character or add some shock value to his trial. On the contrary, just like Dylan 9 years ago, he needed to make his case.
We showed them for a very specific and limited purpose, which is to show that there was conflict and a potential motive for Mark to lash out against Dylan.
Now that the motive had been established, Champagne turned to the physical evidence Tonya Goldbright had amassed over the years.
The jury wants to see hard evidence that this man killed his son.
In the middle of the courtroom, the prosecutor brought the actual blood-soaked pieces of furniture and floorboard the police collected during their last visit to Mark back in 2015.
They could see the layout, they could see the distances, and they could see the actual pieces of evidence. There was blood on the couches, there was blood on the floor, there was blood on the coffee table. 100% Dylan Redwine's blood.
After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Mark Redwine guilty on all counts.
I have trouble remembering a convicted criminal defendant that has shown such an utter lack of remorse.
Corey was the last person to step up to the bar, delivering a short but impactful statement.
I can't bring Dylan back. I can only remember him, and I can't change that. But what I can do is tell the world how a 13-year-old young man stood up to his then 50-year-old father and said all the things I regret never saying. Dylan is my hero and became more of a man in 13 years than Mark has in 60. I'm so proud of Dylan and what he stood for. Dylan's name will run through our family forever, and his stories will be shared by all who loved him.
To celebrate the end of their legal battle, Dr. Phil invited Elaine and Corey back to his show in 2022.
Well, I'm here with Elaine and her son Corey, who are very special returning guests, and we really
What? Come on, get me in the world. Don't do me like this. Don't tell me I gotta go spend a few milli on fucking construction, man.
I had dreams of it being her wedding day. And I was standing at the front of the church, watching her walk down the aisle. And when her dad lifted her veil, she had no face.
It started with a house fire, and then it was a murder, and then it was 2 girls abducted.
You look over and you see there's something up there on that floor. You could instantly tell it was a body of a man.
As far as anybody's saying, there are no suspects. But the family feel that there is one really important suspect, and that is the entire Craig County Sheriff's Department.
While rumors about the 2 teenagers kept piling up, a conspiracy involving the police, local drug rings, and the Mexican cartel emerged. Left on their own, the Bible family took it upon themselves to find the girls and bring down the men responsible for their disappearance.
Imagine
He said,
your
"Was she
last
not
name is
scared
the
to talk to me?"
Bible.
And I said,
Oh
"No,
my goodness.
I'm a mom and I want to find my child and I will do whatever it takes to find her."
Before we begin, we have a task for you. Have you ever Googled your own name? In less than a minute, you and
actually just
the app will track down the robo if anyone looks for your /Aura.
There's
We know it's
nothing.
better to take action sooner rather than later. Thanks to Aura for sponsoring this video. And now, back to the case of Ashley and Laura. When they were young, Ashley's family, the Freemans, lived only a mile away from Laura and the Bibles. The 2 girls met in kindergarten and quickly became friends, a relationship that only deepened over the years.
They made that bond and it continued in high school.
As teenagers, Laura was a cheerleader for Ashley's basketball team, and the 2 were closer than ever.
What one was thinking, the other was thinking. It's kind of like when 2 people, one can finish a sentence when the other one starts one.
On December 29th, mere days after Christmas, Ashley invited Laura over for her 16th birthday, a request her father Jay couldn't decline.
Seen them pull up in the driveway, and she comes running in the house and asked if she could spend the night with Ashley. I said, "You need to be home by noon." Her last word was, "I love you, Daddy." And out the door they went. I didn't think nothing of it.
Laura and Ashley had a wonderful night at the Freemans, eating pizza and ice cream while watching movies. At a glance, everything seemed fine, but outside of their home, someone was watching. At 6 a.m. the following day, the police received a call from the neighbors. The Freemans' house was on fire.
My neighbor's house across the street is completely engulfed.
Okay. Okay. What's the address?
2 hours later, a deputy from the Craig County Sheriff's Department busted into Laura's mother's workplace.
His first words were, "Do you know Ashley Freeman?" I said, "Yes, she's my daughter's best friend. In fact, Laura stayed last night with the Freemans." He said, "Lorene, the house is totally gone."
Lorene and Jay rushed to the scene, where the county sheriff informed them that the girls were missing.
We just want to know where the girls are. You know, it doesn't matter who or what. It's just where can we find them.
Lorene joined the medical examiner and helped identify the body of Kathy Freeman, Ashley's mother, discovered in the rubble.
When I saw the county coroner when she come over, I said, "Is that Kathy?" And she said, "I can't tell you 100%, but I know that the woman has a ring on her left hand."
You know what, actually? We're going to go do some quests real quick.
I said, "That's Kathy." So where are the two girls?
As this was happening, Laura's father combed the area on horseback and found empty shotgun shells close to the property. It seemed that this wasn't simply a fire, but that Ashley's mother had been murdered.
You know, we call in the OSBIs. They go over and look, collect it for evidence.
The OSBI, or Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, had complete authority over the case, and their lead investigator, Steve Nutter, approached Lorene and Jay at the end of the day.
The investigators say they're 100% sure there's nothing else here. So at 5 o'clock, they released the Freeman's house scene over to the families. So Jay and I got home probably 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and Laura's room is right across from ours. You know your child isn't in her room where she should be. Is she freezing to death? Is she hungry? Does she have clothes? You think to yourself, how can you eat if your child's not? How can I sleep if I don't know where my child is?
After a restless night, the Bibles returned to the crime scene in a desperate attempt to find more clues. Lorene thought that maybe the police had missed something and stepped into the still fuming ruins of the house.
You look over and you see there's something up there on that floor. You could instantly tell it was a body of a man. He had no face. No face. I called 911, told him who I was, told him I was at the Freemans, and I told him there's another body in this fire. Those experts left a body in the fire.
Before Agent Nutter and the OSBI arrived, Lorene, Jay, and Ashley's uncle, Dwayne Vansell, found more pieces of evidence in the house: Laura's purse, her wallet, and a car insurance card belonging to a stranger. When they had to hand over their findings to Nutter, they were rejected outright.
His comment was, "What the hell makes you think that that insurance verification card has anything to do with this investigation?" He just turned and walked away.
As Lorene and Jay continued to tear apart the remains of the house, Dwayne ran after Agent Nutter. He told them that he was able to identify the body they had found as being his stepbrother, Danny, Ashley's father, because of a metal plate in his skull. This troubled Nutter, who was convinced Danny killed his wife Kathy and kidnapped the girls. But Dwayne had another theory, one his stepbrother revealed to him merely a week before the fire.
He said, "If anything ever happens to me, you look at the sheriff's department." And I said, "What are you talking about?" And he looked at me in the eye. He says, "I'm telling you, if I get killed, you look at the sheriff's department."
Dwayne went on to explain that 1 year ago, a deputy killed Danny's son, Shane, in an altercation. Since then, bad blood has grown between the Freemans and the sheriff's department. Nutter was skeptical, but agreed to investigate the sheriff and his deputies.
We did investigate the possible involvement of members of the sheriff's department. We administered lie detector tests. They passed those tests indicating that they had never been involved with that incident.
This development had dire consequences. Since Danny's body was found and the sheriff's department had been cleared as suspects, Nutter turned his eyes towards the least expected party, the girls themselves.
The narrative with the authorities switched the next day. Now all of a sudden, instead of Danny done it, and he's got the girls abducted, Now the authorities are saying the girls did this.
Due to their status as suspects, no Amber Alert has ever been ordered for Laura and Ashley. Nutter told the Bibles that he added them to the National Missing Person database, but Lorene wasn't sure she could trust him, so she went to the station to verify.
One of the police department guys that I know, he said, well, I can just pull it up right now. And he looked and he said, Lorene, those girls are not on here.
Even though everybody in town knew neither of the girls was behind the fire, Nutter and the OSBI stuck to their theory.
I heard Laura and Ashley did it, and they took off, and I knew that one for sure was not true. There's no way Laura would have ever stayed away from her mama, you know? I'm a very open-minded person, but that was really far-fetched for me.
Left to their own devices, Lorene and Jay had no other choice but to pursue the search themselves. Joined by family members, they scoured the county looking for clues and printed their own missing posters.
They can say what they want. There was nobody looking for the girls, but my family.
We just couldn't sit still.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You can never trust these fucking cops, bro.
We made some posters that could go on the back of semis. Lorene and I drove hundreds of thousands of miles, putting their faces on every window that we could put them on.
An entire year went by without any progress. As Christmas approached, Lorene readied herself for the Bible's first holiday without their daughter.
Laura loved Christmas. Laura was always the one that put up our tree.
The first Christmas without her was hard. My aunt and uncle would not take the tree down.
We decided we were going to leave the tree up till Laura come home, because in your mind, she's coming home.
During the following year, hope lessened around the Bibles. But Lorene couldn't give up on Laura and Ashley. She was convinced they were still alive somewhere.
Your child has disappeared off the face of the earth. Most people, they say, how do you get the courage to continue, go on? It's because I don't want to be a parent and not know where my child is.
Around that time, a number of rumors surfaced about Ashley's father, Danny. Allegedly, he was attempting to collect a large sum of money to sue the sheriff and the deputy responsible for his son's death. To do so, he started selling drugs and growing marijuana a few months before the fire.
The rumors was that Danny owed a drug debt, but didn't pay the money to the people that he was supposed to, so they had called collecting the money.
But Nutter and the OSBI thought nothing of it.
If you wanted to consider that it was drug-related and nothing fits correctly, the very last thing that the people who committed the murder would want to do would be abduct the children.
Lorene couldn't care less about Nutter's opinion. Instead, she found someone who had contacts at the top of the criminal ladder. By meeting him, she knew she could skip all the local addicts and dealers and directly talk to the man in charge.
He said that we needed to go look over in the Miami area at the Mexican cartel. And I'm a mom and I want to find my child and I will do whatever it takes to find her.
Lorene made up her mind. Against her husband and her family's wishes, she would meet with the cartel. Jay's mother tried to convince her to give up, that risking her own life wouldn't bring back Laura.
She's like, what if they shoot you? And I said, well, if they start shooting at me, I must be close.
In a dark alley in Miami, Lorene parked her pickup truck at the location of the meeting. For hours, she waited for the man to arrive and get out of his vehicle before slowly approaching him.
He said, how do you know I'm not packing? I said, how do you know I'm not packing? And at that point, he said, was you not scared to talk to me? And I said, nope. I need to know if the girls were taken and if Danny was killed because he owed you money. And he said, two things, ma'am. I don't kill women and I don't kill children. I believed him 100%.
Back at square one, the Bibles kept investigating every tip
believe him
until
too.
a bittersweet
That's
revelation
definitely a
emerged.
rule.
12 off-the-record informants said the girls might still be alive, but kept in awful conditions.
We were told that there were pictures of the girls bound and gagged, that they were being held against their will and other things.
Rumor had it there was pictures of them and this was done to them. You don't really focus on that part because if you do, then you'll stop.
After the press revealed that Polaroid pictures of the girls had been circulating, an endless amount of tips started pouring in, a situation Nutter and the OSBI were greatly annoyed with.
We started receiving leads and tips.
How can you be
I would be
annoyed with
notified
that?
that the girls had been seen in New Mexico and in Florida the same day.
But there was no way around it. Lorene and Jay had to check all of them.
I searched 6 states, and I probably
Bro, this guy sounds like the worst investigator I think I've ever heard. He's just like,
This
People are
went on
calling
throughout
in
most
trying
of
to
the early
solve this
2000s,
case.
with
Fuck
Lorene
them.
and Jay on the road, while Agent Nutter combed through the
Like, what
hundreds
the
of tips the
fuck?
service received each week,
My
until a
God.
completely unrelated suspect surfaced from Polunsky's death row unit in Livingston, Texas. Famous serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells.
Sells is connected to more than 12 murders. His transient lifestyle helped him evade law enforcement for almost 15 years, leaving a trail of victims across the country.
Eventually, the OSBI said, hey, we've got this person that's in prison, and he's saying he did it. He's stating, I killed Denny and Kathy, and I took the girls.
Sells seemed to know a lot about the case, and even proposed to bring Nutter to the bodies of Laura and Ashley. The agent had his doubts concerning the inmate, but after 5 years without any progress, they had nothing to lose.
There was one bone found at the site, and they called a doctor out to the site to look at it, and he identified it as animal.
I went to the Bible family and told them, Tommy Sells, he played games with us, he didn't do it.
Agent Nutter's last move before he was discharged from the case was to go after another serial killer, Oklahoma native Jeremy Jones.
What's that for a young girl? Yeah. They ain't pretty when they come.
Never did I think Jeremy Jones did it. There would have been a group of people that
What's
had
up,
to
Rocky?
take those girls off that property.
Lorene was right. Jones too proved to be a false confession. Following this event and Nutter's withdrawal, no new information surfaced. The case went completely cold.
After the Jeremy Jones, you know, you're waiting for the next tip, the next time somebody says something, then it gets real quiet again.
In December 2009, as Laura's Christmas tree stood still, weighed down by the hundreds of cards and charms Lorene had received since her disappearance, the tree came crashing down.
After 8, 9, 10 years, the tree was so heavy that it fell over and broke. At that point, I couldn't put up a tree because Laura was always the one that put up our tree.
After all this time, the family had to come to terms with reality.
It was a long time before I was really to a point to accept the fact that they probably were not alive anymore. Sorry. Sometimes it just comes out of nowhere.
Look at Rocco. What's wrong?
7 years
What's
later,
wrong?
a new sheriff
Hey,
took office
what's
in
wrong,
Craig County.
boo-boo?
As he and his staff were
Someone
moving
here?
old evidence crates around, they stumbled upon an unmarked box filled with unaccounted recounted documents dating back from the end of 1999, mere days after the girl's disappearance.
This week, Craig County Sheriff Heath Winfrey revealed that he recently came across new notes and documents set aside and forgotten about by the previous sheriff's administration. New hope for answers when it comes to what happened to Laura and Ashley and where they are now.
Tammy Ferrari, a new OSBI agent, was tasked with reopening the case and digging through the box of evidence.
Coincidentally, it's a new agent.
That case file, there was a talk about an insurance card that was located at the scene.
The insurance card, one of the very first pieces of evidence found by the families, had been lost while transiting between the offices of the OSBI and the old sheriff. By finding its owner, the police finally concluded that the Polaroids were real. Not only did the owner see them, she was the ex-girlfriend of David Pennington, one of the 3 men who distributed them.
So we start looking at the 3 of them. We find out that Phil Welch is already deceased. David Pennington is deceased. But Ronnie Busick, we found out that he was still alive. People told us that he was pure evil, that he was the devil. There was people that were just terrified of him.
Ronnie Busick and his entourage were part of a drug ring unrelated to the cartel and were extremely dangerous individuals. Lorene knew the 12 people who were rumored to have seen the Polaroids were probably too scared of him to come forward, but there was no way Ferrari could convince a judge to sign her a warrant with only 1 witness. So, in a last-ditch effort, Lorene opened a Facebook page and reappeared on TV. Once again, Lisa Broderick, Laura's cousin, campaigned alongside her.
If you could talk to any of those 12 people right now who might have any information, what do you want to say to them?
That's what we've heard over the years, is everybody's afraid of these men. And we understand, we do. But we would just ask for you to look at your own children and look at your own grandchildren. And if you know anything, please just tell us. Please help us to find them and bring them home. That's all we want. We just want our girls back.
Miraculously, all 12 witnesses, mostly ex-girlfriends and relatives of the 3 men, all came forward.
Possibly alive for days after they were kidnapped, more than half of the witnesses remember seeing Polaroid photos of the girls tied up, bound, and gagged.
On the day Busick was to be released from his Kansas jail, Ferrari was waiting for him outside with an arrest warrant from Oklahoma. As the OSBI interviewed him, he eventually revealed what happened, but was careful not to incriminate himself.
Did you take the Polaroid? No. Who took them, Ronnie?
I don't know. I don't have food.
Are you afraid to admit your part in it? Huh? Are you afraid to admit what you've done?
Instead, he puts all the blame on his deceased accomplices, Welch and Pennington. According to him, they came to collect a drug debt, but Danny resisted, and things quickly turned sour.
Danny is ultimately shot during this, and then Kathy is shot. The girls end up escaping out of another door and run to the back of the house, and they're hiding. Once the suspects see them, the suspects ended up catching them. They were taken to Phil Welch's house in Pitcher, Oklahoma, and ended up being kept there for 2 weeks, where they were tortured, they were drugged, and then ultimately killed and disposed of.
As a last resort, Busick proposed giving Ferrari the girl's location in exchange for a plea deal. The authorities would drop the murder, kidnapping, and arson charges in exchange for a guilty plea of accessory to murder and a reduced sentence if the girls were found. The Bibles accepted, and together with the OSBI, they searched the abandoned mine indicated by Busick.
We just really had hoped that there would be something there, and there just wasn't.
Lorene was devastated. Busick claimed that Pennington or Welch must have moved the girls to another location, and somehow, the judge believed him. With his plea deal still standing, he was sentenced to 10 years of prison and 5 years of probation. What? On May 19, 2023, Busick was released for good behavior after only 38 months behind bars.
That's crazy.
At Busick's release hearing, Lorene took the stand and delivered a poignant victim impact statement. On the other side of the courtroom, Busick was looking down, avoiding Lorene's glare.
You're telling people that you killed my daughter. Look me in the eye.
I think having part of the truth kind of helps, but we still don't have that closure.
Come on up.
Even though they know the truth, the Bibles still cling to the hope of one day seeing Laura again.
She's greatly missed, but she's not forgotten. Early on, you hoped that the girls would be found alive. Do I hope when you see other people coming home after years? Yes. You want that for your child.
But for Lorene, the fight is still going. Last year, she joined her representative and proposed the Loria and Ashley's Law to Congress. Its mandate is to add accessory to murder to the list of crimes requiring the offender to serve 85% of their prison sentence before being eligible for parole. The law was approved on June 6, 2023, preventing anyone from pulling off the same trick Busick played on them after his arrest. Despite all those years of frustration, anger, and grief, Lorene's focus is now to pass on the girl's spirit. She started a scholarship fund in their names, hoping other children from the community could accomplish their dreams in their stead. She thinks this is what the girls should be remembered for, not only for the tragic circumstances surrounding their deaths, but for the positive impact their memory continues to provide.
I think the details of what they may have gone through can be very overwhelming. You can get very fixated on that.
But that's not who she was. She was more than just a girl that was abducted.
Hey. What's up, little guy? What's up, little guy? Alright. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hello, Rocky. Hello. Hello, Rocky. Hello. Oh, thank you for the love. Okay. Thank you for the love. Yes. Yes. You're showing me lots of love. Yes. Yeah, you're showing lots of love. Desert treasure. What? That looks like a long quest. Holy moly. What do we do here? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Show all. Skill filtering optimal. I guess we just do them then. Fuck it. Teleport home. Ancient. Oh, okay, I'll climb. Don't care. Don't care about none of it. What's up?
What's happening, my nigga?
Sean. You saying?
Hey, I need to get you a mattress.
Yeah, yeah.
That's sick, bro. Good stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I just want to make sure you didn't forget or whatever.
No, no, they called at like 10:30 and they were there within like 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, man.
Yeah, you're the GOAT.
Maybe we.
Yo, what are you up to?
Much, man. Just fucking chilling.
Want to run up a quarter of weed? On the bet?
Yeah, what you want?
So I don't really care. Whatever.
Oh.
Like you meant strain, right? You meant strain, right? You meant strain, right? Yeah. Yeah, no rush. No rush. Peace. Sick. Sick. Little skittish, Rocco. Ring. This bad boy up like this. Let's see.
Jennifer. He wanted me to kill him. Jennifer, she's crying. What do you want to do with her? He said he couldn't spend his life in jail. Somehow or another, it popped into my mind. The killer. And so he wanted me to stab him with a knife.
The voice you've just heard is 14-year-old Jennifer Wirtz. The man she's referring to is known as the Cherry Hill Killer. It may seem like she stabbed him to save herself, but the truth is much more disturbing.
He told me not to look. I could hear the blows. I was covered in blood.
On October 6, 1995, police found Jennifer sitting quietly on the front porch of her house after someone called 911, but nothing could have prepared them for what they were about to discover inside.
The scene behind me is one that nightmares are made of.
It was difficult to recognize that she was even human.
February 22nd, 1991, 4 years before Jennifer was found, Dee Dee Rosenthal disappears from her 7th floor apartment. No sign of entry is identified, but what's most disturbing is that, at the time, Dee Dee was Jennifer's next-door neighbor.
And now she feels completely shaken by all this. Police were taking no chances with this guy, believing him to be extremely dangerous.
To this day, the Cherry Hill Killer is still alive, and it is now up to Jennifer, the only survivor, to take him down before he makes another victim.
Obviously, this is a tragedy. It is a violent end to an already horrific story.
7 years before Jennifer's attack, following a difficult divorce, Rebecca Wirtz and her daughter Jennifer moved into the Somerset Tower, a 7th floor apartment building located in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
My father was kind of in and out of our lives. I think that my mom was very lonely at that time.
But Rebecca didn't stay single for long. She met an eccentric janitor named Eddie, who worked in the same apartment complex. In no time, he moved in with them, and together they formed a new, happy family.
He was full of smiles and laughter, and she was happy around him.
But this didn't last. Eddie had a few quirks for sure, but as time went on, his behavior became increasingly erratic, especially towards Jennifer.
Once we lived in the apartment, he definitely changed. He was very controlling, just very strange, just very weird behavior.
Despite his occasional antics, Eddie gained Rebecca's trust over time and was tasked to watch over her daughter while she worked on the weekends. This is where Jennifer's abuse at the hands of Eddie started. Even at only 7 years old, she knew she had to do something, so she gathered all of her courage and revealed everything to her mom. Rebecca coldly told her that she simply imagined things, but Jennifer wasn't duped. She knew the things Eddie forced her to do were wrong.
And I'm like, what is happening? What are you doing? And I got really angry with my mom.
On February 26, 1991, 3 years into Jennifer's ordeal at the Somerset Tower, police knocked on the door of her mother's apartment. They explained that 4 days ago, their next-door neighbor disappeared without a trace. Detectives were now investigating every resident and employee in the building. Earlier that day, they interviewed Eddie and were surprised by the fact that he personally knew the victim.
Approximately how long did Miss Rosenthal live at the apartment complex? I would say she was there a year. Did you have a day to meet her? I bumped into her a few times in the hallways. I liked her. No, I thought she was pretty nice.
Dee Dee Rosenthal, an autism therapist who immigrated to the US from Canada less than a year ago, was last seen on February 22nd. According to her brother Blaine, she chose to move to New Jersey to accomplish her dream of joining the Elwyn Institute of Philadelphia, a clinic tailored for mentally disabled children. But her brother knew that the US could be a little rough around the edges compared to Canada, so he insisted she pick an apartment on the top floor of a secured building.
If there was anything I could have done to get her not to go to the US, I thought, give her a year, give her 2 years, and then she'll come back. I was wrong.
At that point, the police had 2 suspects in mind. Both were part of the apartment complex maintenance team. The first, Steve Gomez, was Dee Dee's boyfriend. The second, Charles Reddish, was simply too strange for the police to ignore. The thing is that, to most people, he was known by another name.
What was that name?
That was Crazy Eddie. Something just wasn't right with Eddie.
The man claimed he spent the night of the 22nd with Jennifer's mother in their apartment.
They spoke with Rebecca Wirtz, and Rebecca told the police that Charles Reddish had been home in their apartment all night long.
The prosecutor couldn't help but notice Jennifer's fear when he mentioned Eddie in front of her mother.
I'll never forget the look on her face. I wanted to do anything I could to protect her.
Before the police got a chance to do a second interview with the Wirtz, the family moved out of the building. It may seem suspicious now, but at the time, many residents left Somerset Tower after what happened to Dee Dee. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance didn't add up, and when detectives ran forensics on her apartment, they were baffled by the results.
What they found was a pristine apartment.
There was no forced entry into the house.
There's no blood spatter, there's no shell casing.
Even the bed was made.
There was no physical evidence whatsoever.
The only piece of evidence of value they gathered was hidden inside Dee Dee's datebook.
She had tucked a receipt for $80 into her datebook from an automated teller machine.
But what really convinced them that she didn't just run away was her downstairs neighbor's testimony.
An elderly lady who lived alone woke up, and it was around 4 o'clock in the morning, and she heard a thud on the ceiling of her apartment. It would have been the floor of Dee Dee's apartment.
With no other suspect or clues, the case slowly went cold, but the incident struck the imagination of the American public. Various TV shows and publications picked up the story, including NBC's massively popular Unsolved Mysteries series. From her new home north of Cherry Hill, Jennifer couldn't help but feel sorry for Dee Dee and her family.
For them, for years, they had no idea what happened to her. She just was missing.
To most, the police clearly did everything they could, but this wasn't enough for Dee Dee's brother, Blaine Rosenberg.
That's all. I wouldn't give up. I traveled to Cherry Hill 67 times. I went into local bars, local restaurants with her picture.
As the years passed by, Blaine tried his best to balance his personal life and his quest to find his sister, but eventually, his obsession got the better of him.
When I got home, my wife said, Blaine, I want you out of the house. This is no joke. Get out. The disappearance of Dee Dee cost me everything.
And as Blaine hit rock bottom, so
That's
did Jennifer
pretty
and Rebecca.
cold-hearted of
Since the
wife,
family
though.
moved,
What the fuck?
they came to understand why Eddie received his crazy
Wow.
epithet. The man was totally out of control, constantly acting like a child and shooting violent insults. His anger towards Rebecca kept growing to a point where, even if she never saw him directly hit her, Jennifer knew her mom was also a victim of his.
I felt like whenever my mom would try to stand up to him, he would throw a fit, just getting angry.
Jennifer had endured Eddie's abuse for 7 agonizing years, and now her own mother was getting thrown into the mix. She knew this couldn't last any longer, so after arguing for hours, Jennifer eventually convinced Rebecca that she needed to leave Eddie. Everything was planned in advance, but Rebecca made one crucial mistake. She told Eddie about it.
We were going to be moving into my grandmother's house. She promised me that he was never going to be there. I would never have to see him. I was ecstatic.
On Jennifer's last day of school, Rebecca got her daughter to pack all of her things and promised her that she would be waiting for her by the schoolyard at 6 p.m., right after her last field hockey game.
I walked off the field and her car was there, but Ed was driving. So I immediately got angry, yelling at her that I knew that this was going to happen and why could she never keep her word? And she just, Jennifer, get in the car.
The silence in the car was heavy. In the rearview mirror, Jennifer couldn't help but notice that Eddie was fixating on her. She couldn't pinpoint what, but something felt terribly wrong.
I just knew that he was going to do something to stop us from moving, but I never imagined what would happen.
Once they arrived, Eddie claimed that all he wanted was to have one last dinner together as a family, but Jennifer was worried.
We get there, and I said, there's not even anything made. There's no dinner here. You know, what are we doing here?
Eddie sloppily tried to pull together some form of explanation before insisting that he needed Rebecca's car for groceries. Before she could answer, he left with the keys in a hurry. Now that they were alone, Jennifer tried to convince her mother to leave before his return, but Rebecca ignored her. In a fit, Jennifer ran upstairs to her room. Then, without fully realizing it, the teenager fell asleep for hours. Later, in the middle of the night, a loud noise suddenly woke her up.
It was about 2 a.m. I knew that something was really, really wrong.
Jennifer stood up and started walking down the stairway. As she grew closer, the noise became clearer and louder. Midway through, she realized what was happening.
It was the sound of him punching her in the face. I don't know how long he had been hitting her. I don't know.
But it was already too late. Before she had time to react, Eddie suddenly stopped.
And he turned around and came towards me with rage in his eyes.
Eddie then grabbed Jennifer by the back of her hair and dragged her into the living room. As she grew closer to her mother, she couldn't even grasp the state she was in.
I don't know if she knew that I was there. I don't know that she saw me. I know that her jaw was broken. Her arm was broken. I was asking him to please not hurt her. You know, please just let us go.
Eddie threw the young girl onto a chair next to the couch Rebecca was on. He turned back to pick up a drape and a small hatchet he had laid on the floor. As he slowly walked towards her, Jennifer started panicking.
I just immediately started yelling for him to stop. He draped the sheet over top of me, and I just remember curling up in a ball.
From under the drape, Jennifer could hear her mother breathing. She knew she was still alive. But within seconds, Eddie began striking Rebecca with the hatchet.
I could hear the blows. I felt her blood. After what seemed like a lifetime, he took the sheet off of me and took me upstairs.
Eddie dragged her into the bedroom. In there, he did his worst to the traumatized and defenseless teenager.
I wasn't out of his sight for another 4 to 5 hours. He tortured me for that time. I was covered in blood. I didn't really think that it was ever going to be over.
As the sun was rising, Eddie stopped and sat next to Jennifer. Amidst all the horrible things he did to her that night, what he was about to ask her next was simply too much for the young girl.
And then he asked me to kill him. I said that I couldn't do that. So he said that he would just kill me and then kill.
Faced with an impossible dilemma, Jennifer summoned her courage and attempted to guide Eddie toward a third option. Just like a hostage negotiator, the 14-year-old used de-escalation tactics to calm him down. By listening carefully, asking questions without judgment, and showing understanding, Jennifer slowly convinced
Yes! We have life, chat. Oh my god. We've got joints. We've got marijuana. Fuck yeah, baby. Woo! Oh my god, it's about time. Oh yeah. So half ounce of weed. So 650. Here. 650. I gotta think here real quick. 650. 650. 650 plus like what? 80 bucks? 650 plus 730? Okay. We got fucking weed finally though, chat. Oh my god. My goodness. Tokes, chat, please tell me there's someone in here that wants to rip a fat fucking bowl with me. I can't do it alone. I need my handheld. Rocky, get up here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. That's my boy. Rocky wants to smoke a toke with me. Wait, ever try welcome to game 2? What is that? Here. Oh, what? Okay. Basically a horror game? Oh, true. Yeah, I don't really like horror games, man. They're not my thing, you know? My baby boy, my baby boy. Rocky doodly doo. My doodly boy, my little boy. Okay, so let me get this ready for my buddy. I'm on the dot. Boom, boom. Here. So it's 240 bucks. Same, not gonna lie, it would be funny to play fast with you, but you fucking hate ghosts. Bro, honestly, any of those games, man, just aren't even interesting to me. They're just fucking boring.
Eddie to spare not only her life,
but that's just
but
me. Like,
also
I understand.
his.
I understand how people like
if
it.
you turn yourself in, they're going to give you a deal. They'll go easier on you. You can just say that you had a moment of insanity.
Hesitant, Eddie stood up and started pacing around the bedroom, hatchet in hand. He was visibly shaken by her words, almost like he slowly came to realize what he had done. Against all odds, she persuaded him to give himself up. He called his own mother, who then called the police.
He said to get dressed, and that we had to go outside and wait for the police, that they were on their way. I was in shock. We went out on the front porch and wasn't even sure that he still wasn't going to do something before the cops came. He was so unpredictable.
It must have been certainly a surreal experience to be sitting there with the man who just killed your mother and with you.
When the police arrived, they immediately separated Jennifer from Eddie. Their next concern was Rebecca. James Ronca, one of the prosecutors in charge of the case, recalls Eddie's strange reaction when the police asked him about her whereabouts.
Reddish made some cryptic statement about the victim being inside, and he asked if she needed an ambulance, and he said no. It's too late for that.
Once in the hands of the police, Jennifer had a hard time assessing what happened. Even Ronca, an experienced prosecutor, never had to deal with a victim so mentally shocked before.
Jennifer was very traumatized. She's still wearing her field hockey uniform, looking just so absolutely forlorn.
Damn, what a word.
After
forlorn.
Ronca finished interviewing Jennifer, reinforcement from the Cherry Hill Police Department arrived at the station. Detective Brian Mallow, the same man who questioned Eddie 4 years ago at Somerset Tower, was asked to interview him once again.
We drove up to Burlington County. They allowed us access to him in a room, and we brought a tape recorder.
For the most part, Eddie and Jennifer's versions of the event were roughly concordant until the assault in the bedroom. Seemingly, Eddie refused to admit what he did to Jennifer.
Did you have any with Jennifer? Why do you think that Jennifer would mention it? Because a lot, and that's why I always liked her. You know, she's cute and all.
He literally is laughing as he is talking about a 14-year-old girl.
Following Eddie's full confession regarding Rebecca's murder and Jennifer's assault, Detective Mallow, who had never forgotten Eddie since Dee Dee's disappearance, knew there was more where that came from.
I thought at this point he would be particularly vulnerable.
And they start asking Charles Reddish again about the disappearance of Dee Dee Rosenthal.
To the surprise of the prosecutors and the detective, Eddie immediately confessed.
After 4 years, he finally tells what happened.
Yo, B-Dog, I love you, bro. God bless. Alright. Put a little bit of water in my bong. Actually, let me see. No, I should be right. I was gonna say, I put a little bit more water in my bing. But we chillin', baby!
To ask you some questions regarding the disappearance of Dee Dee Rosenthal at the Somerset House Apartments in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Figure it's time people know the truth. For some reason, I took the stairs to the roof. I swung down onto the balcony of Dee Dee Rosenthal's apartment, and she spotted me He let out a scream.
And he realizes she's gonna recognize me. And at that point, he makes the decision to kill her. There was a minor struggle and she fell off the bed, which was the thud that the lady downstairs heard.
I knew that he had passed away. I went to the kitchen, found $80 exactly in cash in her pocketbook. I took that, and I peeked out to the hallway. Nobody was around. Took her in a shopping cart down and out the back door of the apartment complex.
He brought her out through these doors, across the parking lot.
Could you describe where you took Miss Rosenthal off of Route 130? There was a dirt road that you could drive back there, and I took her from the corner into the weeds and left her there.
We found out that every year they dredge the Delaware River and pump the dredge waste into this area. By the time we got here, Dee Dee would have been under between 50, 75, even up to 100 feet of dredge materials.
After the search
I
for Dee
mean,
Dee's
that's
body
probably
was
the
abandoned,
best spot
the
I've
two
ever
cases
heard for a body before.
fell into the hands of Prosecutor Albright from Cherry Hill and Ronca from Burlington. After meeting his attorney for the first time, Eddie
What are we trying
immediately
to do?
recanted both confessions. And even if he wouldn't have, a confession alone wasn't enough to sentence him.
In New Jersey, under our law, you can't convict a person on their word alone, i.e. their confession. You have to corroborate the confession.
This is when the rigorous police work that took place in 1991 came into play. Even if Eddie removed all traces of Dee Dee's murder after the act, there remained one little thing he forgot: the ATM receipt the police found tucked behind the cover of Dee Dee's date book.
He specifically tells the Cherry Hill detectives that he took $80 out of that pocketbook. For me, the ultimate, the cherry on the corroboration sundae was that MAC receipt, and I couldn't wait for the jury to see that.
Since Jennifer survived thanks to her own negotiating skills, the first trial was a swift one. The jury took less than 40 minutes to come back with a guilty verdict after hearing her testimony. For the murder of Rebecca and the assault of Jennifer, Eddie received a life sentence. Meanwhile, Albright was preparing for the second trial.
I'm trying to
She
think,
wanted
what
more
the
than a
fuck
double
should
life
I do?
sentence. She was
I'm trying
aiming
to
for the
think,
death
what should I
penalty
do?
for Dee Dee's murder.
Should I invest
So
in a
legally,
rejuvenation pool?
justice is done. But
For my house?
in real life,
Oh,
what is
7,
justice
no,
when
actually,
you've
I'm
lost your
still getting
family
up there.
member to murder?
With his confession recanted, Eddie had a very good chance of being found not guilty. His lawyer used all the tips and false sightings the police received after Dee Dee's appearance on Unsolved Mystery to misrepresent the case. He was attempting to fool the audience into thinking that Dee Dee was alive and well, that she simply abandoned her family and her career to start anew elsewhere.
I wanted the jurors to know that Dee Dee was not some flighty young thing who just decided one day, you know what? I'm tired of Cherry Hill, I'm tired of my job, I'm tired of my family. Because to believe that she was still alive, you would have to believe all those things.
And it worked. This angle, joined by the ATM receipt, sufficed to convince the jury. Jennifer and Dee Dee's brother Blaine, though emotional, celebrated their victory.
I cried my eyes out. The first time I really cried my eyes out. That was when we put up a marker. We had flowers. It was over.
Until 2004, a review of the court proceedings proved that the judge presiding over the audience made a mistake in his address to the jury. This was enough for the court to ask for a retrial, and Albright knew that the New Jersey jurisdiction was about to abolish the death penalty.
Wow.
I convicted him once, and I was pretty sure I was going to be able to convict him twice.
With the death penalty impending abolition, avoiding a trial was the soundest option. So, after talking with Blaine and Jennifer, the prosecutor offered Eddie a deal.
That he would plead guilty to Dee Dee's murder, and he would receive a sentence that would keep him in prison for the rest of his life.
Eddie was finally sentenced in the summer of 2005, 10 years after his initial
I don't
arrest in
understand that.
1995.
Yeah, like people go
During
and
that
kill
time,
people,
Jennifer rebuilt
right?
her life
But
from
they're
the
so
ground
scared
up.
of dying
She moved in
themselves,
with
like,
Shannon, one
what?
of her adult sisters, and ultimately got the chance to experience a normal life. She attended Catholic school, joined a cheerleading team, and made many friends along the way. Not only that, but Shannon and her 2 other sisters all formed a strong support system around Jennifer.
As a teenager, I really worked very, very hard to not let it affect me.
As an adult, Jennifer continued to thrive and, eventually, even became a mother herself. But her past ordeal took on a new meaning after she gave birth to her 2 daughters, especially in the way she perceived her own mother's tragic death.
Now, as a mother, it's a different type of pain. When I think of my girls getting married, my mother never got to see any of her girls get married. That's how it affects me now, just missing the things for her.
Although Jennifer got some form of closure after Eddie's arrest, the same couldn't necessarily be said about Dee Dee's family. Without a body, they may never know what really happened to her. All they have is Eddie's word.
After learning about Dee Dee's murder, as horrific as what happened to me was, at least I know what happened.
To honor his sister's memory, Blaine started a foundation bearing her name, which provides support services to women experiencing physical or emotional abuse. Overall, he chose to focus on her legacy more than anything else.
There were a lot of memories that I'll never forget. I miss Dee Dee. I will never forget Dee Dee.
And the same is true for Jennifer. There's no way to be sure, but Rebecca was probably also a victim of Eddie's abuse long before the murders, which could have led to some of her questionable decisions in the past. Some may say she could have done much more to protect her daughter, but it doesn't mean there weren't moments of genuine love between the two of them, and these earnest memories deserve to be celebrated.
I miss my mother every day.
Interesting. Rocky baby.
Pay attention to the woman in the black hat in this footage. It was recorded in Los Angeles on February 15, 2003. This is 21-year-old Christine Johnson. It might look like a normal shopping trip at the mall, but this footage hides a disturbing secret. Just hours after it was recorded, Christine disappeared, and the key to uncovering the truth about what happened to her lies in what she bought.
Christine, please come home safe. I can't find peace in my life without you.
Investigators look at Christie's phone records. Just after 5 p.m., she called an information line from Laurel Canyon in the Hollywood Hills. One witness says a woman matching Christie's description pulled over to ask for directions to a house up the hill, but they can't find any more clues about what happened to her afterwards. February 20th, 5 days after Christie's disappearance, police get a call from a woman who saw an article about Christie in the paper. She told investigators about a man who approached her at the same mall just weeks before. He told her he was working on the new James Bond movie, and he wanted her to audition.
He said you have to have a white shirt, you have to have a mini skirt, nylons, and stiletto heels.
And that happens to be everything that Christie purchased on February 15th.
One by one, detectives discover strikingly similar stories of other women, exposing a serial predator who's been hunting women in Hollywood for over a decade.
He was prepared for murder. He was prepared to have no one testify against him. It was critical that we find her as soon as possible.
We're talking about a predator, and somewhere along his life, he needed to be stopped.
It's 2001. 20-year-old Christine Johnson just moved from the small town of Saugatuck, Michigan, to Southern California. She's working on finishing school, and she's hoping for her big break in Hollywood. But it's hard for her to find work in the movie industry, and she considers moving back home.
And in fact, it had gone so far that I had already contacted U-Haul and I was going to fly out to Los Angeles. She decided she wanted to continue to give it a try. She was sincere in staying.
Christine keeps trying in Los Angeles. She's able to get a job as a production assistant for a new movie, but after that, she continues to struggle finding work in the industry. She starts working at a cell phone company, but she's still looking for opportunities in Hollywood, refusing to give up on her dreams. Saturday, February 15th, 2003. Christine is on the phone with her mom, Terry. Christine talks about how she's planning a trip to the mall that day. Her mom tells her to pick out a Valentine's gift for herself. They say goodbye, and she heads to the mall. February 17th. Terry normally talks to her daughter on the phone every day, but she hasn't heard from Christine in over 48 hours. She can't get a hold of her on her cell phone, so she calls her work and finds that Christine didn't show up that morning. She's always on time for work, and her parents worry that something happened to her. They call the police and file a missing persons report. No one has any idea where she is, and her family flies to Los Angeles right away.
I went to Christy's apartment and I put a poster on her wall to the entrance to her apartment with a big picture of Christy. I couldn't believe this was happening.
Police share details with the media and set up a tip line. Soon, Christy's disappearance is all over the news, and the search grows.
There were people that were going around to empty lots, handing out flyers, nailing them on telephone poles. Everybody fell in love with Christy.
Investigators call Christy's credit card company and learn that she purchased several items at the Westfield Century City Mall in Los Angeles on February 15th. They look through surveillance videos and discover security footage of her at the mall around 1 p.m. that day, but they can't find anything in the footage to help figure out what happened to her.
We have nothing. We have no leads whatsoever. Christy just dropped off the face of the earth.
Detectives turn to her roommate, hoping she might have some information on where Christy went. Her roommate explains that on February 15th, Christy came home after the mall and showed her a new outfit she bought. Then, Christy left for a big movie audition. Finally, investigators have a clue about where she was headed, but her roommate couldn't remember where the audition was. They look at Christy's phone records. Just after 5 p.m. on February 15th, she called an information line from the Laurel Canyon neighborhood in the Hollywood Hills. The witness came forward, saying a woman matching Christy's description, driving a white Miata, pulled over to ask for directions to a house up the hill before she disappeared. After learning more about the day Christy went missing, her parents wonder if someone she knew may have tried to hurt her. They want to do all they can to help find their daughter.
I knew she was having problems with a boyfriend, and she had broken up with him. It was actually one of my first suspicions that he could have been involved.
Christy had called the police. Christy had had a domestic violence incident with her boyfriend.
Police bring Christy's ex-boyfriend in for questioning. He admits there was a domestic violence incident, but denies having anything to do with her disappearance.
He had said that he was extremely sorry. That was the one and only time that it had happened, that they were on their way back together again, that he loved her very much, and anything that he could do to help, he would.
He also claims he was out of town the day she disappeared, and multiple people confirm his story. After verifying his alibi, police realize it's another dead end. February 20th, 2003, 5 days after Christy's disappearance, police get a call from a woman named Susan Murphy.
I saw this article and this picture of this girl missing. I called the Santa Monica Police Department. When I started to explain my situation, they put me on hold and said, "We want you to speak to the lead detective on the case."
The newspaper article Susan saw said Christy disappeared after leaving for a movie audition. Susan tells investigators about a man she encountered less than a month before, hoping it might help them find Christy. He invited Susan to an audition too, and as she continues explaining her story, Detective Virginia Obenchon realizes it's their first big break in the case.
He said, "It's very, very important that I wear black stilettos as high as possible, a black miniskirt, a white man's shirt."
And that happens to be everything that Christy purchased on February 15th.
The items Christy bought at the mall weren't published in the news, but as soon as Susan read the article about her disappearance, she had a feeling the man she met weeks before could have something to do with it.
That's pretty crazy.
Sank. I thought, could it possibly be the same person?
After Susan tells police she thinks she met the same man, they ask her to give them every detail she could remember about him. She helps create a composite sketch of what he looks like, and they broadcast the sketch on TV across the country.
The Santa Monica Police Department is seeking the assistance of the public to identify and locate the individual depicted in this composite drawing.
February 24th, 9 days after Christy's disappearance. Her car is found in the valet lot of a hotel. Detectives let Christy's parents know right away, and they fear the worst.
The thoughts went through my mind. They're going to find Christy in the trunk. They're going to find blood. They're going to find... I had no idea what they would find.
But all they find in the car is Christy's cell phone. The valet tells police that a man brought the car on the lot on February 16th, the day after she went missing.
Every bit of evidence that we were being told kept pointing towards something had gone wrong. Something was drastically wrong.
It was critical that we find her as soon as possible.
February 27th, 12 days after Christy's disappearance. No one's reported seeing her since, but her family won't give up. 2 vigils are held in Christie's honor, one in Los Angeles and one back in Michigan.
Today is Christy's 22nd birthday. Happy birthday, Christy. Please come home safe. I can't find peace in my life without you.
As news spreads, along with the sketch Susan Murphy helped make, other women come forward with similar stories, hoping they can help with the search for Christy. 12 years before her disappearance, back in 1991, Elizabeth Bazzini met a man at a restaurant who told her about an opportunity in a new James Bond movie. They sat at the bar together, but Elizabeth noticed red flags right away. As she looked at her drink, she saw white powder on top. She quickly went to the bathroom and called the restaurant manager.
I said, "This man is trying to drug me. Please call the police immediately. Please watch him. Make sure he doesn't leave."
Elizabeth made a plan and went back to the bar, trying to stall him until the police got there. They kept talking, and she asked him what the white powder was. He claimed it was sugar. Elizabeth tried to switch drinks with him, saying he could have hers instead.
He looked at me kind of oddly and I said, "What's wrong? You can drink the drink." I said, "I don't like sugar." And that's when he excused himself and he ran out of there and he never came back.
The man got away before police arrived.
This chick's logic, let me get this right, okay? This chick's logic is to have him stay there as long as possible by confronting him about her getting drugged? Like, what?
But over a decade later, when Elizabeth
What a
hears
dumb
what
cunt.
happened to Christy, she thinks the same man is responsible. More women report eerily similar stories to the police.
Hired,
And one
partner.
of them is Christine Klugen.
What's
She
up,
says
boss?
that back
How
in
you doing,
1989,
dude?
she met a man who introduced himself as John Maroney. They started talking for a few weeks, and he asked her out on a date.
He said, "I'll pick you up in a limousine, we'll have dinner, and there's a big industry party," because he said that he was a music executive.
The man told her he worked for Columbia Records, and that the party was going to be in a suite at a hotel. They went out to dinner first, and they took a limo to the hotel afterwards. But when they took the elevator up and got out, Christine Klugen noticed the hallway was quiet. She didn't hear anything that sounded like a party nearby, and she got nervous. Suddenly, the man took her to an empty hotel room, and she saw what he was planning the whole time.
He was trying to kiss me, and I pushed him away, and then he attacked me. He threw me on the bed. He tried to rip my clothes off.
The man pulled ropes from behind the bed to tie her up, but she was able to escape from him and run out of the hotel room to get help. A man named Victor Paleologos was arrested for her attempted rape. He accepted a plea deal and was sentenced to 3 years of probation. 14 years later, police are now desperately searching for Christy Johnson. A parole officer calls in after seeing the sketch they broadcast of the man they're looking for. She says it looks like one of her parolees, Victor Paleologos. Police issue a search warrant for his address. On his computer, they find pictures of women wearing the same type of outfit that Christy bought the day she disappeared.
He was pretty
It's
innocent.
also the same outfit the suspect had told Susan Murphy to wear for an audition, and now the pattern is becoming clearer. Investigators need answers from Paleologos, and they find out that he's already in custody on unrelated charges after he tried to steal a car.
We're looking for a missing person. Have you seen this young lady? No. I've seen reports going on TV every day. I don't know her. Tell us where she was the last time you saw her. Can you at least tell us that? Last time I saw her, she was on TV.
Detectives continue to interrogate Paleologos, but he won't give any information about Christy's disappearance. He also has an
Paleologos, what a
alibi
name.
for the day she went missing.
Victor had shown up on a Saturday night at the IHOP restaurant, and he met a friend.
The friend he claimed he met confirmed that they ate together, but despite his alibi, Paleologos remains a prime suspect in the case. Christy was last seen around 5:30 p.m. on February 15th, and it wasn't until hours later that Paleologos went to IHOP. There was plenty of time in between when he could have done something to her.
We were continuing to hope against hope that she was alive, that she was being held against her will someplace, and we just needed to identify the location so we could get there and save her life.
16 days after Christy's disappearance, police asked Susan Murphy to identify the man who approached her in a lineup in person.
It's like going to a horror film, because you're seeing this person again. I immediately recognized him. You know, I was like, that's the guy, for sure.
Susan identifies Victor Paleologos. It seems like investigators are closing in, still hopeful they can find Christy.
My first question was, has he ever been arrested for murder before? And they said no. So then, of course, as a parent, I'm very hopeful. I'm thinking maybe this is somebody who's abducted my daughter, but he hasn't murdered her.
And everybody believed that there would be a happy ending to the story.
But as Detective Obenchain walks Susan out of the police station, she gets a call that completely changes the investigation.
I remember overhearing Virginia talking on the phone. My heart dropped.
A group of hikers found a body in a ravine just off of Hollywood Hills. Police arrive at the scene, finding the body of a young woman.
As I got down there and got closer and closer, I could see that there was a female. It was a white female. Her hands were tied behind her back. I could see that she was wearing a white blouse. And then that's when I went one step further to see if the tattoo was there. And it was. And that's when I concluded that this was, in fact, Christy Johnson.
After weeks of searching for Christy, everyone's worst fears are confirmed. Now, police have to tell her family the heartbreaking news.
He said that Christy was no longer with us. And I told him, I said, I appreciated the fact that they found Christy. And I said, treat her with dignity.
Her family is devastated. Autopsy results show Christy's cause of death was strangulation. Investigators determine she was murdered. And now, police have to turn to bringing her killer to justice. But even after finding her body, it doesn't seem like they're any closer to proving who did this to her.
There was no forensic evidence. We found no fiber. We didn't find any hair. There were no eyewitnesses.
There was nothing. We had found Christy, but the case was not anywhere close to being over.
With multiple reports against Victor Paleologos and identifications of him in a lineup, police are able to charge him with Christy's murder. But with no DNA evidence, prosecutors will have to build a circumstantial case against him. The trial starts on July 13th, 2006. Paleologos' history as a serial predator comes to light, thanks to his past victims, whose testimonies could be the key to bringing him to justice. Kathy DeBuono takes the stand to tell her story. In 1999, 4 years before Christy went missing, Kathy was approached by a man at the same mall. He claimed his name was Brian and that he worked for Disney. He told her about a new James Bond movie he was working on that she would be perfect for. Kathy knew that Disney didn't make the James Bond movies, and she asked the man for a business card before she left.
My agent called Brian at Disney's office and left him a voicemail about this. He called her back pretty quickly and said, "Tell your client not to go to this meeting. That was not me. I did not meet her at a mall. I did not give her a business card, and someone is lying to her."
Kathy called her father, who was a detective in New York. He too warned her against meeting with the man again.
So I had the information. I was already confirmed that this was a load of BS. The other thing that I had inside me was I couldn't let go that he was going to do something bad.
He hadn't committed a crime yet, and the police couldn't help Kathy. She knew the man could be dangerous, but she decided to go anyway, hoping to stop him from hurting anyone else. She brought a friend who's a stuntman to go with her for safety, but the man who invited her never showed up.
Till this day, I will never forgive myself for not having my stuntman friend lie down in the back seat of the car. That was the end of my story. But I imagine he was waiting from whatever place, from whatever home with his binoculars or whatever it was, saw that I had a man with me in the car, and that was the end of that.
Kathy didn't have the chance to take him down herself in 1999, but when she saw Victor Paleologos' picture on TV 4 years later in connection to Christie's case, she knew it was the same man who approached her.
And what a story,
and she could
bro. That guy's
testify to
actually
fight for
like
justice.
low-key for like a predator and shit like that. That guy is low-key pretty smart. Went to Hollywood where girls are trying to make a name for themselves and exploited that. Like, that's just, you know, next level creep shit. But it's pretty smart if you actually wanted to be like I guess like a murdering creep rapist guy. Like,
Another
probably be the
survivor,
easiest place to
Heather
take
Mayer,
advantage of him.
tells the court about when Paleologos attempted to rape her in 1998. He was caught and pleaded guilty, but after serving 3 years and 5 months, he was let out on parole on January 20th, 2003, less than a month before Christie went missing. And just 4 days after he was let out on parole, he targeted Susan Murphy. She takes the stand to testify against Paleologus, facing him again to help bring closure to Christie's family.
I truly believed I was staring into the face of evil. Anyone who's in that court will tell you, my voice, I was shaking. And then just looking at her family, that broke my heart. And I kept thinking about, what if that was my dad sitting out there? You never get over something like this. There's an innocence that is absolutely gone.
January 24th, 2003. Susan Murphy explains that she was at the Century City Mall, the same place Christie was at just hours before she went missing. A man approached Susan, introducing himself as Victor Thomas.
He said, I know this sounds ridiculous, but I'm a director of photography and we're casting for the new James Bond movie. And he said, there's a certain look we're going for and you'd be great for this. You'd be perfect. He started naming out a bunch of legitimate directors and photographers and costume designers. It seemed plausible.
The man invited Susan to an audition the next day. Even though he seemed to know a lot about the industry, she noticed that something felt off about his invitation. After she left, Susan called the Screen Actors Guild to ask if there was a new James Bond movie in production, and they said no. She knew the man was lying to her, and she wasn't sure what he was going to do if she met him again, but she decided to go anyway, hoping she could put a stop to whatever he was planning.
I'm on to something here. Something's going on. I'm going to show up tomorrow. I'm fully aware that I'll probably be thrown into a van or something, but I'm going to be there.
The next day, Susan brought Mace and a camera with her, and her boyfriend Tony watched from the car as she went to meet the man again. When they started talking, he asked her if she wanted to get a drink across the street before the audition, but the building he was pointing at looked abandoned.
I said, well, first of all, I'm not going anywhere with you. I need some identification. And he said, oh, I don't have any identification. And at that point, I said, well, maybe this will help you find it.
Susan pointed towards the car where her boyfriend was waiting. As soon as the man realized she didn't come alone, he immediately changed his act.
When Victor saw Tony, because Tony's a big guy, he's a second-degree black belt, Victor was like, you know what, you are so not right for this part at all, and I'm done.
The man started to run away, but Susan wanted to stop him before he tried to hurt someone else. She got in the car with Tony, and they chased after him. They quickly found him hiding in the bushes around the corner.
Then Tony stops the car, he gets out, and he starts frisking him. I could see this guy was like practically in tears, but then the guy broke free, and then he ran through traffic on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Even though Susan wasn't hurt, she thought the man would try to trick another young woman, and she had no idea what he was capable of. He didn't commit a crime when he met her, so there was nothing the police could do at the time. Less than a month later, Christie went missing. Now, Susan's story helps show the clear pattern of Victor Paleologos' actions. In total, 7 women testified against him, bravely facing the man who targeted them and has repeatedly escaped justice. Paleologos kept using similar schemes. He told the women to buy the same clothes, and he used the promise of a career-making audition to lure in his victims, preying on their dreams for their big break in Hollywood.
There was a complete lack of scientific evidence, but they did have a very strong circumstantial case. And what they had was the parade of women. One after one we testified. One after one we didn't know that there were the others.
When I looked at Christy's parents sitting in the back of the courtroom and her father gave me the thumbs up to keep going, it made me stronger and I wanted to fight for her. That could have been me.
I was very impressed by the courage of these prior victims to come forward. Their stories were powerful, and the similarities among all the victims and Christy were striking.
Together, the women's stories are crucial for building a strong case, but without any DNA evidence, they're still not sure if it will be enough to convict him.
I definitely think this is a very clear example of somebody who has abused our system over a long period of time.
It's not about a naive young female. It's about a repeat predator offender.
We're talking about an evil person. And somewhere along his life, he needed
I mean,
to be stopped.
to be fair,
And unfortunately,
he is like scum of the earth and shit. The guy is like definitely scum. But if these chicks were dumb enough to fall for it, like some of these chicks actually were like, like, holy shit, I'd better go like check out and make sure this guy's story is legit. And they end up like going back with their boyfriend, like multiple women did. Like I give them props. They got like a decent head on their shoulders. Some of these chicks out there are just like so fucking. I get rinse here. Oh, thank God. Or just like dumb, you know?
Only Christie was the stopping point.
With the circumstantial evidence building up against him, Victor Paleologos accepts a plea deal to avoid the death penalty.
What?
But afterwards, he makes a shocking decision. He writes an 11-page letter to the court, asking to withdraw his guilty plea.
I'm going to deny the motion, Mr. Paleologos. The law states very clearly a plea may not be withdrawn simply because the defendant has changed his mind.
On September 15, 2006, Victor Paleologos is sentenced to 25 years to life for the murder of Christine Johnson.
The reason that we're here is because of Mr. Paleologos. And there is a reason why this happened. Only God knows. And I can't find an answer for that.
Victor Paleologos has been allowed the freedom to let the evil in his life escalate, resulting in the heinous murder of Christy, my beloved young daughter, a beautiful young woman on the threshold of her life.
Because the women recognized the similarities between Christie's story and their own, and because of the strength they had to come forward, together, they're able to stop a serial predator who's been targeting young women in Hollywood for over a decade. And even though they didn't know her personally, Christie's impact can be seen through the women who helped put her killer in jail.
It could have been me.
Her impact.
And there was a part of me that felt very close to Christy because of that. Like, I never knew her, but a part of me feels like I do in some strange way.
They helped bring answers and closure for Christie's family,
like
who
they do
continues
know
to
her.
honor her memory every day. And
low
today,
key.
the women are advocates for other victims and survivors of sexual assault. They want people to know how much of an impact they can have by coming forward, that every story matters, and every story can help in the fight
Trauma
for justice.
bonding.
I want women and victims and survivors of all genders to realize there's nothing to
I'm not here for the happy-go-lucky, good shit. I just want to hear the trauma. Just give me the inside scoop on the trauma. Bro, why is this page just like riddled with like crazy stories about children, bro?
She was waiting for the bus, and I pulled on the window, asked her to meet her ride. I got a phone number of hers, and during the night I tried to call her, but it was a bad number, and I was a little kind of upset about that.
This man is the ex-Marine who became a serial killer. What you're about to hear is extremely disturbing, as he calmly describes kidnapping 19-year-old Jennifer Asbenson.
I remember she said she was getting up like around 6, so I got in my car and I drove back toward that area. Hey, how you doing? And she remembered me from last night. Hi, she wanted to get some breakfast. I just reached over and I grabbed her by the hair, and then she got scared, and I produced the gun. I told her to turn around, I tied her hands behind her back, I put her in the trunk, and then I just started driving off.
Jennifer Asbenson, 19 years old, attacked, kidnapped, taken to the middle of a desert, but she escaped, twice, before finally making it out alive. When she told the police, no one believed her story was true. What? It took 5 more years for Andrew Urdialis to be brought to justice,
That's
where
crazy.
he confessed to having murdered 8 women. During the trial, Jennifer finally got her chance to face him and put an end to his 10-year-long rampage.
He's pure evil, and he's gonna pay for what he did.
It's September 27th, 1992. In the city of Palm Springs, California, 2 men stop in the middle of the desert, intercepted by a woman, half naked, with bite marks on her neck. She tells them that a man has been trying to kill her. The 2 men escort her to the closest gas station, where they contact the Palm Springs Police Department. When police arrive, the woman named Jennifer Asbenson tells them how the man who calls himself Andrew kidnapped her, threatened her with a gun, before trapping her inside the trunk of his car. The police tell Jennifer they have reason to believe she might be lying, that it's more likely she just had a fight with her boyfriend, dismissing her story completely. They take pictures of the marks on her neck and send her home. Jennifer is destroyed. She goes back to her life in constant fear that one day Andrew will turn up at her house. After years of dealing with her own trauma, someone knocks at Jennifer's door. It's the California State Police. They ask Jennifer to follow them to the police department. As she's sitting across from an investigator, he shows her pictures of potential suspects, asking Jennifer to identify the man who she claims abducted her 5 years prior. Without looking at the others, she pushes his picture forward with absolute certainty. That's when the officer tells her the shocking truth about the man called Andrew.
And he said, this guy is a serial killer. He killed 8 women, and you're the only one that got away.
The day before her abduction, Jennifer is on her way to work a night shift, where she attends to children with special needs.
I would work from 10 at night till 6 in the morning, but I was young. I was 19. I had a wonderful job.
She misses the late bus, worried that if she's late, she might lose her job. A car drives by and slows down next to her. The man inside looks kind and asks Jennifer if she needs a ride. She refuses out of instinct, even though she doesn't feel threatened by the stranger. As the man drives away, Jennifer changes her mind.
I did think he's a stranger, but he looked small, glasses on, just harmless.
She gets in and they drive off. During the car ride, they talk about random things, and she starts to get comfortable with him, feeling silly for even worrying about taking the ride. As he drops her off, he asks her if she wants to go to breakfast when she gets off work. She declines, saying she has a boyfriend. The man insists. He asks for her phone number.
And I thought, I'm just gonna make up a number and get away from him.
During her night shift, Jennifer forgets all about the man she probably won't see again. September 27th, 1992, around 6 a.m., as Jennifer is leaving work and heading toward the bus stop, she notices a car similar to the one she got in the night before. It's Andrew again. He rolls down his window and offers her to go get breakfast.
I was already laughing, like, you just don't give up.
And I just thought, okay, he's obviously nice. He didn't do anything to hurt me the night before, and so I got in the car.
Once she's inside, something switches in the man's face.
He brings up the phone number that I gave him and just screamed. I called that number and some old answered.
Before she can make sense of what's happening, her head is smashed against the glove box. The man takes out a gun and rope, orders Jennifer to turn around, and binds her hands together.
He was screaming at
Didn't
me,
hit
calling
her
me
injection
names.
that well.
I
Jesus.
didn't know if he was gonna slit my throat. I didn't know what he was gonna do.
He pulls her seat down to keep her out of sight and drives off.
What do I need?
After only a few minutes, the car turns onto a road leading far into the desert. Jennifer can only imagine what's going to happen to her.
I could see the telephone poles, and we passed one telephone pole, and then the next, and the more that passed, the more hope that I lost.
The man pulls over and he pulls out a large knife and starts cutting Jennifer's clothes off. She can see he's done this before. She tries to fight him off, but the man is too strong and aggressive. Every time she fights back, she only gets hurt. Then, he forces himself on her. But something happens. Andrew sees that he can't perform. This only makes him angrier.
The violence level started to escalate. I felt my face get really, really hot, and my vision started to get really weird.
For a brief moment, she loses consciousness, only to wake up as he's biting at her neck, screaming like a madman.
That's when he got out of the car, and he went to the trunk, and he pulled out a brown shopping bag full of knives. I finally realized he's gonna murder me.
She gets out of the car and
Took you
starts
that long to
running through the
realize?
desert.
What the fuck?
I just ran, and I imagined he was gonna shoot me.
Suddenly, she feels a sharp pain on the back of her head.
Standing raging 'cause
Jennifer
his
falls
dick
to the
don't
ground
work.
as the man is dragging her back to the car. He puts her in the trunk of the car, slamming it shut, telling her he's going to kill her. Jennifer is terrified. She can't see anything. Her hands tied behind her back, locked inside a moving car. Her hope of escape is gone.
My first thought was panic, and I just started praying out loud.
At that moment, she feels a surge of strength overwhelm her. She pulls her hands apart, breaking the twine that binds them together. She can't believe her hands are free, but there's no time to wait. Andrew is driving her to her grave. In the dark, she can't see anything, but uses her hands to feel her surroundings. She tears the interior of the trunk apart, searching for some way to open it. She pulls on a handle, releasing the cover, but Andrew notices and pulls the car over.
Then he came around to the back of the trunk and he bounced on it.
With the trunk barely open, he doesn't see Jennifer's hands are untied, so he slams it shut and gets back in the car. Jennifer can hear the tires are spinning in the sand. She knows he got stuck, and this might be her only chance to escape. She pulls the trunk open and starts to run and run.
I turned around and he was chasing me with a machete.
But she doesn't stop. On the road, a car passes by. She begs for their help. The driver locks the door. Seeing Andrew approach with the weapon, the car drives off, so she continues to run and run. She sees a truck getting close. This time, she doesn't take any chances. She stands up, half naked, in the middle of the road, forcing the driver to stop. The two men in the truck get out and take Jennifer in. When she looks back, Andrew is nowhere to be found.
And the passenger came and put me in the back seat. They brought me to the local gas station. The police were called, ambulance came, my mom was called.
But Jennifer never had the best of relationships with her mother, and so instead of having the support she needs, Jennifer hears her mother yell out that her daughter likes to make up stories, that she does it for attention. So no one believes Jennifer, not even the cops.
When you get out of a situation like that, it doesn't always go uphill from there.
Year after year, she lives in fear, terrified because the man has her ID cards with her address on it. Some nights, she even sleeps on the roof of her house, afraid that Andrew will turn up to finish the job. She feels unprepared, unable to defend herself. But everything changes when she meets a woman named Mika Moulton. Mika understands what Jennifer went through better than anyone. She lost her son in the worst possible way.
It is a very shallow grave, and that it appears to be the outline of a very small torso.
Losing a child is something you can never imagine. There's just this incredible need to wake up, and you can't.
Then she hears the news no parent is ever prepared to hear.
There's evidence of exceptionally brutal or heinous behavior indicative of wanton cruelty.
Christopher suffered. He tried to shield himself, he tried to fight, but he didn't know how. And that hurt really bad for me.
Mika never knew she needed to teach her son defensive measures. But after what happened to him, she wanted to make sure that no other children would go through what Christopher did. She then creates a workshop that teaches kids how to defend themselves against potential attackers.
Kicks him right in the nuts.
She calls it Christopher's Clubhouse. Mika also finds ways to help survivors, like Jennifer, who goes to Mika hoping to lose her fear. With each day, Jennifer's fear grows smaller and smaller, and her power soon takes over.
Right closed. Don't open them unless you're grabbed, okay?
Damn, looking fine. Yeah, you're gonna party hard tonight.
She learns new ways to defend herself and builds a confidence no one can break. In her mind, she's preparing for the day she'll come face to face with her attacker, to be ready. The year is...
It's like, okay, that's like breeding a false sense of hope. Like, no little kids fighting off some, like, grown-ass man that actually, like, is competent. You know? Same with, like, any woman. Like, no offense. Like, the average woman ain't, like... ain't taking, the average man.
It's 1997. 5 years after she was kidnapped, Jennifer is sitting at the police office and has just identified him out of a lineup. The investigator tells Jennifer that Andrew Urdiales has been arrested and that he confessed to everything, to all 8 murders, but also to Jennifer's kidnapping.
Jennifer. Well, I don't remember what year it was. Maybe 1992. 19 years old. Very pretty girl. Very pretty. I told her to turn around. I tied her hands behind her back. I just had my hand on her throat, and I just kept choking, and she kept kicking, and you know, her saliva was coming out of her mouth, and her face was turning blue and then red. I put her in the trunk, and I started driving off. The tent was so soft, and the shoulder got stuck. But the hood was popped open, and she ran screaming. There were several cars nearby. Somebody else picked it up and finished when I started. But I don't know. But that was the last time I saw her.
Jennifer can't believe it. After all these years, her monster is finally behind bars. She learns that there will be a trial and that her testimony will be crucial to the case, for all the other women who didn't make it out alive, and for the world to know what they went through. Jennifer didn't expect her face-off would be like this. For years, she's been building her strength, her barrier, but now, she's back in the same situation as before, unprepared.
I knew I had to go back there and I had to be so vulnerable. I did not want to do that in front of him. I asked if they could get him out of the room. They couldn't.
The very first time seeing him, my whole body kind of froze when I looked at him because I hadn't seen him in so long. And he was there in front of me now. And I kind of just wanted to tell myself, he's going to pay for what he did.
Through her own bravery, Jennifer Spenson spoke for all these women that didn't get away. She was a hero.
Despite pleading not guilty by reason of insanity, Andrew Urdiales is found guilty of all 8 murders in 3 separate trials.
The penalty to be imposed upon defendant Andrew Urdiales to be death.
I just felt an overwhelming sense of relief.
Jennifer came face to face with the monster and won. She was thrown back into a dangerous world and found strength.
Game of 8-ball pool? How do you do that? Full blitz. Oh, it's on my phone and shit. Might have to pass on that. I don't even know where my fucking phone is right now, brother. Probably downstairs somewhere. PC. These are those emulators. Damn. Fuck yeah, I think I'm just gonna pass on that, brother. It's too complicated for my dumb ass. Start a party in Discord. Can't we just play pool in Discord? Hang on a sec. Just made me think of something. Can't we just do that in Discord? I know Discord used to have like a bunch of games or some shit. Poker. Strong Rocky. Hey there, bud.
Yo.
What's up, boy?
Yeah, what's happening, dude? You good?
Yes, sir.
Alright.
What are you saying?
Oh, Nate, man, I'm just in a chat with all my boys on fucking PlayStation, innit? But, like, it's hard to get them into the Discord, isn't
You went to go get the booger sugar, didn't you?
it? Maybe. Oh, shit. Yeah, I spoke to you for ages, Jack, man. You good?
I'm chilling.
How's the hair doing?
That's alright. Losing it. Slowly but surely.
You gonna fucking grow it again?
Probably not. I'm gonna go get a haircut in a couple days, actually.
Yeah, man. My fucking hair's well long.
My cousin's or my uncle's getting married, so I gotta go take care of that.
How do I invite people to the Discord?
What do you mean?
Like, how do I add my pals to it?
You just gotta go up to the top where it says and then invite people, and then yeah.
Done. Yeah, I'm gonna invite some people. You can meet some of my crazy friends.
Cool. I'm down. What time is it? 4:05. In like half an hour, I gotta go fucking take my dog for a walk.
Oh man, I had to put my dog down last week, bro. I was fucking heartbroken, man.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry.
At least he lived fucking 10 years. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like, bro, he had fucking what was it? Cancer in his fucking belly.
Oh.
And
That's
like
so
I
bad.
I could notice he was getting unwell, and like one day, like the day I fucking went in the front room, I was like, because he didn't go a poo for like 2 days, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh fuck, like. So I took him to the vets. They X-rayed him, and I was like, yeah, he's got his belly's full of blood. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, that's not much you
I
can
know
do.
it's like losing a brother, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like part of the fam for sure.
Yeah, 100%, bro. It's like he's my best mate. Do you know what I mean?
I agree with that. Rocky's my best homie too.
Yeah, how many dogs you got?
Just one.
What is it?
Chihuahua Pug Cross.
Yeah, I had a Rottweiler Crossbull Mastiff. You see it, didn't you?
Yeah.
All slobbery and that.
They always are. They always are. My brother's fucking dog is pit bull. She's a pit bull, and she's a slobbery mess too.
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, my dog saved my life once, didn't it?
Really? How?
I'm type 1 diabetic, so I have to use insulin.
Okay.
And obviously, like one night I was drinking like a lot, and obviously I did too much insulin, and I was laying in my bed, and when my blood sugars are so low, I couldn't actually move, and I couldn't talk, and like I was like sort of like groaning, and my dog like obviously knew I was in trouble. He fucking was like headbutting my fucking door. He woke my dad up and that.
Really?
Yeah, man.
That's fucking insane.
I'm not gonna get another dog though. Do you know what I mean? Where like he meant so much to me, I don't really want to go through the heartbreak of actually getting another dog. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're saying. My dad was the same. Once my childhood dog passed away, my dad was like, "No more fucking animals." They went up north, and then like they came home, and I'm just sitting there holding Rocky. And my buddy's out front talking to me, and my buddy's just like, "You like my new dog, Martha?" Talking to my mom, and she's like, "Oh, it's so cute. He's so adorable. I wish we had a dog." And I was like, "Mom, this is actually my dog." And she's like, "Yeah. I just think I'm fucking around."
It's
right?
all ours now, buddy.
Yeah. And then my buddy literally just walks down the fucking the front driveway there, and then leaves. And she's like, "Don't forget your dog." And he's like, "No, it's not mine."
Yeah, man. Yeah, no. The funny thing was that dog, that was my sister's dog, And she moved out, got her own house with her husband, and had kids and that. But we kept the dogs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Man.
since she was a puppy, like since she was pretty young and all. Do you know what I mean?
My buddy Crooks kind of had a similar situation.
I've been thinking about getting a cat, but don't know.
Fuck, I hate cats.
Do you? I just want like a little buddy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel that.
I just don't want to get a dog.
Unconditional love. You just want some unconditional
Yeah, that's
love.
it. Yeah, someone who's gonna be there for you through thick and thin.
Yeah, I feel that. Cats would be the way to go, though. They live to be like 20, 30 fucking years old. Like, you know what I mean?
I wish I knew you when I fucking come to Vancouver, man. That would have been so cool.
Yeah, fuck. I don't live near Vancouver, but it would have been pretty sick.
Yeah, last time I went there, I fucking drowned in my auntie's pool.
Jesus. That's fucking wild.
How you doing with the zombies?
Nah, zombies are alright. Nothing ever changes with zombies. I fucking made it to around 102 with no perks on Dire Eyes. It's like they're in the world.
What, did you do the 1 HP and all?
No, it wasn't 1 HP. Bro, get this. Last night I was playing, right? Last night I'm playing zombies. And, you know, I have a couple beers and shit like that. We're playing. I'm on round 62. No, 1 HP. No, like 1 down. And I just taken it down around 60, and it was like my own fault. You know what I mean? I made a mistake. And like I'm set up really well with this game. Like super well. Fucking monkey round, throw my Gersh down up at speed cola so I can teleport back closer to the fucking the spawn. Throw down the Gersh, grab the max. I jumped through the Gersh and it teleported me right into a fire trap.
Oh, how's your luck?
Bro, it literally teleported me into a fire trap.
I don't really play Ascension, but if I was going to go high rounds in it, I probably wouldn't even bother turning the power on.
Yeah, you got to though, because you got like you gotta have to like upgrade your fucking gun and shit, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, I'll just use mega gobble bombs.
I don't want to do that. I want to use fucking.
The only thing is, it stays black and white, isn't it? Which is pretty annoying.
Pretty annoying, yeah.
Yeah, but them monkeys, man, them monkeys are annoying as fuck.
Yeah, the monkeys aren't even that bad. It was just like if you're using mega, it's just using nuke mega, and you're chilling.
I've not played Ascension enough to even know where the fucking perk machines are. Do you know what I mean? So when them monkeys do fucking spawn, I'm like running around like a fucking idiot trying to find where the fucking perk machines are.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it is pretty hilarious. Yeah. Is that a Zelensky map, Ascension?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Like Blundell went a bit more in depth, didn't he?
Yeah, he was all about like fucking like fetch quests. That's what I call Blundell. He's the master of the fetch quest.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. He changed the game, didn't he? He brought the boss fights to BO3.
Yeah, the boss fights, but wasn't there a boss fight in BO2?
Not like, don't think so. No, BO3 was the first boss fight, wasn't it?
Well, you had like the weasel and shit. Yeah, you could fight.
Oh, what, the Avogadro now?
Not the Avogadro, like the weasel on like Mob of the Dead. When you do the Easter egg, you have to like run around and kill one player.
Yeah. Yeah, you played the Blood of the Dead remake, have you?
Mob of the Dead remake?
Blood.
Oh, Blood of the Dead? That's what, Black Ops 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played it fucking... I literally played it one time and just like never played that shit again. I went across that catwalk, you know?
Yeah, Joe, I open that catwalk, get a few of the zombies from the catwalk, and then take them down to feed the first dog.
Oh, yeah. I walked across that catwalk for the first time, died, and I was like, this map fucking sucks.
Oh, no, the BO4 is not for really high-round gamers, is it? Apart from Classified, but then it's not as fun as 5, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Classified was cool.
Yeah, Classified was fun, man. I remember playing that. Fuck it, I was well young when that came out.
Classified was cool. I like that map much better than the 5, I think.
What's it? Fucking Xbox have got the Call of Duty thing now, haven't they?
What Call of Duty thing? Oh, yeah, they bought the rights to Call of Duty. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, do you remember back in the day, mate? I remember back in the day when like we had to wait a week to get the fucking DLC on PlayStation, didn't we?
No, it was a whole month, bro. It was a whole month.
Was it a whole month?
Yeah, we waited a whole
Yeah,
month.
yeah. I remember going to my friends' houses who had Xboxes just to fucking play it.
Oh, I remember, yeah, bro. That just sucked. Yeah, it was a whole fucking ass month, bro. Oh my god, I forgot all about that taste of that.
What's it? You got to be quite careful playing BO3 and BO2 on that online, though, ain't you? Because people can fuck your shit up.
Yeah, people are wild out there. People be wilding out there. Stealing your IP,
Yeah.
fucking stealing all your information through your PC and shit.
Yeah, fucking that 8-ball pool game is like just fun, just to fucking chill and just play. Do you know what I mean? You ain't got to like fucking stress out on it. Do you know what I mean? I was on Twitch the other day and my mate raided me with like fucking 28 fucking people. I was like,
That's
shit,
pretty
I don't know what to do. That's the thing I like about Twitch though, because like your pals could just fucking raid you with people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can do that on YouTube though too.
Okay, yeah, I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, you just
But
gotta set it up.
on Twitch and all, you can listen to like music while you're streaming and not get copyrighted.
Yeah, I like that. I like it. I wish.
It's good. It's good. You remember when you fucking lost your fucking channel, man?
Oh yeah, how could I forget?
What was that about?
This crypto company just fucking hacked my shit.
Oh, is that what they did?
Yeah.
Motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's essentially that. They just hacked my shit. You've spent
You
80 days. Yeah, listen to this. Listen to this. You've spent 80 days, 9 hours, 20 minutes in the world since you arrived 1,693 days ago. That's this account. 80 days out of 1,693. That's crazy.
Fucking my mic's not coming out on your stream, is it? Because I've turned it off. I don't think they should. They can't hear me. I don't think.
No, they should hear you for sure. They'll hear you for sure.
That MZC dude's doing pretty well, isn't he?
MZC.
Obviously, you ain't got to mention his name. I'm just like talking shit. Do you know what I mean?
Who's that? MZC.
Remember back in the day when we played Cold War with him?
No, I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember, honestly.
You don't remember it?
No. I'm sorry. MZC.
No, I don't either, because I followed sub to him on fucking YouTube.
True.
And his stream puts up the other day, and he had like fucking 60 odd people on his stream.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even subscribed to any zombies YouTubers or anything. You know what I mean?
Oh man, I can't believe you didn't play Modern Warfare 3, man. I know it is shit. Like, it's not shit, but do you know what I mean?
Oh no, it's shit.
Yeah, it is shit, but the Scorcher's fucking well fun, man.
I'm good on that. Fuck that game, bro. $89 for fucking.
Is that how much they want for it still?
Yeah, bro. Fuck that. I'm good off of that. $89 for a shit ass game. Even when it goes on sale, it's like $69. Like, nah.
Do you know what pissed me off the most? That do you remember when they bought Modern Warfare 2 remastered and they just remastered the campaign?
The campaign and
that mate, I was so few. I was looking forward to playing the fucking survival mode, Spec Ops.
Yeah, man.
I just play it for fucking hours.
Yeah, man, that shit was fire.
Why did they not? I can't believe they did give us. All they give us was the campaign, no multiplayer or no Spec Ops. Like, what the fuck?
They do that shit on purpose.
Yeah, do you remember when Infinite Warfare come out and all? When they
they released. I bought Infinite Warfare, the special edition, just for Modern Warfare Remastered.
With COD 4. Yeah, COD. Yeah, they offered COD, and then they were saying there was like, this is how shady they are. There was like, yeah, the only way you could get COD 4 Remastered is if you buy this game. And then literally about 3 months later, they brought out COD 4 Remastered on its own.
On its own, yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking anything for $1, bro. I'm telling you, these companies don't give
no,
a fuck.
Do you know what's shit and all is like where all the studios are all connected now, they're all running off the same system.
Yeah.
So there's no like unique Like Treyarch was like very dark and that, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're all kind of just like they're all running off like the same engine
Yeah, they're all
and
running
shit.
off the same. Yeah, they're all running off the same engine now, which is I don't know.
Like they were before and shit, but they're so unique. Now it's just like the Modern Warfare 2019 engine that they're using. And every game just feels like the same, and it's just like I just don't like it at all.
And Jack, the rumors are that there's going to be a remake of Zetsubo no Shima, yeah, and that was literally the second worst map on BO3.
A remake of Zetsubo no Shima. Who the fuck even likes
Yeah,
that map?
and the KT4. Apparently, KT4's coming back, which wasn't too bad, but
Who the fuck even likes Zetsubo no Shima? Only weirdos like that shit.
I've done the Easter egg about 3 or 4 times there. That's about it.
Yeah.
The spider fight's actually better than the boss fight.
The spider fight should have been the boss fight.
Yeah, like lasted a bit longer. I fucking like it, man. Well, what time is it where you are?
4:20 actually.
Oi, oi, light it up.
Fucking right, bud.
Let's get naughty.
Woo! Fucking have a couple bumps for me there, bud.
Oh, I will, dude. I fucking I feel fucked. I need to get a PC, Jack, man.
Yeah, you do, brother. Honestly, even if you get a cheap one, like these old games can take it.
I've got a top. I'm 10th in the world of the 9 Easter egg.
What do you? So how about a what?
No,
9
don't
Easter
obviously
egg.
say it on your stream. Yeah.
9 Easter egg. What about it?
Oh no, I'm 10th in the world of the speed
Oh, for the speed run. For a speed run. Yeah.
That Freckleston and Steve, mate. Have you seen that Freckleston play Shadows of Evil?
Nah, bro. Who?
Freckleston, his name is.
Freckleston? No, I know who Freckleston is though. Actually, I do know who Freckleston is, but no, I've never watched him play any games. I don't really like care about shit like that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's bad just watching him play it. Because you got to get 3 symbols, yeah.
Yeah.
But you can either use the tram.
Yeah, you gotta go
symbols.
jump up on top of the walls and shit
Yeah,
like that.
have you
My
seen
buddy
that?
Suzuki, yo, he used to fucking be like the world record holder for Origins Black Ops 2 speedrun and like World Shadows of Evil 255 speedrun and shit like that. Like he showed me like everything about that map. That's crazy.
My mate run me through Origins a few times, but
No, like,
Origins,
not even Origins,
one
not
of
even
the
Origins,
least
like Shadows of Evil and shit like that. He was like as well. He had like a world record on Shadows as well.
I never really
He was
got on
crazy.
with fucking Origins, did you?
No, Origins sucks.
I weren't a massive fan of Origins. I think I played it about 6 times.
Fucking I hate like Origins. That shit's so boring to play, bro. Just running around and like set up a staff. Like suck my cock.
They're fucking the giant things, the robots and all. They're don't get me wrong, they're pretty cool, but the mud sucks.
Yeah. That's the worst part of the map, honestly, is the mud. If
That
they
was
took out the
Blundel's
mud,
first map, wasn't it?
no, Mob of the Dead
Wasn't
was.
it? Was it Mob of the Dead?
Yeah.
I was fucking hoping when they brought Blood of the Dead out that there was like a side quest for you to fucking fly to the Golden Gate Bridge, but there wasn't.
Yeah, of course not. Of course not.
You can see it. You can see it from the roof of the prison, though.
Yeah, they cheap out on shit like that. Actually, would make people, want to play. Like fuck, that map sucks.
The boss fight where Rick Toffin gets his blood all sucked out of it is pretty. Remember when Ruffle Waffles that all crying at it, weren't they?
I never watched Mr. Waffle's video, bro. Bro, I honestly stopped giving a flying fuck about zombie storyline after like Dire Eyes came out, and I was just like, okay, this is going nowhere. Like,
the only person that plays zombies like Monday to Friday now is Codename Pizza.
Codename Pizza, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's the only. He does the personal best speedruns, doesn't he?
I guess I don't know. I don't really watch any of his shit. I'm not subscribed to any zombies YouTuber, bro.
What's it? That Ruffle Waffles got banned from COD because his reaction to Vanguard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. He doesn't care. He's a multi-millionaire anyway.
Yeah, probably.
Fucking right, bud. Back in the day, YouTube was paying fucking the views he was getting the fucking easy $7,000 a video.
Yeah, but some of that shit to be like one of them top YouTubers, there's some shady shit involved in that. Do you know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, any business, bro. To be at the top,
People are selling their souls for that shit.
and it'd be at the top of any business, bro. You're gonna be fucking.
But then you
really
gotta think,
slimy.
fuck pride, ain't you?
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, almost fucked up.
When you doing a zombie stream?
What am I doing? A zombie stream?
Jack, we need to do. I want to get a
just did
PC.
one last one. I just did one last night. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow I might start up a game of 5 or something. See if I can't get
I want to
something
get that.
new.
I want to play some of the BO3 custom maps. They look cool, don't they?
They're not as good as you'd think. They're super buggy, most of them.
Yeah, but see, like BO3 custom things, you can all the gobblegums. You've got like unlimited supply, ain't you?
Yeah, that's the best part of a PC, I guess. You could say is the fact that you get all of the free
Mega
gobblegums.
gobblegums.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you see like
I don't even
on
use mega
PlayStation-
gobblegums anyway. They're just fucking cheesy as shit. Like,
yeah, I know, no, but you use them if you're gonna do an egg. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's
Okay, yeah,
they're good for you to like start steps.
yeah, yeah.
way
No,
earlier
no,
than
for
what you
sure.
could do,
Like
do you know what I
with
mean?
the Shangri-La's Easter egg, you can literally do in like round 5 because of it. Like,
Yeah,
the fucking guns
yeah.
and shit.
Getting the fucking fire zombie and the pipes.
Yeah, you just gotta get the RNG for the
Yeah.
fire zombie. It's literally all what your whole game depends on.
Yeah, I've Brock and Gary, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only done that a couple of times, but I don't actually know that Easter egg. All I did on it was do the fucking the symbols on the floor where you have to match them.
What map?
But you go in, Shang.
Shang.
You know,
Oh
you have to
yeah,
go-
you
you
gotta
have to go
just
to
the first step.
yeah.
The first step. Yeah.
Yeah, the first step. Yeah, you have to all hold square on the things. You go, what's that thing you go into? It's like I can't remember what it's called now.
Oh, this water slide.
No. You know when you all hit the buttons, the things.
Oh,
on
you
that
go back
thing
in
and it
time.
takes yeah, you go back in time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember how many slabs there are. There's fucking loads of them, though, isn't there?
I think there's 8 total or something.
Well, we did it once. We did it once, and we got stuck in that fucking what was
Dynamite
it?
sale.
Dark. Yeah, we got stuck in the fucking that, and we couldn't. It wouldn't stop.
Yeah, I remember there's I remember one time I did it on stream with like a bunch of viewers. I had like 60 or
It's a
70 people in
4-player
my
Easter egg, isn't it?
Yeah, I had like 60 or 70 people watching, and like my game got glitched out with the dynamite. I was so pissed.
Oh.
The dynamite wouldn't fall down no matter what we would do.
Oh, well, you have to all jump down the slide, don't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that...
You gotta like shoot the fucking balls, and it will just like shoot the like a
Oh, you
certain
got to
ball.
shoot them with the wonder weapon, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and it will like make the dynamite fall.
The baby maker, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah, little baby maker.
Them mats would be a little bit easier if you had a shield, though, wouldn't they?
Oh, fucking night and day easier for sure. Piece of cake. Be a piece of fucking cake.
What's it? Yeah, Jack, it's been nice speaking to you. I'll speak to you soon, bro. I'm gonna jump back into the chat with the boys.
Alright, bro, you said trouble?
Alright, peace out, dude.
Peace.
See you later, dude.
My man's high as a motherfucker. I've been there before. My man is high as a fucking kite. I love it. I've been there, chat. I've been there. That is fucking funny, man. High as a motherfucking kite. Pop on another one, sure, whatever.
Look at the girl on the right in this picture. Her name is Trudy Warwick. She looks happy and safe in her mother's arms. But this picture hides a disturbing secret. Wherever Trudy and her mom go, violent bombings follow. And the truth behind the attacks will uncover one of Australia's most notorious serial killers.
Justice Opes was shot in front of his Woollahra home.
For a bomb blast which ripped through a crowded Jehovah's Witness church hall in
Shards of glass impacted into the body of a 12-year-old girl. Sydney's 10,000 witnesses must be wondering what they've done to draw such violence upon them.
The attacker known as the family court bomber terrorizes Sydney for years, and the entire community lives in fear, not knowing when or where they will strike next. Even the police can't keep little Trudy safe, because one man is willing to burn down Australia to get to her.
He stopped at nothing in his quest to keep custody of his daughter. He took it personally, because everybody that stood in his way, he went after all of them.
Everyone was scared of him. Everyone who confronted him, their lives were in danger.
The police told me you're next on his hit list.
I had to do something to stop all these killings. What choice did I have?
It's June 1978. Andrea Warwick and her husband Leonard have just welcomed their first child, Trudy. They live in Casula, a suburb of Sydney, Australia. Leonard is a firefighter, but while he spends his time at work rescuing people, at home, he's controlling and violent to his wife. He quickly becomes possessive of their newborn daughter. He doesn't let anyone enter the house or see her, even Andrea's friends and family. On Andrea's birthday, her sisters and their children try to visit, enraging Leonard.
And they knocked on the door, and he wasn't going to allow them to come in. So I just pushed past him and I said, they're coming in. After they left, he got violent. And he had his fireman boots on, and he stood on my leg and just thrashed into my arm, ran in to try and pick up Trudy. I couldn't pick her up. My arm was bunged. I couldn't move it. I thought, this is it. He's going to kill me.
After years of enduring an abusive relationship, Andrea finds the strength to get out and tell her family. She runs to safety at her sister Judy's house, pleading for help. Judy is shocked to hear about Leonard's violence.
That was the first I knew. And I said to Andrea, why didn't you tell me? She said I was too ashamed and, I had no idea.
Because of how badly Leonard hurt her, Andrea couldn't get Trudy out of the house, but she won't give up her fight to get her back. She turns to the family law court to start the divorce process, hoping they can help keep her daughter safe. She gets full custody of Trudy, and they move in with Andrea's dad, Leslie, and her brother Stephen. Leonard gets visiting rights, but it's not enough for him. He keeps their daughter longer than he's supposed to, completely ignoring the visitation schedule. Leonard doesn't care about the court's orders, and Andrea decides to confront him to get Trudy back. Worried that Leonard might hurt her again, Andrea asks her brother Stephen to go with her, and they approach Leonard together.
Stephen took Andrea up, knocked on the door and said, Len, look, we don't want any trouble. Because Stephen was very softly spoken. I don't think I ever heard him raise his voice.
Stephen calmly asks Leonard for Trudy, but Leonard slams the door closed, refusing to give her up. Andrea has to go back to court for help getting Trudy back, but they have no idea how far her father will go to keep her. It's February 22nd, 1980. Andrea wakes up, expecting to say good morning to Stephen, but he's not in his room. At first, she doesn't think much of it, figuring he must be visiting his girlfriend or out surfing with his friends. But as hours pass without hearing from him, she starts to panic.
The Thursday night was the last time I saw Stephen. He was on the phone talking to Mum. The following morning, and I noticed his bedding was gone and his pillow was gone.
Andrea makes phone calls, but no one has seen Stephen since the night of February 21st. Something is horribly wrong. Police come to investigate the house, and they find specks of blood in his bedroom. 6 days later, a group of friends are out boating at Cowan Creek in the Ku-ring-gai Chase National Park in northern Sydney. Suddenly, they see something floating in the water. They call the police, who take over and start their investigation.
Andrea says, we found Stephen. And I just automatically said, oh, is he all right? He says, we've got some bad news. That's when they told me.
Police find that Stephen Blanchard was shot and killed at home in the middle of the night. The attacker likely used a silencer to avoid waking up the rest of the family. Then they drove to Cowan Creek and used a boat so they could drop his body in the middle of the water.
They say silencers
was weighed down
aren't
with
quiet.
bricks, and investigators find they were tied with the fireman's pocket line. but they don't discover any other evidence to help them catch the killer. The Blanchard family now has to face life without Stephen.
I was expecting to walk home. Didn't expect that. He had his whole life ahead of him. He was 25 years old. He never hurt anyone.
While grieving the loss of her brother, Andrea also has to continue her custody battle. Leonard keeps ignoring the court's orders, repeatedly keeping Trudy longer than he's supposed to. April 1980. Because of Leonard's constant disrespect of the family court, Justice David Opus says he can't see his daughter for a month. Leonard is furious. When he sees Andrea at the court building, he gives her an ominous message.
He said to me, he says, "Oh, you don't have to worry about Judge Opus." I said, "Oh, is he going away on holidays?" And he said, "Oh no, you just don't have to worry about him."
June 23rd, 1980, 7:10 p.m. 4 months after Stephen Blanchard's murder, Justice David Opus is having dinner with his wife, Kristen, and his kids, Josh and Persia, when the doorbell rings. His son Josh tells him to stay at the table and not answer it, but he does. And when he goes to greet the person at the door, he is shot with a .22 caliber rifle. A man runs away from the scene, and Justice Opus's family rushes to his side, but it's too late.
After the phone call from the police and told me that Judge Opus was murdered, when I put the receiver down, I thought, something's going on here. There's got to be a connection.
Andrea is already suspicious because Leonard was angry at Justice Opus for restricting his access to Trudy. Andrea tells police she thinks Leonard is involved. Investigators search his locker at the fire station where he works. They find newspapers with headlines about the murder, but no physical evidence that can link him to the scene. Leonard also refuses to answer any questions from the police. As a family court justice, David Opus dealt with many people who could want revenge for his orders. 30 detectives work on the case. They interview over 500 people who appeared in front of Justice Opus in court, along with 2,500 people who bought rifles in the last 6 months. They can't find any clues or get closer to an arrest, and a killer is on the loose. The people of Sydney worry that the whole family court system is the target. Another family court justice, Richard G., takes over Justice Opus's cases after his murder, and his family fears they could be next.
Well, I knew that Justice Opus had been shot dead, and then Dad said they've offered me the job to replace him. And I just had this, well, I don't know, quite a sixth sense that something was going to happen to us.
But years pass without any other attacks, and the paranoia begins to fade. Andrea tries to give Trudy a happy childhood, but the nightmare is far from over. March 6th, 1984, almost 4 years after Justice Opus's murder, Justice Richard G. is at home with his children, Allison and Stephen. It's around 1:45 a.m., and they're all asleep. Suddenly, a bomb goes off, destroying most of the home.
I just had a really loud clap of thunder, the loudest I'd ever heard. Just saw debris all in my room, and it was just like I'd woken up in a movie or a nightmare.
Allison finds her brother, and they frantically try to get out of the house, desperately hoping their dad also made it out. They make it out safely through a window. They find their dad around the back of the house, injured, but alive.
He was covered in debris dust. Over his whole body looked like a ghost, except that he had blood pouring down his legs from his thighs. I just cried. I just felt really sad. Just looks like a war zone.
Miraculously, the whole family survives, but it's clear someone is still out for revenge. Right away, police warn other judges to check their homes and cars, and they search family courts across Australia. Investigators also look into all the cases that Justice Richard G. oversaw. Andrea again tells them that Leonard is the culprit. Justice G. had further restricted Leonard's access to Trudy, and he even issued an arrest warrant when he failed to return her.
This was an attack on the administration of justice in Australia. Judges would make a ruling against him, and he responded with lethal force.
We wanted justice served. It's Leonard John Warwick. I said, he is the only person. Every time I spoke to him, it's him.
Andrea knows that her ex's violence is getting closer and closer to her, and she has to continuously face the man hunting her in court. Their next court appearance was scheduled for April 16th, 1984, just over a month after the bomb at Justice G's house. But in the middle of the night before Leonard was supposed to appear, the family law court building itself is largely destroyed as another bomb detonates. Fear and panic is spreading throughout Sydney. Again, Andrea alerts investigators about Leonard's connection to the attacks, but still, he continues to walk free. It becomes clear to Andrea that no one can keep her and Trudy safe from him, not even the police. He doesn't leave evidence behind, and unless someone can get him to stop, anyone with connections to the family court is in danger.
We did know that the offender was Warwick. Everything was done that could be done at the time. We couldn't gather enough evidence to charge him then.
As Justice Richard G. recovers from his injuries after the bombing at his house, Ray Watson takes over his cases, including Leonard and Andrea's. Even with fear and suspicion growing, Andrea still respects the visitation rights set by the court. Trudy loves her father and is happy to see him, but Andrea has to keep returning to court because Leonard still ignores the court's orders.
One time I didn't see Trudy for 6 weeks. Didn't even know where she was.
Like the other judges, Justice Watson punishes Leonard by restricting his access to Trudy even more. It's July 4th, 1984, 8:10 a.m., almost 3 months after the family court bombing. Justice Watson gets ready to leave for work. His wife Pearl opens the door of their house, unknowingly triggering a bomb that was fixed to their front door. Ray Watson survives, but Pearl is killed instantly. The people of Sydney, stunned and heartbroken, demand answers. After Pearl Watson's murder, investigators ramp up their efforts. A joint federal state police task force is established, and a $500,000 reward is offered.
All family court judges, their courts and their families will have a 24-hour surveillance until this matter is resolved.
We had federal surveillance officers and state surveillance officers.
Yeah, it's funny because this chick already solved the case, and these cops are just so oblivious they can
Surveillance officers follow the prime suspect, Leonard Warwick, desperate to find something they can use to catch him and put a stop to all the attacks. In the middle of the night, they follow him to a national park.
He kept going back to the national park on a total of 11 occasions. We went in with police dogs after he left when he was way out of the area. It was never really ironed out as to what he was doing there. I put it down to the fact that he was playing games with the surveillance officers.
February 10th, 1985. Police tell Andrea there was an attempt on her lawyer's life with another bomb. Fortunately, it was found before it could detonate, and no one was hurt. But shortly after, she gets a call from her lawyer, Gary Watts.
And he said, I won't be able to act on your behalf, and that was it. He was scared. He was frightened. And I don't blame him.
I've never met a person as dangerous as what Leonard Warwick is. He stopped at nothing in his quest to keep custody of his daughter. He took it personally because everybody that stood in his way, he went after all of them.
Fear is spreading throughout Australia. Anyone could be a target, and no one can help Andrea. Even police are scared about their involvement in the investigation.
One of the surveillance officers said, look, I think we've got a worry because Warwick's sitting in the park watching police headquarters. A witness that I interviewed said he was looking for my address. The wife and the kids, I had his police photo on the fridge, that if he was ever sighted in the neighbourhood, they were to notify us immediately.
As Leonard intimidates the police with his own surveillance, the attacks keep getting closer to home for Andrea. All the while, she tries to shield Trudy from the violence that haunts them, and it's taking a massive toll. Leonard already has his eyes on his next target as he makes phone calls to Andrea's sister, Judy, threatening to kill her and her children.
The police told me you're next on his hit list.
Every noise, I'd wake up. We were looking over our shoulder all that time. We were going to be next.
Even though Andrea and the police believe Leonard is responsible for all the attacks, they still haven't been able to find anything they can use to arrest him. They've tried surveillance, offering reward money, and putting numerous detectives and resources into their efforts, but nothing is working. Andrea is terrified. Leonard stalks her, often parking in front of the house and watching her every move. One day, he shows up at the house and yells at Andrea, demanding to see Trudy for an unscheduled visit. When she says no, he grabs Trudy anyway and starts to run. But Andrea chases him, refusing to let him take her away. In response, he punches Andrea in the face. Shocked, she quickly gets Trudy and runs back inside, locking the doors behind them. Andrea is desperate to get herself and her family away from him and his violence. Even with the threat to her life, Andrea's sister Judy steps in. A devout Jehovah's Witness, Judy turns to her congregation for help. They need to escape in secret to stay safe from Leonard. Her congregation steps up, helping them move away so they could hide.
We didn't tell anyone why we were moving.
Even the drivers of the truck didn't know where we were heading until an hour before we got to Foster. No one knew. We sort of made it a fun game for the kids, a drill that if ever Len found us, we had an escape plan to get out.
Andrea does all she can to protect her daughter from Leonard and the destruction that follows them. Leonard doesn't know where Andrea and Trudy went, but he won't give up his search. He makes multiple phone calls to members of Judy's congregation, demanding to know where they are.
There was a third call. He was very upset. He again said, "You must know where she's gone." "Listen, mate," I said, "we don't know where she's gone. Do not call here again."
July 1985. 5 months after Andrea and Trudy made their escape. Leonard hasn't found them, and there haven't been any more attacks. But there are 2 break-ins at the Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall in Casula, southwest of Sydney. During one of the break-ins, a window shatters and cuts the intruder. They leave blood on the carpet, but with the limited capabilities of the time, investigators can only determine that it's O positive, and they can't use it to charge anyone. They don't find that anything was stolen, and no one knows why the intruder broke in or what they did. It's Sunday, July 21st, 1985. The congregation starts their service like usual. There are over 100 members in the building, including Joy Wykes and her husband, Graham.
We were holding hands and I thought, oh, his hand would be really cold. So we had a small rug over our knee and I pulled it up over our hands and he turned to me and whispered, "I love you." And that was the last thing I remember. My first memories was really in ICU. I had already been into surgery. I recall asking, "Where's my husband? Where's my husband?" all afternoon. A doctor came and told me, "We do have bad news for you." And I'd been asking, and I must have already realised that he wasn't going to be there.
A bomb was placed under the stage at the Kingdom Hall, timed to go off during the service. Graham Wykes is killed, and dozens more have life-threatening injuries, including little children. The Blanchard family is devastated to hear the news.
I just burst out crying. I could not speak for a long time.
They announced that the hall had been bombed. My daughter Natasha was standing next to me and she said, "Mum, that was Len." My whole body was shaking. And I rang down the bomb squad. They had their suspicions. And I said, "That's my congregation." And they said, "Oh, that's what the connection is."
Joy Wykes had helped the Blanchards pack for their escape, and Andrea blames herself for Graham's death and all the injuries at the Kingdom Hall. Police take a search warrant to Leonard's house, and they find handwritten notes with phone numbers of Jehovah's Witness members, but he refuses to answer any questions or give a blood sample. Their attempts to catch him are still hopeless.
Everyone was scared of him. Everyone who confronted him, their lives were in danger.
The attacks continue to follow Andrea everywhere she goes, even when she escapes Leonard's stalking. She is overwhelmed with sadness, fear, and guilt. She knows what Leonard wants, and that people throughout Australia will continue to die unless he gets it. Andrea makes a heartbreaking choice in a desperate attempt to end his reign of terror. She gives him full custody of their daughter Trudy.
What?
I had to do something to stop all these killings. It was heartbreaking saying goodbye to her,
What the
but
fuck?
I had to.
Yeah, this chick's dumb as fuck. Like, what? Like, no, that's the job. That's the police job, man. Like, this guy, what? This
What
hands
choice
over
did
her
they have?
daughter. Yeah.
Over the course of nearly 10 years, Andrea has suffered
What the-
immensely. She was in a physically and emotionally abusive relationship. She made the brave choice to get out, but her fight never stopped. Her own brother was murdered, and after 4 bombings, 3 more murders, and families ripped apart by violence and destruction, Andrea knows she is the only one who can stop the family court bomber. Trudy also wants to live with her father, exhausted from constantly moving around and being in the middle of the fighting between her parents. As Andrea predicted, the attacks come to an abrupt end, but with a huge sacrifice. Leonard Warwick is still a completely free man, and now he has their daughter too. It had a massive impact, and she never stopped fighting for justice.
How do you live without your daughter? You think about her all the time. Is she going to school? Does she get along with her father?
Trudy spends her childhood living with Leonard, who many think of as the family court bomber. At first, she likes living with her father. He even buys horses for them to ride together. But as she gets older, she realizes how controlling he is. He constantly tries to keep her in the house, away from friends and family. And when he decides to remarry and start a new family, Trudy isn't happy. At 16 years old, she leaves to move back in with her mom. And shockingly, Leonard doesn't stop her.
He chose the wife over his
Yep.
daughter.
Yes.
This is the daughter he fought so hard for.
Yes.
I don't get that.
His daughter was just a possession.
After getting everything he wanted and all the destruction and suffering he caused, Leonard lets his target Trudy go easily. Finally, Andrea is reunited with her daughter, but they still aren't truly free of Leonard. As Trudy grows older, she gets a better understanding of what happened when she was little. From the beginning, Trudy's mom has repeatedly told police that Leonard Warwick is the man who terrorized Sydney for years. Despite her efforts, he thinks he will get away with everything, and for decades, he does, until one mistake will come back to haunt him. It becomes one of the coldest cases in Australian history. Andrea had no one to turn to, but in 2012, investigative crime journalists Debbie Marshall and Ross Coulthart hear of the case and decide to investigate. But everywhere they turn for information, they're warned. The prime suspect is still free, and pursuing the story could get them killed. Debbie Marshall even tries to interview Leonard, and he threatens her. But the journalists work together with Andrea Blanchard to bring attention back to the case.
Brother,
all
what do
of
I
them
need to kill
refusing
these
to back
bitches? I can't
down in their
remember.
fight for justice. With the help of their
Holy
work and the
fuck.
release of Debbie Marshall's book, investigators
mirror
reopened the
shield?
cold case. Kevin Woods, the former lead investigator, never forgot about the family court bomber. He remembers
A
the bloodstain
mirror
left on the
shield.
carpet before the Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall bombing, when an intruder was cut with the glass from a window. They didn't know it at the time, but the attacker broke in to plant the bomb. Kevin Woods tells the current investigators about the blood sample, which could be the key to exposing the person behind all the attacks. Detectives ask Trudy if she would give a DNA sample for them to compare it with. At first, she hesitates. She still loves her father, and she's worried about betraying him. She knows it could send him to jail if it's a match, but she wants the truth for herself and for all the other victims' families. In an interview, she says, "People need answers, closure. Innocent people were killed over me. If you commit something like these crimes, you should be held accountable for it. I don't care who you are." With advancements in DNA technology, they are able to match the blood with Trudy's, removing any doubt that Leonard Warwick is the culprit behind all the attacks. It's July 29th, 2015. Over 35 years after he began terrorizing the people of Sydney, Leonard Warwick's past finally catches up to him.
Tonight, an arrest over one of Sydney's biggest unsolved crimes, a man in custody over the family court bombings and murders in the 1980s.
The judge-only trial lasts almost 2 years. Warwick pleads not guilty to over 20 charges against him, but with the overwhelming evidence and the help of Andrea's testimony, he's convicted, and he gets 3 life sentences without parole. Leonard Warwick is finally behind bars, and he will never be able to hurt anyone again. After nearly 40 years of living in fear, Andrea can truly begin to move on with her life. She still has a very close relationship with Judy and Trudy, and they continue to honor Stephen's memory today. Andrea hopes her story will bring awareness and support to survivors of domestic violence. She encourages others in similar situations to get out of the relationship and seek help.
You've got to think of yourself, and if there's children involved, you've got to think of the children's lives. It's a hard battle to get back on your feet, but there's so much help out there today. I say to any woman, you don't have to stand for that. There's no need to stand for that violence against you.
It's pretty crazy. I don't know, I always feel as though these people should be caught a lot sooner. Like, that guy wasn't, like... I wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he was doing it, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Oops.
Hello there, Are you comfortable right now? Wrists and ankles chained, gagged, probably blindfolded. You're obviously here against your will. For a little while, at least, you need to get your shit together and listen to this tape.
This audio recording was made by David Parker Ray, also known as the Toy Box Killer. What you're about to hear was played for Cynthia Vigil the day she was captured.
Now, I'm going to tell you, in detail, why you have been kidnapped, what's going to happen to you, how long you'll be here. Under the circumstances, I bet that is a scary thought. You're going to be kept in an environment that is even more secure than a prison cell. Here, your status is no more than that of one of the dogs or of one of the animals out in the barn, because, basically, you've been snatched and brought here for us to train and use as a sex slave.
The recording lasts for 50 minutes. The content is extremely disturbing, but what will be shared in this video is the crucial piece of evidence that will lead to David Parker Ray's conviction.
I mean, the whole recording wasn't enough? What the fuck? What kind of world are we living in here? Holy fuck.
Cynthia Vigil, taken captive by the notorious Toy Box Killer, chained, enslaved, violated for 3 days. But she fought back and escaped, and David Parker Ray was arrested that same day. When the FBI raided his house, nothing could prepare them for what they would find in the white trailer parked outside. Cases such as Kelly Van Cleve and Mary Parker, which have left police baffled for years, were finally resolved. And David Parker Ray was sentenced to 224 years in prison, all because of one survivor. But the most shocking part is every piece of the puzzle was hidden in plain sight.
I don't understand how nobody seen me. That made no sense to me.
In the small town of Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, 19-year-old Kelly Van Cleve lives with her husband. It's July 25th, 1996. Kelly goes missing after a fight with her husband. He starts searching around town for his wife, informs the police. They soon find out she was last seen at a local bar, the Blue Water Saloon, with a few friends, one of them a woman named Jessie Ray. 3 days later, July 28th, Kelly is brought back home by a park ranger. She appears to be drunk, with bruises and blood everywhere.
I was so dazed and incoherent. My hair was a mess, I had sand everywhere, I was still in the same clothes I was in the day I left.
The ranger says he found her wandering around the beach, delirious. But Kelly has no recollection of the past 3 days. She's in pain, terrified.
I did not know what had happened, and I didn't know what to do.
July 5th, 1997, 1 year after Kelly's disappearance, a close friend of hers goes missing, 22-year-old Mary Parker. 2 days later, Mary's mother walks up to the sheriff's office, stating that she hasn't heard from her daughter in days. Police investigate. The tracks lead back to the Blue Water Saloon. Kelly was there. She saw Marie leave with her ex-boyfriend, Roy Yancey, and a common friend of theirs, Jessie Ray. Police interrogate Jessie, who says she dropped Mary home that night. After nearly 2 weeks with no news on Mary, because she is known for substance abuse, the case is dropped, and Mary is treated as a runaway.
She had 2 little girls. There was no way she was going to leave her kids. So I knew something had happened.
It's March 20th, 1999, 150 miles away from where Mary was last seen. 22-year-old Cynthia Vigil is living out of a hotel room.
I was running from a boyfriend at the time. I didn't want to be around him, so I was at a friend's motel.
After staying there for days, she feels safer than at home, but she doesn't know a man has been stalking her. As she leaves the hotel in the morning, she encounters a friend named DJ. He tells her someone has been asking for her and that the man is waiting in an RV across the street. Cynthia knows she shouldn't go inside, but dismisses her instinct. She walks in, closes the door. A few minutes later, the RV drives off, and Cynthia goes missing as well. Days pass. Cynthia is nowhere to be found, her hotel room empty. No one tells the police about the sudden and unusual disappearance of Cynthia, not even her friend DJ, who saw her leave. It's March 22nd, 1999. The 911 operator for the Sierra County Sheriff's Department receives an unusual call. But no one is there. Minutes later, a second person calls 911 with shocking information that will be the first clue to what happened to all three women: Kelly, Mary, and Cynthia.
911. Yes, I'm calling for a young lady that ran into the house and says she's just been raped. She's got a chain on her and everything. Send someone right away. This lady's naked and everything else. She said they've been holding her for 3 days.
The woman she is referring to is 22-year-old Cynthia Vigil, and unlike Kelly, Cynthia remembers everything. The morning of her abduction, Cynthia is sitting inside the RV, next to the man who has been asking for her. The man doesn't look very threatening, but something unusual happens that should raise a red flag.
I noticed that he'd given DJ some money out the window and DJ took off running and left me there.
Cynthia and the man talk for a few minutes. He seems interested in her line of work. Then, he takes out a handcuff and snaps it at her wrist.
What?
Cynthia panics. She tries to make a run for it and pull herself away, but the man is too strong, and he's holding on tight.
I was like, literally my fingertips are touching the door.
At that moment, a woman comes out from behind the shower curtain and shocks her with a cattle prod.
That knocked me to my knees, and they handcuffed me to the cabinet.
The two captors drive off, their prey chained tightly in the back of the RV. While the car is in motion, Cynthia unscrews the cabinet handle she's attached to.
I remember getting up on my feet, crouching down, and I was like, as soon as the RV stops slow enough, I'm gonna hit the door.
But the RV stops abruptly, sending Cynthia rolling to the floor, exposing that she's untied herself.
I was loose, my hands were behind my back, but I was loose. Well, she came to the back with the gun.
That's when they took all my clothes off me. They shackled my feet, duct taped my face from my chin around the top of my head.
Then, after driving for hours, the vehicle slows down to a stop. Cynthia is taken out of the RV at gunpoint. Once outside, she can see other trailer houses all around, in clear sight. She hopes someone will notice her, as she's in handcuffs, naked, with a gun at her side. But that hope quickly fades.
It was broad daylight. I don't understand how nobody seen me. I didn't understand that. That made no sense to me.
Once inside, they sit her on the bed, put a metal slave collar around her neck, padlocked and chained to the wall.
I couldn't wrap my mind around what was going on. I was so in shock. I was totally freaking out because I didn't know what the future held for me at that point.
And then he played a tape of him talking.
Hello there, bitch.
Oh,
Are you comfortable right now? I doubt it. Wrists and ankles chained, gagged, probably blindfolded. I don't know the details of your capture because this tape is being created July 23rd, 1993 as a general advisory tape for future female captives.
All of a sudden, I knew that I wasn't the only person that he had done this to.
Now, you are obviously here against your will. Totally helpless. You're very scared. You probably think you're going to be whipped, and you're right about that. You've been snatched and brought here for us to train and use as a sex slave. You may be married, have a kid or two, boyfriend, girlfriend. I don't give a rat's ass about any of that. I don't want to hear about it. Here, your status is no more than that of one of the dogs or one of the animals out in the barn. I won't have any qualms at all about your throat.
As she is lying in bed, terrified, what she hears next explains why none of the neighbors saw her and why she shouldn't wait for their help.
The only close house belongs to our friends, and they don't hear or see anything. They know about our hang-ups. You may be required to service them occasionally.
The rest of it basically said what was going to happen to you. Like how he was going to torture you.
During the next 3 days, Cynthia suffers unimaginably at the hands of her captors, the details of which we will not be sharing.
They were both just like that was something they did every day. At this point, I was numb.
Every night, the two captors make their bed on the floor next to her and every night, she hears them talk about their twisted plans.
I knew I was gonna die. I knew that they were gonna kill me. I just didn't know when. I wanted to die. I wanted to take my own life.
On the last night, she overhears them talk about a little girl, a girl they plan to kidnap at a young age and turn into their slave. And Cynthia understands they already know which girl it will be.
And I just stayed laying there, thinking that a little girl going through what I just went through. That little girl stayed in my head.
March 22nd, something clicks inside Cynthia's mind. She knows she needs to escape, to stop them from ever hurting anyone else.
I was figuring, how do I get out of this? My head was telling me to stay calm and do what they say.
The man is getting ready to leave for work. He's dressed in a uniform, almost like a cop. That's when he tells her, when he gets back, he's taking her into the toy box.
I didn't know what that meant. I knew it was gonna be more torture.
She recalls the recording and how the man described his toy box. It dawns on her. There is something worse waiting for her.
You're going to be kept in the hidden slave room. It is relatively soundproof, escape-proof, and it is completely stocked with devices and equipment to satisfy our sexual fetishes and deviations. You haven't seen anything yet.
I knew I had to find a way to escape.
The man unties her wrists and ankles, leaving only the collar chained around her neck. He puts a bucket next to the bed as her toilet for the day. After the man leaves, Cynthia is alone with the woman. Cynthia's mind is racing and racing, wondering how she's ever going to escape. But she can't try anything because the woman is sitting right next to her, watching TV. Then, the phone rings. The woman takes the call and walks into the other room, making one crucial mistake.
I seen that she left the keys on the coffee table. And I said, here's my chance to get the keys. I have to choke myself to get my body that far to reach the table with my foot.
With her captor still just a few feet away, Cynthia can't make any loud noise. She pulls the table closer using just her feet, grabs the keys between her toes. Then, when she finally holds the keys in her hands, her captor returns. But Cynthia doesn't care. She tries key after key to unlock the collar from the wall. The woman grabs a green lamp from the table and starts hitting her with it. With every hit, Cynthia sees black. But she has to stay awake. She has to unlock herself.
I knew if I didn't get away, I would die. I'm telling myself, you cannot give up.
Finally, one of the key turns, releasing the padlock from the wall. Cynthia jumps off
Unseen
the
is
bed,
fire? Yeah, facts.
grabs the phone the woman just dropped, and dials 911. But before she can say anything, the woman stabs her with a knife. Cynthia drops the phone and takes the ice pick she finds on the table close by. In one final rush of adrenaline, she stabs the woman.
What you saying? Chilling, streaming, gaming. What you up to? Oh, what's up? What's up? Oh, fuck. I'll be right down. Peace. Lenny's like creepy ass music from the beginning anymore. I'm dumb for that. Yeah, I don't know nothing about it. But yeah, I gotta go. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, boys. Peace, Ninja.